Testing, making sure everything's looking good. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil. Joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
The slippery Kaiser Shonen.
Yeah, that's the first thing when you think of a robotic person. It's slippery, right?
You are, look,
Have
WD-40 everywhere.
Regularly?
WD-40.
Oil man.
WD-40 everywhere.
You just got hit with Oil Man today.
Apply liberally.
You know it. Yeah, that's right.
And joining us as guest hosts, as they has been for most of the Arcane coverage, are Fatmanfalling, PeriodicPete, and I Know Nothing.
Hey. Yo.
Hello.
Sean Foldark, Team Jack says, thank you, agent of the FBI, Lugovic. Thank you, CIA agent Smith, for quietly replacing all the names of the... What? Okay, can we not bring up a political event here? Can we not mention that?
Well, the funniest part about that is I actually do know someone in the CIA named Smith.
I mean, do you know if that's their real name?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Okay.
Well, that's fair.
I was waiting for you to say, well, I know several people in the CIA named Smith.
I mean, there's a guy named Cobra Bubbles. I'm sure there's a guy named Smith.
No, there's a guy named Cobra Commander. Come on.
I'm sorry. I watched Lilo and Stitch recently.
I was going to say, Cobra Bubbles wasn't CIA. He was CD.
Well, he was.
Well, I guess he was, yeah. But he was also Child Protective Agency, CPA.
I loved how offended Pete sounded.
I love that movie. Don't you dare get like a very tiny, inconspicuous thing at the very end of that movie wrong, or you're dead to
your
me.
plot mistake. I win.
But yes.
Minor plot mistake.
We have returned to discuss Arcane, going through it inch by inch, discussing all the little nooks and crannies of this series. Last week was a bit chaotic because quite literally we started out without our main critic of the series, then we lost Fat Man, and then we lost our second main critic of the series.
And I was half asleep.
And Twi was half asleep. So it was me and Kaiser talking to ourselves, rambling. I was very tired by the end of the stream.
And also, to be fair, there wasn't a whole lot in episode 4 that were like really big discussion points outside of like the beginning sections of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Though I do want to open the floor at the very least. If anyone has any like thoughts on the prior episode that might spill over into here, I would like you to have your moment to say your piece, since three of you weren't here by the end of that stream.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I rewatched episode 5 instead of rewatching episode 4 because like I knew that was the one we were going to be covering today.
Well, that's fair, yeah.
So, yeah, obviously.
Well, that's why I throw you a curveball, keep you on your feet.
Yeah, no, we're doing episode 4 again, yeah.
Two things. One, it's already probably been said, but I really like Caitlyn's cape.
Yes, we're sure to hit that point last week.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Making sure.
It's not like you mentioned that in every single episode.
I like the cape, okay?
You would really enjoy freaking Gundam Wing Abridged, then with the fucking cape.
I know nothing over here about to drop kick Edna. All the capes.
The only other thing that I had off the top of my head would be Ambessa's talk with Caitlyn about the three different parts to like what it makes up Noxus, and then she proceeds to like name 10 things. Oh, is that? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they don't have their sparring match until it might be this. Actually, it might be episode 6.
Yeah.
Oh, what have you? But we can move on from there in a second, I'm sure.
All right, that's about it.
Overall, nothing to really say.
Well then, shall we hop right into it?
Yes.
Yeah, might as well.
Go for it.
Read that. All right, let us scroll through. So we open this episode on a fighting ring featuring an old buddy of ours, Mr.
Aura.
I don't remember his
It's
name, Mr. Glassjaw.
It's that one guy from that one episode of One Piece. That's the guy.
Oh, the
you
guy with
can-
the axe hand. Right,
No,
right,
you
right.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
first
the
off,
axe hand. That's his most distinguishable thing about him.
It can't be
Come
it can't be Morgan, but it can be the one. Oh my god, that is gonna knock me off because I'm never gonna be able to top that for the rest of the stream. Holy shit!
Yeah, it's Axehand Morgan as played by Dalv Batista. Yes. Exactly.
Dalv? Who the fuck
Dalv.
is Dalv Batista?
It's Dave's better performing acting brother.
Ooh,
Ugh.
shots fired. I know a lot of people who really like Dave.
Dave can be good. I don't find him particularly compelling in more serious roles. He's
enough.
better comedically. But yeah, this is our old Strong Boy who used to be one of Silco's followers. That in season 1, Vi punched square in the jaw as her opening move during the bridge fight at the in episode 3, and then returning he gets captured in episode 4. And so at the beginning of episode 5, when they're talking, the end of episode 4, they're talking about the prisoner that fucking jumped him, and it's like,
Yeah.
well, yeah,
destroyed his
say, yeah.
jaw.
By the way, you can talk to him in a couple of months when his jaw is healed, if he can talk after that. It's
Oh
like-
yeah, 100%.
Well,
So-
yeah, because Ouija boards and pen and paper don't exist, unfortunately.
Ooh,
Right.
oof.
So, evidently, we see that he has escaped prison. Presumably, I would say at the end of episode 4, he could have
The
escaped.
Stillwater attack, one would
Yeah.
assume.
Or he could have just gotten out on good behavior, but I don't think Stillwater does that.
I mean, in fairness, it's hard for you to have like bad behavior when you're in a hospital bed for like the whole time. But
Yeah.
then again, who knows how long you
It actually is very common for people to have bad behavior while they're in a hospital bed. This
Oh,
is actually,
really?
Oh yeah, my mom's
Yeah.
a doctor and she practices a lot in hospitals, and there's a lot of shit. A particularly fun story that she likes telling is that everyone has heart rate monitors, and one particular patient had their heart rate just go through the roof, so a nurse was dispatched instantly
God.
to try and figure
Oh,
out.
Jesus.
And then they look into the room, and them
He's
and the missus.
He's having a good. Him and the
Yeah.
missus. Okay.
Oh, oh, no.
I was gonna say like that's
He's
actually
having a really good time.
well that's
was
a
about
common thing actually for
Yeah.
like nurses to deal with teenage boys that are in the hospital.
Oh yeah.
It's like
Mhm.
yeah you can't be doing that in the hospital. People will think you're dying.
Oh, God.
Yep.
I thought you were gonna say that they were like in a fight or something. I was gonna make like a joke about Foggy Nelson, but like that fell apart really quickly.
Well, I mean, like you can call it a fight. It's a fight with their
Yeah,
hormones.
You call
and
it,
they've lost.
yeah,
I
call
mean-
it wrestling.
Listen, it just
No.
means I don't get to make a Daredevil reference. So
Zero, this stream took a turn. No, it's really important because it's based off of relationships, and that's a huge part of this episode.
Not the kind of relationships we're talking about. I hope not. At
that
least
what
I know
we're talking
me and
about was
me and
Yeah,
Fatman
not-
talked about the underlying like potentially sexual energy that Powder / Jinx had towards Vi, but I hope that's mostly
Whoa,
gone.
whoa!
Wait, what?
The thing that I was referring to a relationship, considering this scene, is that this is a result of what happened between Kate and Vi. I wasn't thinking about Powder or Jinx. Holy shit!
damn dog.
Well, I was gonna say Kate isn't really like Kate and Vi's relationship isn't really the focus here. It's more the setup.
But
It's more Vi and Powder, or more Vi and
yeah,
Jinx.
that is correct. However, question,
Alright.
Celtic, are you sure you're not from Alabama?
No. I was about to say,
No.
are you sure Lily Orchard isn't using a voice modulator?
No. Okay, so
A
to,
lot
to
of-
give a quick elaboration on that, there's that scene in episode 7, I believe it was, where they're crossing the bridge, and there was an indication that like the way Jinx was acting towards Kate and Vi getting close was like downright like crossing some lines in terms of how she was treating it. And so Fat Man and I were like, are we both getting some reads here? Is there something funky going on?
I mean, when you showed me season 1 last year, I was the one to point out that Jinx and Silco had an uncomfortably close relationship.
That too, yeah.
Kiss your dad in the
Jinx has like, and this goes back. I think just Jinx just has a fucked up perspective when it comes down to relationships. It's more what I'm trying to, more what I ended up leaning on. But like, yeah, there was a little bit of Sweet Home Alabama, I think, mixed in there. I don't think that's too unnormal.
Okay. So. Can we move on with the episode? Because I'd like to talk about anything else.
I don't know. I like making you squirm. It's impressive to see a book do that
for like 4 hours.
All right, so we see we're in a fighting arena of some sort. The big jaw middle. We see this Yordle, I presume. This fat.
That's a Yordle. Yeah, that's a Yordle.
Who's like overseeing everything. We never get elaboration on who the fuck this is, but I would love to see it. This just goes back to he could have been an entire character that like hinged a storyline. But like
I figured out
Oh.
I just figured out why some of the Yordles have like no fur. Because they have mange.
Oh.
Huh. That makes sense.
Wow.
Or you know what? Or they could be like Sphinx Yordles.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Either way, the more you know.
I appreciate the guy biting something off and spitting on a gong. That's
that can't be efficient. Like he has to have like a stick or something when he doesn't.
No, listen. He watched the guys start the race from the Phantom Menace.
Okay,
and just decided, you know what, that looks cool. I'll do that.
Well, here's my.
That's a neat trick.
Yeah.
Here's my thing about it. Oh no, the dirty underground illegal fighting pit isn't efficient. Oh, what is us?
Well, I'm just thinking about like this poor guy when he goes to ring the bell and he doesn't have any food. He's like, I gotta get the stick out. I gotta get the
He doesn't.
He's like,
He doesn't want to touch it.
I'm
He
just trying to reach it.
specifically like takes a bone or something like that, specifically just because okay, it's about to ring the gong. He's like looking through. He's like, oh shit, none of these have bones. Wait, so where's you got bone? What? How am I supposed to?
Also, Sean, if I was seriously shipping, I'd be talking about Jinx and Lux, but that's a different conversation for a different day.
It's not even in the show.
She's not even in the show, and I will still ship them. I don't even know League lore except for the characters. Some of those characters.
Oh, it's a
yeah.
person. Okay.
So we're reintroduced to Vi, who opens this. Oh, by the way, Loris is here in the crowd. Hi,
Also,
Loris.
Loris.
I like Loris.
She literally just cleans this guy, clears this guy's jaw off. Oh, do we actually see what his face looks like without the jaw when it lands? Oh no, that's his hand. Okay,
so.
I was gonna say that's a hand, my dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, we get to see the woman as Sai from Ice Queen or
The
Dust
woman.
Queen will describe it. I'll show you guys the video. Smaller Soul did a great video covering this episode. But yeah, we see that basically she has gone into her edgy mode, and she is now a ring fighter that's regularly by day beating the shit out of people and getting drunk by night, having partying.
Right. Sure.
I have a question.
Go for it.
All righty. What's up?
Why is she here?
Just to
He's
suffer?
fighting.
Look,
Yeah, that is true. No, what I'm talking about, and sorry, you first.
No. Oh, I want to know what you want to say.
So what I'm talking about is that can we agree that overall Vi is a pretty driven character? Like she knows what she wants / tries to go after it, and is that something we can agree with or no?
That's a complicated one. The unfortunate thing is, and this goes so many problems.
Okay.
Such a period of time has passed. We're talking months of time have passed.
Yes.
With no elaboration.
My question would be, okay, let's assume that Vi, no matter what, is a very driven character.
Oh.
What happens when she loses what she's driven for?
And to that, I would respond: there's still things that she can fight for / help with.
Yeah, but
Well, let's
When
go through what she
So-
cares about. Let's go through what she cares about. She cares
Okay.
she cares about, or she cared about Powder, but she
Right.
obviously, even though I think, she did ultimately spare Jinx, I think that bridge for her at this point is pretty well burned. She's not seeking Jinx out anymore. She cares about Caitlyn, but Caitlyn rebuffed her, and not only rebuffed her, but did it with the whole classism thing going on. Like, it was a pretty clear, I've hit you now type deal,
Mhm.
which I don't think they've ever struck each other before this.
I don't think so.
No.
But
So
No,
I
no.
would say that's a pretty clear separation. And then
Okay.
after this, okay, the one thing I can think of is maybe Echo.
That's what I was about to say.
yeah, because so I'm thinking about this. She knows about Echo. She knows about the sanctuary. She's here basically ruining her life away when she could be like at the sanctuary trying to look for Echo after he disappeared.
Maybe she already
And-
had, and she nobody.
That's actually a good point.
Nobody has seen him. Is the thing.
Yeah, so
He's on the wall.
congratulations. That's a thing that we have to add into the continuous pile of, oh, hey, this probably happened off screen. Let's write
Yeah.
more for the writers.
That's absolutely.
I honestly don't care about that because I don't think that that's ultimately important to the overall story for her to fart around looking for Echo.
It's not farting around.
That would be important to her, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It would be important to her, but ultimately that will just waste screen time.
Well,
Well, it depends on like what exactly they kind of want to focus on.
and it's
like,
it's the
Focusing
case...
on what's important to her would be important. Sorry, I keep interrupting you. I don't know.
No, it's a case of just like, oh, we don't have to see that because we're seeing this story right now. That's basically carte blanche to allow the story to do whatever it wants because, oh, we don't have to see this important piece of information because the story right now assumes that it happened off screen or nothing came of it.
Well, you're assuming that it's really important for us to watch her fruitlessly looking around for a guy that isn't here.
Well, I guess the best way to describe it is that they cover a lot of time in these music videos, and they do put a lot of effort into like putting certain character traits into said music video, but that's never even touched upon. Like it's a case
one of those. It is a thing that it would have been beneficial to understand where she is at as a character if we had touched upon it to some degree.
because like it's a joke, but it's a lot of people like kind of like a lot of people that I've seen have made the joke of Vi gets dumped once and then immediately abandons everything and then proceeds to just bumfuck and get drunk in bar fights.
I mean, to say Vi gets dumped once is like, more things happened to her, right?
Yeah, that is a gross
Well,
oversimplification.
that's what they say it's a joke.
That's why I said it was a joke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but
No,
where
it's
are
not-
you going with that?
It's only funny if it's partially true, which it's not.
Well,
Yeah.
no, okay, it is partially true. She did get dumped, and then
No, I wouldn't even say that it's partially true.
I think partially true is also a gross oversimplification.
Yeah, exactly.
Vi.
Yeah, it's 5% true, guys. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, she lost everyone she cares about. And on top of that, got like the double whammy of like, oh shit, like Jinx even has like Isha, like she has a more stable family situation than I do. Like, she got hit by a
Jinx
lot.
away would be
Well, to be
taking,
fair,
I guess the
her
question
away.
to
is
be
like
fair,
because she lost
doesn't know
her
that
whole
about
family.
Isha.
Like the next thing I would also say is like she lost everyone also after Act 1 of Season 1, and granted there was also a time skip there too, but like she was still willing to like get back out there by the time that Caitlyn came to pick her up, I guess.
That's actually interesting because she wasn't initially. It took some convincing and the right words to get her motivated to leave.
Yeah.
And like she had to actually.
Did it?
Or was it the other way around? Was it more that she
yeah.
offered her assistance? To
It was
get
well, because like here's the thing: when Caitlyn immediately showed the drawings or the little scribbles, Vi immediately recognized them as Powder's drawings, and like she like ran up against the bars, even scaring Caitlin, because like this was the first time that she saw anything related to her sister.
Right, but that was because she had thought that Jinx was dead. And she was only, committed to just staying in the prison and beating up whoever she knows is from Silco's employ.
The more I'm thinking about it, the more is just I wish they had addressed what her thoughts on Echo were to some extent.
Well, the thing about the entire situation with Vi and Echo as characters is that they're supposed to be like long-term friends. They're supposed to care about each other. They don't share a word this entire season, by the way.
I don't really recall them being all that close in season 1 either.
I actually
part of the same.
I disagree with that. I actually think that once they that's how they get. That's how she convinces Echo to let her into the sanctuary. It's like they have that whole hug after she lets her.
Thing. No, that's not what I mean, Raymond.
Well,
what I meant was like if they were as close as what is being claimed here. Then I would expect that he would have been a much bigger presence throughout season 1 in the first place. But for the most part, they were both kind of just doing their own thing, even after she got, before and probably after she got out of prison.
Echo is the one that gives them the information to steal things. They directly talk about one another, and Echo is also the one that brings Vi into the knowledge of what will eventually be Vander's taking and them going out to get him. They trust each other to
I never said that they didn't like each other. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Okay.
I will burn you.
Well, okay. The assertion was that they weren't as close of friends as we are making them out to be, right? That was
then the question would be, what are you making it out to be?
Yeah, I would presume that the two actually do care about each other, especially after reuniting after years. And I think.
And I never said that they didn't care about each other.
Well, I would
say that that's almost like another thing that is interpreted from off-screen interactions,
what, how,
how close, how close they are, well, because it's he's one of the he's one of the main characters. He gets more screen time, but he's like an information. He gave them information. He's their information.
Well, no, I'm not even pulling from necessarily their childhood. I'm pulling from how they interacted with each other in episode 6 or 7. It was episode
7, I think.
In episode 7, Echo was willing to trust. Echo was willing to trust Vi's word, to trust Caitlin in taking the Hex Core up to Jace personally. He was willing to go into extremely hostile territory that he himself had actually previously attacked. Whether or not, it was over Silco was besides the point. It was technically Piltover shipments that he and the rest of his crew attacked. He was going into a lion's den, trusting only Vi. That, I think, indicates a level of trust and closeness that I don't think can be understated. And the fact that Vi actually argued in his favor multiple times throughout that, trying to, push his side. I think this might actually be where people misconstrue Vi being for the undercity, because I actually don't think Vi is particularly about the undercity. I think she's more so about the people she's connected to in the undercity. So I think she's more so
direct community.
She's advocating more so for Echo and Jinx and people she actually cares about closely. I think that's more what drives her than anything.
I still think that you're conflating trust and with closeness, but okay, whatever. Let's just move on.
I was gonna say, I would have liked to see maybe she was talking with the Bat guy and I don't know, during one little clip here, just talking to the Bat guy, he says something.
Yeah, but we know that you like to balloon things out so that you see every single little tiny minuscule detail.
Well, to be fair, when we're asking questions and it stopped our conversation to a halt for 10 minutes here.
Well, because only because I argued back with it. If I had just shut my face or maybe left the call, then you wouldn't have had this conversation in the first place.
I mean, it's not like there are other people in the call who could argue against that point anyway, or something.
Well, not could and have are two different things as well.
Regardless,
yeah, because I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah,
That's
my
the thing to do. Sorry, I won't do it again.
Interrupt away.
My statement for it is like they want to the obvious thing is like Via's lost everything, she's pushing everyone else away, but it's just the fact that these are like characters and factions that did help each other and they do have history, but they don't have so much as the flash in this montage, and we're just like, oh, here's Vi at the like lowest part. And I feel like that's either a bit of a missed opportunity or like a question that deserves an answer.
There's also something to be said about like, does she? I don't know. Does she know the way back to the tree?
I'll be honest, I don't know.
Would she and Caitlyn have been let out with blindfolds?
Wait, I actually thought that we talked about this in like one of the previous streams where, because like she wasn't blindfolded when they were leaving the tree.
Oh,
to
they
go
weren't.
To...
Yeah,
they weren't.
And I guess the other thing about it is the easy way around this, and to write for the writers as well. She was with the enforcers and she did gas the undercity, so a lot of people down there probably don't really like Vi
that's
right
actually
now.
probably a fair argument to make in that regard, is that whether or not, although this does then go back to the earlier problem, which I said, I think the first 3 episodes are the ones that damage future. It would have been really great to see the reaction of the Firelights to the fact that the enforcers are coming down and gassing people. I would have.
Yeah, well,
that would have
the
helped
Firelights are
establish that.
The Firelights are represented by the Bat Guy and him alone, basically, for the entire season.
Which is all of like 5 minutes.
Batman.
I will give a major compliment, though. What I love about this montage is it actually, unlike the prior one, I think really establishes how much time has passed, because we get a flicker through of dozens of different fighters. In fact, we also get repeat fighters, I think, presumably. So the idea is that she has been fighting in this arena for a long period of time. And then we also get hints like this hand of Jinx being there, watching her.
See that?
Yeah, that was Jinx's hand holding up that card.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I would assume so. I was actually, because it wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense how like she found Vi if there wasn't something like that to hint at it.
No, I think we actually see her in the crowd clearly in a minute here.
Oh yeah, no, there's a couple of times where you can see her.
Yeah,
it's both the montage and the music video. One can assume that this is post Stillwater, and this is like her watching a fight right before she recruits Vi, as well. So everything follows pretty easily.
Also, this dude is cool. I want his mask. That's a dope mask. I want his whole getup. That's a good getup.
It does kind of.
He does. He is drippy. He is drippy.
Isn't there a mask champion?
You just
gotta be more.
You just want to go to the masquerade from Jing.
He does.
I was about to say, he kind of looks like a Dark Souls character. Like he could pass as a.
Oh, dude, he could be like a character from Bloodborne.
Yeah.
I'd do a PvP match against that guy.
But yeah, as we go, we see that she's downing person after person. She's splooshing her head into a toilet bowl. I'm not entirely sure why. I know it's not a toilet, but you know. But she's like, she's trying to clear her head, and she's getting more and more worn out. It's like so much time passing. She's drinking. She's spending coin. She's doing more and more goth emo makeup so she can get into the Hoth topic without the cover charge.
Oh yeah.
Heck.
She basically is deteriorating faster and faster as time goes on.
Yeah. Negative spirals and all that.
And then she makes Loris. Oh, we also see now in here the effect of the Enforcer takeover, because we see Caitlyn's symbol on these banners.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
So you got to
say. I was going to say it's a military takeover overall.
Yeah, martial law, and it's all done very quickly, very efficiently, and I appreciate it. She's seen Caitlyn all over the place. She's punching her mirrors because it's requisite that this family has broken mirrors in their homes. She sees Caitlyn and this guy that's dancing with her, who I'm pretty sure is actually... This might be one of the kids they fought in episode 1.
It is actually. Yeah, no, well, he's actually a recurring character in season. So like he was a guy who like fought Vi on the bridge, and like you can see him in. I don't know if he has a name, but like he licked his knife in one of the like when he was about to like run towards her, and he also appears again at the rematch between Vi and Savika. You can't miss him either. He's the one who like who like uses the jukebox and he's like dancing.
Oh
and is
yeah,
the last person to realize that's him.
Nice.
Yeah, that's him.
Okay, completely.
That's the guy.
So
It's
basically,
Vi
just has a habit of punching the same people over and over again.
Yeah.
Small
Gets
world.
him.
Small world, man.
Yeah.
Listen, her fist bends
a small
space and
underworld.
time. It makes the world smaller.
Billy Donuts.
Yo,
Billy Donuts.
Billy Donuts.
Billy Donuts. So we see that Loris is trying to keep her from fighting. She's getting pissed off at Loris, and he eventually gets fed up with her bullshit. And so now she's just coming home alone, drinking out alone. We see Jinx there watching her in the crowd, like, I am mysterious.
Right.
So knowing what we know about what Jinx is kind of up to a little bit, what is she doing and why is she taking so long?
I finished out an
just
interesting
trying-
question. It's like,
If I may, real
Good.
quickly. I think she's probably just picking the right time to actually approach Vi because it's
Yeah, I
very
agree.
apparent.
I
that
was
she's
gonna
not
say-
really
I was
in
about to
a
argue
good
that
space
myself.
right now.
It's you have to the question isn't like why is she taking her time, in the sense that like obviously she's got to figure out the best time to approach Vi, considering the last time the two were like in the same room together, there was a few things that happened.
Yeah,
so
Vi had her pinned down.
Oh, wait, no, wait.
Don't say that.
This can't be after the Stillwater breakout. So that guy really did get out in good behavior. Because like the Stillwater breakout happens later in this, because like it hasn't happened yet in this timeline, because we see later Caitlyn walking through the Discovery, and I don't think we're going to rewind time to that much of an extent.
Wait, so then does that mean that Jinx was looking for Vi even before she found out that Vander was alive?
Yeah, I think maybe she was just keeping tabs on her then.
Possibly, yeah.
Oh. I didn't know there was like a different timeline at this point.
Well, there's got to be, actually, now that I think about it.
I think the
because-
start of this episode basically reverses back to Vi just after, or like a day, a week to a couple of days after having been, after having been dumped by Caitlyn.
Yeah, and like Jinx talking to Vi has to be like a day after Stillwater, because let's face it, that actually is a question. Like, Jinx, how'd you get Warwick out of Stillwater?
Well, we'll get to that. But yeah, Jinx has been keeping an eye on Vi, and then Vi faints because of her epilepsy at seeing the flashing images. Then basically we're just seeing Vi burn out. She's getting the shit kicked out of her.
A lot of people.
Yeah, by a lot of people. It's like it looks like she's losing her fights more and more. Although that could just be that, end of the nights she winds up losing her fights eventually. First she hallucinates Caitlyn being there, which is sad. She man, the definition of like, we're continuing the toxic lesbian relationship status. Now she just can't let fucking go. It's been months. It's like the same girl's been haunting her. And then, okay, all right. Someone tell me. You guys want to laugh at me about speed? I'm like, what the fuck is Jinx doing here?
I know.
Gently waking her up.
Doomer Politics jumps into the call.
Oh God. I do have several questions with Jinx and Vi in the ensuing conversation.
Okay, well.
Oh no, my nails are broken.
No.
Well,
Truly, this
stream's
is the
over.
worst of days.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, Jinx does this little breathe into the ear thing, which if my sibling did to me, I'd be really uncomfortable.
Yeah, same.
And Vi wakes up groggy, if I can just speed along a little bit here. And we see Jinx being, goofy, putting her own name on her face like Vi has on hers in the broken mirror. And yeah, we immediately see Vi has probably the appropriate response to this.
So why is Jinx going to Vi for Warwick and everything?
Who else can she go to?
So
That's kind of the question. Is like,
so here's my okay.
so yeah, go ahead.
Why would you ask this?
Because the last time they saw each other, they wanted to kill each other, and they
Yeah.
tried.
It has
Like,
been months.
One
and
thought that the other was a psychopathic terrorist. The other person thought that the other was a fascist who was gassing their cities. There's kind of a little bit of like bad blood here.
I was gonna say though, I think the important factor is that last moment in episode 3 where Vi actively steps between Caitlyn and Isha, and I think more so that helped Jinx realize that her sister is still her sister. This hasn't changed. There is something there that she still recognizes in a way that they hadn't been able to see in so long. They've been so lost on one another. And
I mean, presumably Vi was still trying to. Well, I mean, looking at it as charitably as possible, presumably Vi was still trying to kill Jinx. Just for some reason, they couldn't get Isha out of the equation.
Well, yes, but I think
Okay,
that is part of it, though.
Zero is saying that what she did was unsibling behavior, but you guys were literally talking about how they were trying to kill each other. So what would be the method to wake her up in a non-violent way that isn't similar to trying to kill each other, which is what siblings actually do? Well, that would be to gently wake her up, which is what she did. So there.
I would have gotten some water and just dripped it on her face.
or just thrown a glass or something.
Okay, no. I think the sound of glass shattering would be a bad way to wake up.
No, you get an air horn.
Oh God!
No, it's still,
I would just maybe keep playing Vi, Mama, Mommy, Mama.
Mama.
Oh my God.
Worst thing for a freaking hangover. Just say.
Yeah.
Well, regardless.
I think that Sean is a little bit of a freak because he's saying that blowing on someone's ear is inherently sexual. That is not. You're a weirdo.
It's inherently intimate, but I'm gonna say I
call it weird. I call it weird more than anything
yeah.
else.
I was gonna say I don't know many people that do that outside of a relationship to each other, unless not even even if it's best friends trying to annoy each other. Typically, the person's awake.
Yeah.
And it's not sensual.
I would call it unusual. Okay, I wouldn't call it sexual.
Gee, wow! The most unusual character in the show is doing something unusual. Color me shocked.
Oh, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it. I'm just saying it Jinx, you be freaky.
This really is turning into. God, are we sure that Doomer politics isn't in the call?
I was just I'm not saying it's wrong for her character. I'm just adding to the pile of things.
No, I'm not arguing against you guys. I'm just talking to chat.
I don't know.
You're getting so Twilight. You're getting what we call in the streaming business the one guide. Okay.
No, I talked to at least 3 different people. Thank you very much.
You're getting 3 guys, burgers and fries. Okay.
Okay.
I'm the only one that regularly talks to chat outside of Raymond. So there.
I don't know. I think we all have done a pretty good job balancing it.
No.
As for it,
okay.
well, the thing about a statement that I'd like to go back to for Raymond,
Thanks,
it's been a few months. So if you tried to kill someone, like, and they tried to kill you, if you saw that person again a few months later, you'd be fine with it?
Dude, what are the fucking factors at play?
Again,
Is
like,
it my sibling? Is it my best friend? Is it just some random guy on the street? I'm sorry. They have so much history to them right now that I think actually justifies these two. Like, at least Jinx being like, okay, not only is it that she actually stopped and tried to save Isha, who I'm actually kind of indebted to in some ways. Like, I am taking care of my daughter. She protected my daughter. She actually hesitated in killing me. I saw it in her eyes. She hesitated. She did try to go through with it, but I saw the moment there. That was also, I think, potentially a factor. But then it's been months, and then it's like, oh, by the way, our dad is alive, meaning my fuck up, the thing that split us apart, I might be able to fix this.
Yeah, Milo and Clagger are still dead.
Do we assume, just throwing this also into the equation, do we assume that the ending of episode 3 also possibly mends the Vi helping Caitlyn gas the Undercity, which was also something that Jinx was angry at her for?
I don't know if Jinx was genuinely angry at her for that, or more that was just a convenient excuse for her to be pissed.
But it was one of, well, I mean, because that was one of the things that was like making her have like a psychotic episode, because she was really angry when she saw Vi coming into the arcade with the other enforcers and with the uniform on, and then bringing that up in the fight in episode 3 as well, and how like seeing Vi in that kind of way like made her kind of have that freak out before she got caught up with Smeech, and then that eventually leading to her decide that, yeah, I'm gonna finish off the rest of my family. I feel like it is kind of a factor.
One moment, Zelki breaks down door, sweating, hyperventilating. Sorry, I'm late. What did I miss? You've missed by getting angry at us for being nitpicky,
Pedantic.
quote unquote, or pedantic.
Hey, I'm just participating in the conversation, making up for last week. Raymond.
Also,
Yeah.
I never said
really
it
feel
wasn't
like you guys are
helping.
ignoring that these two are siblings. You're like,
well, it's
why
not
don't
even
these two
just-
ever want to talk to each other again about the dad that they share?
Well, it's not. It's not that like we're ignoring the fact that they're siblings. It's kind of the question of like, do they even like the kind of implication, at least in the Act 1, was kind of that they had disowned one another.
Yeah, but this is still a thing with a lot of families. You can say a lot of really nasty fucking shit to each other, even like beat each other up. But the moment that something serious has gone down, you're still gonna go to that family member.
But that's
Speaking
the thing,
speaking from the
It's not
perspective of
it's not just saying nasty things to each other and like beating each other up. It's the fact that one of them.
Yeah,
helped, like, the
and
same
I've had
organization.
family members threaten
Well, yeah.
us, and we have still helped them.
Have you had people who have like joined like a fascist organization that have like gassed a bunch of your people, and then the other person is like a psychopathic terrorist who's like killed?
You're being
Okay.
way too fucking specific for this.
okay,
Also-
if
It's
Pete,
because those are all factors.
oh guys,
That's like
Pete,
the context
if I
of
said
this.
yes,
I literally have. Thank you very much.
but I was gonna say, I take it from
It's not
someone
an
who,
exaggeration.
like,
I
my
have
relationship,
family members.
my relationship with my sibling, my sister, back when we were teenagers especially, was really fucking bad. Like, I was fully convinced that one day things were going to spiral to the point that one of us was going to kill each other. And I mean that, I'm not saying like in the joking way, I mean that very seriously. That the fact that we have gotten to the healthy point now, I think more like, okay, and I'll say that the minute that we were on a vacation on a walk somewhere, and the minute that she slipped and fell off a cliff, I maybe had one split second of hesitation, and then I was immediately there trying to help her up, because like that's in an extreme circumstance, and that's immediately heat of the moment extreme circumstance. But I think in an extreme circumstance, like, oh, our dad is back alive, you kind of put a lot of things aside, even though you really, really don't want to. Even when,
In fact,
That's what I've been saying. Because like I've had
Exactly.
family members threaten my life before, and or threaten my mother with knives. We had to hide knives whenever this person came to visit, and yet our relationship now is in a much healthier place because they are family. We can forgive them for doing really awful shit.
I think something that is important to point out, and I think that gets elaborated on in the scene when they're in like the caverns or whatever looking for Vander, is that Jinx kind of acknowledges that both of them have done a lot of shit to each other.
Yeah,
like,
I think
would
that's
be
also
much more,
a factor.
I think I would be way more on your guys' side, I know, and Pete, if it was like one-sided, you know, if it was like a Sasuke Naruto situation where someone is clearly doing something wrong on one side, but given the fact that Jinx has had way more opportunity to self-reflect and both of them have done like really bad shit, and the fact that Vander is still out of control and she hasn't cracked that yet, I think it's somewhat understandable for Jinx to think, okay, this is a long shot, but I'm gonna go with it. Does that
I'll concede on Jinx. I don't entirely agree with it. I think there is a much stronger case to make about like whether or not Vi would go along with this, especially when she doesn't even know yet that Vander is actually alive yet. But we can talk about that.
Well, that's why she's all like, "Oh,
Yeah.
I'm." Oh,
Well, yeah, well,
we
can actually-
gonna see what
continue the
happens.
scene to get a bit more.
We can actually
full
move the
things.
scene along in a moment here. Adam Zelky
We're
says,
actually literally just about to get to that
Yeah.
in the moment.
Oh, yeah, no,
so
Adam
why I'm
Zelky
holding
says, in fiction, it can exaggerate the sibling rivalry and how bad siblings hurt each other and how much they just let go, to each their own with what you are willing to forgive yourself, though.
Yeah, it's sort of a mild.
I was going to say, like, legitimately, it's going to be mild, yeah. So if I can scroll back. So Vi
Really?
immediately goes to, I am going to choke a bitch and punch a bitch to death. You know, I don't want to hear another word out of your mouth. And then Jinx doesn't give a word. She gives a gasp, which, you know, is fair. And immediately Jinx gets right to the point. It's Vander. And Vi is like, I'm not falling for your bullshit anymore. And then Jinx has to say he's alive. And that surprises the fuck out of Vi. And she immediately is like, no, that's bullshit. We both know that. And Jinx is, well, she's choking Jinx to death.
Mhm.
And then Jinx cries pink.
Oh, you got some lemonade there.
I'm not entirely sure what this is meant to indicate. Like, maybe she is activating her shimmer, but she's not using it to fight back. And
I saw it as more like aesthetic of this is like her true tears or something like that in the moment.
well, I thought that was part of the implication as well, but also, like, I wonder, like, what would Vi know about that?
What,
If I saw
shimmer?
someone crying pink
Shimmer?
tears, my first thought is going to be, what the fuck?
So, I mean, okay, if we're going to talk about that, when she says, like, it's Vander, wouldn't the question be something like, what's Vander? Or slash, like, how dare you, or something like, how dare you say his name, or something like that. And then he's alive, and another thing with this particular scene, Jinx, can you tell that Vander's is now a giant, Wolfman thing?
Because honestly, it would be kind of funny to be like have her like explain. Oh yeah, what is Vander? Oh, he's turned into a gigantic killer wolf.
I kind of want to have a reaction. I want that to be said, a reaction from Vi, and then the scene cuts.
Vi, like, why is Vander?
So this is another one of your psychotic episodes. All right, it just goes back to bed.
Maybe that's an effect of the gray pink tear. No, she has shimmer. Like, she is a shimmer creature.
Yeah.
now.
Yeah,
She
it's
has-
I
because of,
thought it was the
Singed.
shimmer too.
yeah, same.
Yeah.
So I'm not entirely sure, but
you know.
Vi sees something in this and lets her go.
Oh, I thought it was just her reacting to like, oh, it looks like she seems pretty fucking convinced.
Well, yeah, like
know,
that could be it.
yeah.
We're never really elaborated upon what it is. I don't think that Vi sees. And someone is flipping cards. What?
That is Twilight.
Sorry?
There's like a
static on your
staticky
end.
thing.
Yeah, something was popping.
Oh,
It did sound like.
What have I been
flipping
doing?
cards.
I don't. It sounded very lightly like you were like flipping through a deck of cards.
Yeah.
Right.
the only thing that I've been doing is eating something with Lettuce?
Flipping through some lettuce.
I'm gonna shuffle my salad.
Listen.
That sounds like a dope way to make a salad.
This is how herbivores gamble, okay, guys?
It's like one of those like old timey like Looney Tunes cartoons where like they make a bunch of sandwiches by like flipping the ingredients and like, with one another.
Twilight's mic has engaged in helicopter mode. Yeah, right.
That is hilarious.
And so Jinx continues, now that she's released, is like, he needs her help, I can prove it. And Vi is taking a good long look in the mirror, realizing that she either chooses this or she goes on to become a cover art for Linkin Park. And we get the opening credits for the episode.
Also, how dare you? She would be in the cover art for Disturbed, thank you.
That or Evanescence.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you Evanescence, definitely.
I'd give Evanescence, personally.
Do I still have mic static?
No, it seems to be fine.
No,
Okay.
no,
I
it's
see your
got-
lettuce
It's
wraps
also
and
really
raisin, one
intermittent,
cabbage.
so like,
Yeah, that too.
I don't know.
Intermittent, like you mean when I was chewing?
Well,
No, it was like while you were talking, mostly. We didn't even hear any chewing.
But yeah, no, so I think this is because this is going to like color, I think, the rest of the episode for Vi and Jinx. So I think we've already argued enough on Jinx's side of things. Do we want to talk about Vi's side of things? Do we want to raise any points there?
I feel like it kind of goes even more so in that, because like for as much stuff that Jinx is mad at Vi for doing, there's even more stuff on the other side. Never mind like the finale. There's all the firelights and who knows how many other innocent people, either from Zaun or from Piltover, that she's killed. Just the terroristic kind of stuff that like she's done. It feels.
Oh no, you first, my man.
No, that was pretty much it. I was just listing off like a lot of the stuff that we know just off the top of my head.
Well, the thing that really brings it, for at least from Vi's perspective, Vander's alive. He's we'll be able to save him and everything else like that. Okay, Vander's alive. Milo and Clagger are still dead.
And what is she supposed to do about that?
I get what you're going for, is that Milo and Clagger are still dead. And I do think that probably should have been something discussed about, but at the same time, you can save potentially someone from that disaster.
Yeah, it's a case of something that I will fully admit this is somewhat colored by the meta, because I think it was Christian Link, one of the show writers, said the only thing that these two to really do is either they team up or they don't. Which, no, there's a lot of questions to talk about between the two, and there's like this whole interesting conversations that they could be going on. But regardless of that fact, Vi is effectively trusting someone she knows is effectively psychotic and having a possible psychotic break to, hey, come with me down this very particular mine shaft away from everybody. Which
we're gonna go find a guy who died in your arms.
Yeah. Like I get
okay.
Okay. So then also counterpoint, Vi is at the bottom of the barrel right now, like where she is. What does she have to lose?
Outside of her life.
Her life.
I was gonna
maybe.
say,
she ain't doing a good job of taking care of that at this point.
That's the meme answer, honestly. Let's be honest.
Also,
yeah,
that's why I said outside of her life, because obviously she doesn't care about it at
her
the
apartment.
moment,
She can lose her apartment.
Yeah.
Got her lease canceled.
All these people who bet on me in the bum fights are gonna really miss me if I die today.
Yeah, for real. But also another thing that I would like to point out, and when Clagger and what's his name was mentioned, Milo. Sorry, Milo and Clagger were mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Like, To be fair, I understand that, but I think fact of the matter is that Jinx came all this way to find her because seemingly she believes that Vander is alive and that he can be saved with Vi's help. And I think the effort to do that, for Jinx to do that alone, even after all the stuff that they've been through and all the things that they have talked about, I can understand that giving her pause and making her think, okay, let's see what this is actually.
Well, thanks everyone. Thanks for coming to the Team Jack podcast. I hope you all had a great time. Remember to come out next week. We'll talk about anything other than Arcane.
Claws, not paws.
He's
fucking hell, fat man.
All right, but you get what I
hilarity.
mean. Like, I would say that, like, on Vi's end, at this point, and as we'll go further into the episode, she's still skeptical about this and, Jinx's supposed rehabilitation. But the fact that she's gone our way to do this without any of her usual theatrics, and definitely not in a bid to get back at the Undercity, because this is completely outside of that at this point, I believe that is probably enough in her mind to be all like, okay, let's see where this is going. That's my argument.
So then also, what was I going to say to that? So bottom of the barrel for her. She's not doing great. I think that Jinx putting herself in such a position, because I think that might have been part of what she saw, is that Jinx basically was willing to die to convey this information to Vi.
Yeah.
And though Jinx is a lunatic, she has a method to her madness. It's not like she is a complete spontaneous mess of a villainous character that's just crazy for craziness' sake. She always has a motive, which is one of the reasons she's so compelling as a nutcase villain, is that she actually has some sense of logic to how she behaves.
It's
that's why I mean that's why that's why I said this her doing this, she in Vi's mind, Jinx is committed to just terrorizing fucking Piltover and raising up the Undercity or doing whatever the fuck she's trying to do there. Convincing Vi that Vander is alive and getting her to help her at the risk of her own life is completely outside of that shit.
Yeah.
So I can imagine with that in mind, and the fact that time has passed, and the other thing you said, I forget. I think again that's probably some of the big things that give her pause.
Has Jinx Powder ever lied on
watching
screen?
you?
I can't remember. Yes, actually.
Yeah.
She lied. I mean, the one that comes most readily to mind was episode 4 of season 1, when it was Progress Day and she made the explosions go off, and it's like, and I what?
Oh no, I was just
dramatically coughing.
He was coughing.
I have the thing in the back of my throat, man. I'm getting sick.
I legitimately, it sounded like you were about to bring up a point.
Oh no, not at all. I'm waiting for you to continue. I just coughed in the back.
No, it was it was just her with like the help. I'm a little girl that set the building on fire and also brought all these explosives. It's like, technically speaking, there was a couple of lies in there.
Yeah, but she never lied to Vi, as far as I'm aware, in season 1.
Yeah, I don't think she has. I don't think they've ever lied to each other.
Well,
to our knowledge.
Well, in Vi's case, it wasn't a lie. It's sort of like an omission, I guess. Where like, no, I guess she didn't even lie by omission there either. Never mind. Also, Josh Thomas More knew usually theatrics, apart from speaking seductively in Vi's ears. Shut the fuck up, dude. We're past that, okay? Let it go.
My point here is Jinx invoking memories of the traumatic night should be elicit a violent reaction. I mean, she doesn't stop. She does punch a wall down to the point that it starts to crumble, and she's still choking her sister. That was a relatively violent reaction.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, if we really wanted to double down on the awkwardness, just like harder, and just like Vi, just like,
no,
what?
Oh my god.
But no. So we open after the credits with Ambessa looking at her clawed up mask, and in the aftermath of the Jesus Christ, there's a lot of dead people.
Yep.
In the aftermath of
Warwick took a
Warwick,
lot of people.
Yeah, it's an appropriate reaction.
which raises again the question, we discussed it last week, but like, why isn't Ambessa dead? What
you
we
have to
concluded
understand.
too is that like Warwick was just on a direct warpath going somewhere. So if anyone just got out of the way, they would be relatively unharmed, or at least
Nah,
ignored.
fam. There's a much better reason. Much better. You ignored it completely.
Okay.
Warwick did hit his ult, but then Ambessa popped her ult, and her ult wins if she pops it second. So obviously that's how she wins. That's actually a thing. No, by the way, like she becomes if the interactions between their ults is that whoever goes second wins, basically.
So what you're saying is that in order for me to understand the outcome of their encounter with one another, I have to play League of Legends.
Yes.
Fuck no, babe.
No,
Immediately a 1 out of 10 show.
Exactly. But my only comment from this is episode 4 is I would have liked to seen the fight, but at the same time, I can see Ambessa, considering she's a general of Noxus, and what you have to do to become a general of Noxus, both with the implication and what's shown in this series.
Is that
She's
you have
no
to be built different.
Yeah, she's no pushover in any kind of fighting. So
Yeah, if anything, my issue isn't her surviving. My issue is just like she should probably be a bit more damaged, but still,
That's
that
where
depends
I
on
would go as
exactly
well.
the context.
Yeah, I was
of,
gonna
like,
say
how
her
that
mask
is.
took a hit, but like, does she have a single wound on her?
I think we see some like scratches on her face. makes
no,
her
there's no
as
scratches on
mask.
her face. There's scratches on the mask, I think.
Yeah, scratches on the mask.
hold on.
Let's see her face. I don't think she has anything.
We
We see
No,
some.
we-
There,
A little
there,
under the
there are some
eye.
scratches actually. There's some
no,
scratches.
no,
on
she
her.
has a face.
I don't know if those are there before, but there's some like
no.
little tot
There are
splotches
some.
of
There's
blood on
some.
her armor.
You can tell like where the claws actually came through the mask on her, like
Yeah.
on the bridge of her nose and under her left eye.
Oh yeah, I was talking about like the little splotches of blood on like that top part of her armor right there.
I know
I don't know
those
if
weren't
that's
there.
always there, but
No, they weren't.
Okay.
Billy Donuts, I wonder if Fiddlesticks will show up in the future. Frankly, if they don't use Fiddlesticks, they are missing out on some great opportunity for visuals and storytelling overall.
Yeah, I was gonna
by the
say
way-
I would love some horror with that.
Oh, I was under the impression that like the big face that we saw in like the cloud of the gray in like the earlier episodes had something to do with Fiddlesticks
A lot of
because it
people
looked
thought
vaguely
that.
like his face.
They thought, but no, that's just like
That was just
visualization.
Yeah.
Fiddlesticks is currently like 2 continents away right now.
Yeah.
There was a fic that I'm still reading. It's actually pretty good, where
cool.
Fiddlesticks is actually used as a kind of a boogeyman down deep in the sewers, and like he's not a singular entity. He's like this boogeyman that's like persistent in the darkest corners of Runeterra. It's really neat how they integrate him because there's just characters that just fucking run into him spontaneously and die, and people are like, "Oh shit, yeah, we don't go down there for a reason."
Vi stood her ground with Warwick, finding out at the end of the episode.
That's going to be a
Yeah?
conversation, I imagine.
That's also a conversation overall on different things. Overall, I'm personally fine with it, considering.
Yeah, it was just like
Vi-
curiosity on things. So we get Caitlyn arriving in her cool cape. I may mention that. Ambessa and her share a look. And what I appreciate here is I think Ambessa actually, you can see there's a moment of like uncertainty in Ambessa's eyes, like her expression. Like she's sad here. I'm not entirely sure why she's sad. I guess she feels defeated.
Well, I mean, she did have guards with her, so
Potentially,
yeah,
yeah.
presumably she has, lost some of her own people on top of like the enforcers, and just the fact that something, right, that she's gonna express later on is so much different from any other beast she has fought before, managed to just worm its way in there, and she was outgunned.
which
Well,
personally is I have to bring up my roommate's response is that like, oh, Ambessa, you're really scared / surprised by Warwick. The shit that Darius and his brother hunt on the average weekend makes Warwick look like nothing. Come on, girl.
Oh well.
I don't know.
It's just a joke. Just a joke. There's nothing serious about it.
I was gonna
100%.
say, like, I'm pretty sure that, like, I'm half convinced that Warwick still isn't dead by the end of the series. Like,
I'm positive he isn't. Well, I mean, we'll get to that when we get to
we'll
it.
get to that in episode 9. So, Caitlin basically arrives at the bloodbath, and she does a bit of her detective work for the second time in the series, and or I guess second and a half, because she did a little bit of that in the middle of one episode. But like, this never gets used again. Vision. This is one major disappointment I have with the series is I really wish we got to see Kate doing more for detective work. Legitimately.
Okay. So this is the thing that I have with Caitlin's detective work. Did she get a report that there was like this wolf monster? Because you see this like claw to come down and everything, and like how would she be able to visualize this? And I mean this like not to be nitpicky and pedantic, though it probably comes across that, I'll fully admit that. But like Caitlin has legitimately no context for this unless she was told directly like by say like, hey, this is what happened. Can we assume that she was
very convenient that the guy that was in one of the cells over from Singed was actually a very talented caricature artist.
Yeah, like that I am more than willing to sorry.
I assume that like Ambessa probably could have like filled her in a little bit on like what exactly it was that she encountered, but I
have no issue with that. Like it's kind of funny that she's able to do that if she doesn't have any context, but the issue that I have with this detective work is, well, she deduces that Singed deliberately dropped like particular pieces of blood to summon Warwick, which I don't get at all.
I know. I actually get it, because as opposed to all the other blood in the room, there is a deliberate trail being led to one specific location. It doesn't appear like it's an injury. It doesn't it doesn't appear like it's an injury that was accidental. It doesn't like there is a strict trail of it. Like it's very clearly something that stands out, and I think that's what she's noticing.
I mean,
also,
at the same time,
presumably.
Sorry. No. Go ahead.
Just one last thing. Also, presumably, he's like the only prisoner that didn't escape, as well.
Well, there's that too.
Yeah.
So, I can see her. And when it comes down to the visualizing of the hand, I think that's just visual shorthand.
I was gonna say it's just visual shit. I have no issues there. The thing that I have with it is like, well, I mean, she concludes everything perfectly, and there's a lot of different explanations from the fact of like a guy could have a like cut on their hand that's dripping down.
Well, no, the back to the blood drip. No, I actually disagree on that, because that would actually have a much more sporadic pattern, because you wouldn't be you'd be holding it in such a way that you wouldn't be trailing blood as regularly, or you'd be so careless about it that you'd be dripping blood in more sporadic spurts in different directions in a wider arc. But this is actively someone who's holding it in place to drip it in regular intervals. That, I think, stands out as like, this is nowhere near as sporadic as it should be.
Also,
you didn't watch enough Dexter growing up.
Look, you just gotta be a serial killer and you understand this stuff.
Yeah, totally.
I'm beating myself up for like watching the episode, but not watching your guys' stream last week. What was your guys' thoughts on the on just Warwick being drawn specifically to and almost exclusively
Singe's blood?
Singed, yeah.
I thought it was funny that he got on like a tram that was like going on a
like a wire.
Yeah,
hilarious.
Okay,
I'm waiting to see him at the head.
That he's dropping the blood straight down in the same position. So how would Warwick follow that?
Well, I like the image of Warwick just sitting there waiting for the tram to come back and pick him up.
Yeah, he's there waiting
patiently. Newspaper. He's got the newspaper.
No, not even. He's like a dog, so he's like just sitting there, like all.
He's scratching his ear with his back foot.
His tail is wagging.
And there's just a guard standing there, like just off to the side awkwardly, like you're just gonna sit there. Okay.
Yeah.
He goes through the little fair turnstile.
Has to go through sideways.
No, I imagine two of them are like Jurassic Park. One of them is like its eyesight is based on movement or some shit like that. Don't move.
But no, okay. When it comes down
Pats
to the
his
blood,
like upper body as if he has pockets, and then shrugs at the guy taking the fare.
while I have issues with it, I wish I had more information on it. What we basically proceeded to understand from it is, at the end of episode 3, we saw basically what was the teaser trailer, one of the teaser trailers, where he's actually feeding his own blood into Warwick. So we presumed from there that's how Warwick got the scent specifically for Singed's blood in this instance. I don't know how that works because we never are privy to any of the mechanics that go into Warwick.
Bullshit science.
Yeah, it's just bullshit magic, chem science stuff. And then we also concluded that it took a significant amount of time once the blood was in the air for Warwick to actually power up and start charging through the city, because by the time he was active, the entire street had already been cleared of people that had been shuffled off to the prison, and he only actively started, I think, moving. Like, we only started seeing things from his point of view once they were in the tram, and if not in the prison cells. So the presumption is after he squeezed his hand for blood and it dropped, we saw the activation start, but I don't think that was supposed to be correlative in time. I think it was more so that, like, they were showing us that this is what's activating it. However, the activation actually happens a lot later in the timeline than what we ultimately saw on screen.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I can believe that he is drawn exclusively by Singed blood. It's just a question of, like, if I don't remember if there was, like, ever any other kind of circumstance where he's drawn by someone else's blood. I think if there is, it would probably be in this episode. But so, like, maybe we'll find out. But
Isn't there a bit later in this episode where Isha gets cut and he goes off?
I want to say that was the case. I don't remember. But,
Okay,
like, we can
now,
talk about it when we
well,
get to it.
drawn
That's
to
later.
versus thrown into a frenzy by. I think there's a distinction to be made. Because he talks about it later in this episode, but basically, I think the idea of using him using himself as bait or the draw is like a tactical choice, as opposed to, if there's blood in the air, this thing's going to go on a rampage type deal.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's just the assumption is, like, because I can believe that, like, this would work if and only if it is only and exclusively Singed's blood that draws him. Because we're assuming that, like, he could sense it from all the way in Singed's lab, from there all the way to wherever he was in the Undercity.
And I guess you
just
can
from-
presume that after it sees Powder and Vander reasserts, it kind of breaks that instinct to some extent. Like, I wouldn't say break, but suppresses it.
So, like, seeing Powder makes him drawn to, like, other. Well, I guess I don't quite remember if there was someone else, if it was Isha's blood or not, that he's drawn to later on in the episode.
Well,
So, like I said,
it's like
we'll find out.
I'm trying to explain much later on when they're trying to recapture him, that why wouldn't they just have Singed do the blood thing again? But maybe that just doesn't work anymore.
Well, yeah, no, I'm more so just getting at that, like, if he is drawn by, like, other forms of blood and not just Singed blood, I don't know how much sense it really makes for, like, his plan to work in the first place to draw Warwick, but I don't quite remember if he's drawn by other blood.
I do think there's that scene where Jinx is scared for Isha.
Because, like,
if
he is drawn by, like, any other kind of blood, we're assuming that, like, there is never any other time when he's in the laboratory when he decides to wake up because someone else gets cut at some point. There's never a time when, like, on his way over, he picks up a scent from another person's blood because he got, like, caught in a fight, or someone got cut or got killed somewhere, because there's kind of a lot of that.
Why not use 100 buckets of blood to lure him into a trap? I don't know.
Whose blood?
Yeah, I was gonna say, where are you
bleeding?
getting
Who the-
100 buckets of blood? That's like, what, 3 liters per bucket?
No, like,
something like that?
Ambessa's trying to like convince Kate to do this, but like she's being really subtle about it. She's like,
So the thing that Pete pointed out is that we later see that it's Isha's blood in particular that throws Warwick into a frenzy, and he was able to like sense blood from that distance away. But until Isha gets cut, he doesn't really go into a frenzy throughout all Zon. Like, you can't tell me that isn't a lot of blood being spilled on Zon most of the time.
Yeah, and it does look like even before he comes across her blood handprints, there's like a scent of it in the air, which, and again, like my issue is just how he does all this kind of stuff, goes all the way from the laboratory to
well, that's
the
I
place
think
for the-
a more important question I think lies at the heart of this is what the fuck happened between the end of the last episode and the start of this one? Like, how did Warwick and
Jinx get out of Stillwater.
Jinx getting out of Stillwater, Warwick getting out of Stillwater. I can see it happening, but like the specific mechanics of it are actually kind of important because like did they double back up the cable car? Did they swim? Did they take a boat?
They mailed themselves there, right?
My God, they're
same
taking
day shipping, guys.
Not only are they taking hints from Ruby's writing, now they're taking it from Ruby's characters.
Done.
Whoa, wait a minute. I ain't
My
going
God.
that far. You're putting that is your favorite.
Oh God, and he's a dog too, and Zwei. Okay.
Yeah.
No wonder it's Zwei. It
Yeah.
was just Zwei.
Yeah, no, like he jumps in there, like he bursts out of the elevator, and like you just hear Singed in the background, just says Zwei.
And just like everyone's just standing there like what, and his dog just
what?
casually walks past them like just like that.
That's why he locks the door, is so that like people can't hurt him when they realize he's a Ruby fan.
Did IG mod themselves over to another section? Did they Dark Souls sequence break?
Holy shit!
No clip, man. No clip is powerful. They no clipped into the skybox and just walked their way there.
You just found the
no,
Super Mario 64 glitch.
But it is a genuine question of like, I guess the presumption is they went back up the elevator, got across, but then when Ambessa see them, if she survived was she knocked unconscious maybe, or?
This is also assuming that like the elevator is available for them to take, because there would understandably be like a bunch of people who they just broke out who might actually be using it at that point.
Counterpoint, didn't the elevator crash to the bottom when I guess no, it survived.
That's another thing.
No, sorry.
That's another thing.
I think Isha and Savika went back up it.
Yeah, they went back up first.
Yeah.
No.
I don't just mean like the elevator
Warwick
already
came
has
down
it.
in a crash. Like he bust that fucking thing open.
Yeah, but you know, there were probably other ones aside from that one.
Yeah, so that's a huge just gap of information that I think is kind of relevant to the stakes. It's like, how did you get out of a prison like that? Did people see you? Did they? Because like I would think it's a big deal if Jinx and the giant wolf man that attacked the fucking prison were seen together.
The sequel to the James and the Giant Peach.
Heck.
Jinx and the Giant Wolf Man.
I was gonna say, wasn't the storm in that like depicted as a wolf?
I think that's a good time.
Yeah.
Oh God, it's a story that's told
No, it was
side by
depicted
side.
as a boar.
Right.
Boar. No, it was a rhino, right?
Rhino. That was it.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say it's canon now. What the fuck?
Yes, it's a rhino because the parents were killed by the rhino virus.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they were killed by the common cold.
But yeah, so basically they figure out Singed has something to do with this, and they're like, "What the fuck?" Like, we figured it came for you. It was summoned by you, and basically this is a two-person interrogation. And Ambessa, like, there's some good.
Just bad cop, worse cop.
Yeah, good back and forth here, because like Ambessa's like, only guilty men answer with silence, and Singed is like, in my experience, no one in power is innocent. It's just like, oh yeah, fuck.
The goat.
Yeah.
I love his clapbacks.
I should note, Singed, I think, is the one character that comes out of this entire season the best.
Yeah. He won. He wins.
He wins. Singed is awesome. I mean, sure, he killed a whole bunch of people.
Characters, maybe, but yeah.
Like, Caitlyn does her thread of like, there are deep cells buried within this prison, so devoid of light and basic human decency that I have forbidden their use. And like,
well, shit, you scared off Kaiser.
Oh,
well,
he didn't.
Well, the statement that I was going for is like, she's trying to be intimidating, but it doesn't really work.
Yeah,
personally.
quite frankly, I think like this is like, I'm sorry, Kate. Vi was right. You are just a cupcake. You're not good at this.
Yeah,
like Sin's just looking at her, just like, what the fuck are you? What are you threatening me with?
And while this is happening, if I can wait for see if Kaiser's.
Sorry guys, I'm back. Discord randomly died on me.
Oh dang.
Yep. We were saying you were scared off by the description, but no. So while this is happening, Ambessa is like looking at the materials they found of his effects, which I presume were on him at the time, and this is very similar to what she did back in the room with Sallow. She was going through the effects on his in that courtesan's room or whatever it was, that brothel or wherever he was staying. She was going through the effects on the table, and like she found the shimmer that he was trying to hide. It's like,
right. So
she knew about the shimmer, which I thought was a nice detail. And then here, Ambessa's putting together, oh, what is it he cares about? And she's immediately like, you attract more flies with honey than you do with vinegar.
With vinegar, yeah.
And it's showing that Ambessa is much more cunning on this this level.
Right. Every man wants something.
It's I actually like, outside of Caitlyn like trying her hardest and not being a very good interrogator, I really like this particular scene.
It's really solid.
It's four characters. Sorry, not four characters. What the fuck am I saying? It's three characters bouncing off one another very, very well.
No, dude. The freaking pocket watch is a character. What are you talking about?
Oh,
I think
it's technically yes.
Yeah,
I think it's also like,
that's
in a way, it's even more kind of like interesting to think about some of the like. Now it doesn't go into this much.
You
but
keep going.
like,
Be right back. You go on.
The general situation here is that they're trying to interrogate information out of this guy who, assuming that they don't yet know that like the wolf creature isn't entirely if they don't like, assuming that they don't yet fully know the exact mechanics of how it's summoned, they're in a situation where they are trying to interrogate information out of a man who they really cannot risk bleeding under the assumption that they think that the beast might come back again.
Oh yeah, which is why they have him like completely restrained in that thing.
Yeah,
really
hope they
didn't use any
wound.
physical violence against them, like what would probably usually happen.
I assume that they learn about how like the mechanics work later when they're allied, but like it is kind of interesting to think about how they really can't do a whole lot to torture him, or at least not anything that would like cause him to bleed. At least from their perspective, they don't know yet fully that like the wolf isn't going to come back, regardless.
Honestly,
like,
this is an interesting like contrast to the other interrogation scene like earlier. I don't know if it was. I think it was last episode with like Ambessa and interrogating that like drummer guy.
The Jinxter guy, or
the Jinxter, yeah. The way they were interrogating that Jinxter guy kind of shows that Ambessa is willing to use different methods.
Well, I think that was Ambessa's bodyguard. What was his name?
Yeah.
Rictus.
Rictus. Yeah, just beating the shit out of this guy.
Yeah. Not Richter. That's a different guy.
That is true.
It's a Belmont.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this scene is cool.
Yeah.
I'm hoping like
I just really like this scene.
Yeah,
I just really like this scene.
Oh yeah, it is.
It's faster, Raymond.
Yeah.
I'm back. I'm back. I made it. I was gonna say, and Rick
Your
this
favorite from the awkward
definitely
silence.
qualifies as a Belmont because I could see that man punching a vampire in the face.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Well,
he would.
fought the
He
wo-
would.
He
He would.
fucking fought and like captured the wolf that he used to graft Vander's brain into. So I mean, he must be.
Yeah.
Actually, that is
decent.
I'm now just picturing fucking Singed just dragging the fucking wolf corpses
Yeah, there's
like with a string. Just like, ah!
there's a
Okay.
lot-
Oh,
no,
my
I-
burns hurt.
No,
No,
okay,
like I
guys.
imagine, like he takes out he takes him out. The wolf is like, he's got like he's completely poisoned and is on the ground, and Singed is like, shit, what do I do now? I didn't think I'd get this far. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you again.
So,
No,
well,
I was going to say you can't judge a man when he's jungling. Come on.
So basically, this boils down to her trying to get information out of him, and he's like, "Bitch, I'm too old for you to intimidate." And like he's not giving her anything, but clearly, I think Ambessa is calculating. Meanwhile, Singed himself seems, I don't know, he's noticing Ambessa, I think, as well.
Yeah.
He's ambivalent to Caitlyn, but he's noticing Ambessa's the power in the room.
Yeah.
Right.
So basically, the next scene opens in well, it's a reboot of PT. Anyone that gets that reference, you can now laugh. But yeah, no. Mel wakes up and she's.
I do.
She's. No. She has Twi. What's that? Fanfic? Hanahaki.
What?
There's
Is
that
it tight?
fanfic trope where you start to like cough out flower petals, and the idea is that there's a flower or a plant growing inside you. If you don't confess your love to someone and it's not reciprocated, you're going to end up dying. What is that called?
What the fuck?
I've
That's a thing in fanfiction.
never read fanfics that had that trope in it. I'm sorry.
Oh, really? That's like a really
That is-
popular like tragic romance. Hanahaki.
Alright.
fanfic.
Okay, it sounds like I was about to say it sounds like a Japanese specific thing. I don't know.
No. Like
it's
Raymond
not.
keeps finding fanfic tropes that I've never come across. He's just been in very different circles than me.
Okay, Hanahaki
he's
disease
just
is a
been-
fictional disease in which the victim coughs up flower petals when they suffer from a one-sided love. It ends when the beloved returns their feelings, romantic love only, strong friendship is not enough, or when the victim dies. It can be cured through surgical removal, but when infection is removed, the victim's romantic feelings for the love also disappear. So it's like the trope was popularized in East Asian fandoms, Korean, Japanese, Chinese, before it was used by Westerners. In fandom, it appears most frequently in relation to, it says BL pairings, but Yuri pairings have it a lot too.
Yeah, that's probably why I've never come across it.
Probably.
I'm gonna be honest. That sounds like something really hates botany.
But yeah, so we basically get a brief recap of what happened to her assistant getting the reflowered, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Wow. You could have come up with better.
For you.
I could have come up with better, but you know what? I didn't feel like it. How do you spell that word? Hanahaki. It sounds like it's spelled exactly the way you say it. Hana, or I guess I'll type it in chat. Hanahaki. There you go. But yeah, so we see her being swallowed by the Black Rose and being taken to a holding area, and basically we see this area with chains of her assistant. Well, she's being Hellraisered pretty hardcore.
Which, by the way, David Lynch is passing. R.I.P.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, still rip, but what the hell does David Lynch have to do with Hellraiser?
Wait.
No.
No, that's Clive Barker.
I was gonna say that's
Wrong
okay,
horror
okay,
director.
okay, I was gonna say they're both weird, but come on, man.
My bad. My bad. I thought he was involved in that.
Dying from unreciprocated love sounds like something Mycan would write. Yeah, but he wouldn't write it well.
No. He already kind of did that, except it wasn't Hanahaki. It was just turning into a robot.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
Yeah.
that.
So it's like, what's the word for robot or metal again?
Technically, he turned him into a cyborg because it was Cyborg Davis that we read.
Yeah,
Where-
the word for iron is
What a-
Saitsu.
Shinzo Ningen hockey or something like that.
What an amazing story. I forgot about that.
But yeah, Mel is in this prison, this
In this hell
that has all these different markings on the wall and a bunch
looks
of light
like a
coming through.
rose
Wait, does it
on the
ultimately?
top anyway.
Oh,
It's fashioned like flower petals, I think.
Yeah,
I see.
like the big hole in the top.
Oh,
At least that's what I thought of when I saw
David
it.
Lynch was a Eraserhead. That is correct. He was also Twin Peaks.
Yeah, Eraserhead. Sorry, not.
Not to be confused with Aizawa from My Hero. But yeah, then we get confirmation. Yeah, her friend Laura dies. She gets exploded by squishing. Which,
Well,
bye, Laura. You barely had time to be a character, but you know, you served your purpose. And Mel can be sad now. And on the other side of the room, we get an interesting figure. Now, we have eyes, and the minute I saw this guy, I think I was like, "Oh, that's her brother."
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I heard him. I was like, yeah, that's definitely your brother.
Which it surprises me how long it takes for her to identify that.
I didn't think it was. I think I might be the only one in here who didn't initially think that he was her brother until a little bit later. I think that was because I thought it might have been too obvious for me to even consider that as a possibility.
Yeah,
Clearly,
like,
I was wrong.
as far
Well-
as she knows, her brother is dead. So
Yeah.
I mean, I can sympathize with her not immediately jumping to that.
It's
as
also a
conclusion.
case of her like waking up from a very like weird
I
magical
was about
traumatic
to say,
thing.
yeah.
So like if you're expecting me to have a problem with her not recognizing him, I think it's like perfectly
I'm
reasonable.
not. I'm pointing out like I called it the minute I saw it, but I guess
Yeah.
that's
Well,
different
like,
between being in the story and
ultimately-
being a viewer of the story.
Ultimately, we weren't wrong because it still was technically her brother. It just wasn't her brother.
Well, that comes later. That comes later, at
Yeah,
least.
and so he describes it because he's just idly talking to the person that joined him in his jail cell, who you would think this should be the first tip-off. Why isn't this guy going over there and inspecting the person that got dumped in his cell with him? That should be a tip-off to something. He calls it an oculorum, a chamber built to seal away false prophets by the ancients, which I think is the first time the ancients have been mentioned. This was like immediately like, wow, we are suddenly diving into some deep
we're
fucking
going
lore
full
here.
fantasy now.
Yeah. Like false prophets, the ancients, like we're about to hit some precursors from Jack and Daxter shit.
I don't know. You want to fill us in on any lore here, or like any...
the like ancients or the
Just
false
like
prophets?
anything in
Ancients, the
general, 'cause
oculorum.
like as far as like considering that like all of this is we find out that it's all
is-
fake. I don't know if like there's anything in particular that's meant to be like a reference to anything because I can't discern
The
anything.
oculorum
that's
is
relevant.
its part is the best that I can figure it out because I think the oculorum is arcane canon, but the general ancients and everything else is effectively these were the prison cells that like Mord Kaiser put enemies into to torture them, as well as like dude, it's Noxus, man. Mord Kaiser is 90% of Noxus lore, at least ancient Noxus lore, but like everything from the ancients to like having specialized people to stop like false prophets. That was a big thing in Runeterra lore. False prophets like coming out and trying to gain cults and powers and everything. There was like mage guilds and magic powers to basically stop cults from getting too crazy, which eventually caused the first Rune Wars. If I'm correct. Yes, Noxus was founded on Mordekaiser's throne.
Oh.
And then he's just like, but this is just fancy pits for peacock princes like that they like to toss their friends into. Which I like that they immediately like kind of undercut it by like, these are so old that it's like we don't really know, and really their function, all we can say is what we do. It's like a peacock princes and shit. And from that, she gets to recognize who it is she's talking to. And she asks him to step into the light. And he does, and she learns that it's Kino, her long-lost brother. And after a moment, she reminds him who she is. And he has some nice reactions. I actually like how well they play into this, even though I think they've misstepped already a little bit. He's like, who the fuck? What the fuck? Like, implying that he's been here for so long that he's kind of, like, lost sense of himself. And he hasn't seen Mel in so long. And it's like, oh, it's me, Mel. And it's like, yeah, they play this really well, where it's like, oh my god, you're here, you've grown up. And it's like, oh shit, you're here.
Yeah. As usual, the character expressions are just Kino.
Yeah, absolutely. The irony of that.
I was gonna make that joke, so how dare you take it from me?
Yeah.
So do we have any
quicker than that?
any problems with that scene?
No, not really.
No. LeBlanc was putting on a really good show.
Yep.
I mean, in a vacuum, no, but that is the the start, but this is part of the storyline that it's just like, oh god, we're doing the fucking Black Rose again.
Yeah.
In a vacuum, the scene is fine, but it like snowballs into a few things of like, I'm with Fat Man. Black Rose, man.
Way you want.
Black Rose, man. Black Rose.
It's
what
like,
the fuck?
Why are we here? What are we doing?
Just to suffer. Jinx, Minnesota. So then we return to the Jinx and Vi storyline, where Jinx is unpaneling this entrance into, I suppose, a sewer or a catacomb or something. Vi has come. She's armed up with her hex gauntlets.
With her bitch mittens.
Atlas gauntlets.
Her Atlas gauntlets.
Her bitch mittens.
No spoiler lines.
They're not called that yet. And as she's doing that with Isha, is it supposed to, I guess, imply that like they didn't expect Vi to come, or maybe she didn't tell Isha that, like, because Isha seems a little surprised that Vi is there.
I mean, well,
I thought she was
given
just
everything that happened prior to that, she was probably all like, okay, Jinx is probably gonna try to convince Vi it's not gonna work out, and we can just go back and do our thing, you know.
Adam Zelke, headcanon as to why Savika isn't helping. 1, because fuck Vi the traitor. 2, Savika thinks she doesn't deserve to help Vander after betraying him, assuming she believes Jinx. I imagine we'll have a bit to talk about Savika at some point. I don't know when it's going to ultimately crop up.
That was in response. Well, that was in response to someone asking the question, who was like Jinx going to go to help her father other than Vi, and people in chat brought up Savika.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think there's a conversation to be had there about why Jinx wouldn't have gotten Savika's help. Oh, no, sorry. Savika just broke out of... It is a good question. Maybe they'll ask her, where is Savika?
Off-screen island.
With all the other background characters.
Yeah, this is, I think, maybe just the best we can say. She is conspicuously absent until the end of the season. And it's like...
Or she becomes a council member.
Yeah. Well, no,
probably the same place. Before that, she did join in the final fight, to be fair.
Yeah. To talk about character assassination.
she went to the same place that Vander 2, I forgot his name, that Vander 2 went to.
Loris.
By Loris.
Loris?
Yeah.
I know, I feel like Loris is actually still more relevant than her.
Honestly, considering he was part of the strike team and really, like, he is factually the only person who has the up-to-date information on Vi to the, like, upside.
I would be very curious to know, because Random Film Talk is making a Arcane season 2, and he compiled a a list of the collective screen time of all the different characters from season 1, and it sounds like he'll be doing that again for season 2. I'd be curious what they look like by the end of that. But
Ooh,
yeah.
I'd actually like to see that.
What
personally.
is Nightmare on Reroll Street?
Here, I'll actually send
Never
it to you.
heard of that.
Because like Milton Cobb says, would you guys do Nightmare on Reroll Street? What is that?
I have absolutely no clue.
Oh, is that
Yeah,
like
I was
the
about to say
ad
it's
for
like
like that Champions game? Because I've seen number 2, the cinematic launch trailer for Team Fight Tactics.
Oh.
I
Maybe.
don't know.
I was thinking about maybe like possibly doing gaming streams at some point, but not sure.
Well, yeah, no, it's just asking us. I guess would we watch the videos for it? I don't know. I don't know. Would they have a narrative to cover, other than just being an ad? Anyway, so yeah, Savika is now fucked off to the land of Sir not appearing in the next 3 episodes, which is a shame. She'll appear in episode 8 briefly without a line, and then she'll appear at the end of. Actually, I don't think she has any more lines.
She yells
period.
during the battle, you know.
That's not a line. That's an effort. There's a distinction. I should know.
I don't think she has a line for the rest of the season, but I'm more than ready to be.
Yeah, I'm. The more I've thought about Savika, the more I'm disappointed about her. I wish that there was more for her to do, which could have been here, but you know, I get why. But this is also a great scene of, you know, now that Vi is apparently on board trying to tolerate Jinx's whims. She's discovering this mural of Jinx being hailed as this heroic figure for the underground. And
yeah, that's gotta sting.
I find just an interesting contrast going on.
Oh, Fat Man got the joke. I hope
I did. Was there a specific joke that I got, or I was just like,
I thought you got like, oh, you know, what could have been Sting, you know?
Oh no, sorry. I was just kind of chuckling at the notion of Vi seeing Jinx portrayed as a hero. Because it is. It's like it must like hurt for her.
Yeah, and it's also it makes. Although the question is, how does she not notice the cult of Jinx that have been cropping up in the last few months? I guess she's been so insulated from it. But like you would think.
At the same time, though, that's pretty widespread.
Yeah, you would think that there would be a bunch of Jinxers, especially during like the pubs and
at the bum fights.
Well, there's so many that like it's gotten to the point where like random enforcers apparently don't even recognize Jinx anymore.
Yeah, that is.
I
mean,
guess
like, that's another conversation, but yeah.
Well, there could be an element there as well. She hasn't really seen like this level of homage towards Jinx, as opposed to like people dyeing their hair blue and being assholes and being like, you know, blowing shit up, being rebellious.
Yeah,
that's
like
one thing.
shit,
but this is like coming across a fucking stained glass painting of someone depicted as a saint, and you're like, what?
Wait a second.
Yeah, like I could see this. Like, this is actually a very stunning art piece. It was like, oh, damn. Someone has a good art career ahead of them.
I knew this girl when she killed my dad.
I know, because he's like right behind her. You can see him right there. And, what?
No, I had a comment, but no worries.
Okay. So yeah, Vi is kind of just soaking that in a little bit, and Jinx is like, yeah, whatever, come on. We have stuff to get done. Oh, she also kind of like, yeah, so what? I'm kind of a big deal. Got that a little bit going on too. Right. I think it's like a good mixture of things in this expression. Like, yeah, come on. And Isha is just wary of Vi this entire time.
Yeah.
So
makes sense. I actually also maybe on some level it's sort of like a possessiveness towards Jinx, because like, oh, this is her old sister, you know. Now I'm a new person in her life. I gotta keep watch, you know, make sure she's not trying anything funny to take away my place.
Yeah,
probably. I feel like that could have been leaning in a little bit more, but I can see that that's probably implied here.
Yeah. So we get introduced to a really cool new element. We get like these old mine shafts, and they're covered in a luminescent moss that glows in response specifically to sharp, loud sounds. Because I noticed that like conversation and even sounds of general combat don't light it up, but snapping,
Right.
like snapping sounds like a clap, is what actually makes it light up.
See, this scene would have been 10 billion times funnier if they were just doing jazz snaps the whole time. Yeah.
You're in the
I
wrong
mean-
part of town.
Yeah.
When you're
only-
a jinx, you're a jinx all the way from the first time.
They start circling. Do you
The-
value your teeth?
The only thing that I have for
freaking comb knife.
this
Yes.
particular part, actually, I do like the mushrooms, but she says like, "This is where I lost him," and it's like shown to be a straight down the lane, like tunnel.
Well,
I
you
would've-
know, it was lunchtime. She needed to go eat.
Well, that's where he lost.
Yeah.
That's where he lost her.
It was Isha's
there-
lunchtime. That's what.
That's fair.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
you know, Isha has the crust cut off her sandwiches.
Yeah, exactly. It
course.
takes extra time to like set up her lunch. She's so
Yeah.
picky.
If they had it during the part where the tunnels like diverge, I would have had it. Like otherwise, it was just like, okay, so how did you lose him?
Maybe
He's-
he just like ran out of he just ran too fast and ran out of sight, and it's just like, damn,
I
I'm not
mean-
catching it. But she is
Yeah,
pretty
there are
fast.
like
It's-
multiple
it's
pads.
Jinx.
We were
Kind
talking
of
about
the
like
issue.
probably the fastest human person
Yeah.
in the show.
The fastest
that's what I
chick
mean.
alive.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, so she
it's
stayed
why-
behind and started eating all the moss.
well, of course.
Yeah.
Oh
Pretty
yeah,
sure.
she was like, ah shit, but like we're never making back at home in time for lunchtime. We'll just make do with this.
Yeah.
You could have had it like Savika lost track of it, just make mention that she's doing stuff, but I guess I would raise more questions.
Yeah. Like, why isn't she still here? But yeah.
So, Vi asks, I think, a pretty logical question. Why would Vander be down here? Which is beats me. We'll learn later why.
Ask him yourself. Yeah, ask the giant wolf man. Please explain that, Jinx. That's a topic of conversation I feel that needs to be put up.
Yeah,
That's a werewolf.
yeah, I was gonna say, Dad's a werewolf. That probably should be mentioned.
Dude, that's a freaking early 2000s Disney movie.
Like
Yeah,
My
basically.
dad is a
same
werewolf.
time-
It's like up there with was it Unlucky?
My Date with the President's Daughter.
Ghost Dad.
Oh yeah, Ghost
Yeah.
Dad.
Oh, Ghost Dad. too.
Ghost Dad.
werewolf.
One of those ones about the
My Date
kid
with
that
the
like
President's
also
Daughter.
like the ones where the kids are like something else, like I'm actually a teenage mermaid or I'm actually a leprechaun.
Oh yeah, the 13th year.
So this is
That was one
Vi
of my
being like,
favorite
when will
parts.
you admit that all this is just one of your fantasies? Okay, so if she had explained, yeah, by the way, Dad's a werewolf. Okay, on one hand, I could see why Jinx probably wouldn't explain that, because that would probably get Vi to shut it down immediately.
Yeah.
Be
Well,
like,
just, like,
I'm not following you. You think Dad's a
Well,
werewolf? Fuck that.
So
Yeah.
that's the thing. Eventually, they're going to find Vander and / Warwick, and Vi, in about a few minutes of fighting, is going to have to accept that this werewolf in front of her is actually the dad, and she was not prepared for that.
Well, I think probably. Well, maybe
Is that not a bit of a
could've been-
leap that suddenly this werewolf that's trying to kill you? Oh no, this is Vander.
Mm.
I think probably, and this is me presuming a little bit, so you may argue it with it if you want. She was probably thinking that Vi being there, much like how it was for Jinx, especially after presumably prolonged periods of being around them and looking after them. She probably thought that, okay, if Vi is here, her presence could probably calm them down a lot more, or something along those lines. But I'm not sure how well that holds up. So that there wouldn't necessarily be a fight, and she can just stick to just keeping things believable, I guess. But,
Well, in that case, it's just like, so you're
well,
Vi,
okay.
you're-
I think the implication,
We'll
because
move
she
on
did say
from
that.
that
Oh,
later.
sorry, you go.
I was going to say, actually, this is also a topic of conversation when we actually get to the fight proper. there's a few
Okay,
things
sure.
before then that we can talk about.
Well, I was gonna
This
say,
is me
fair, I
jumping
don't
ahead.
think
That's
Jinx
apologies.
did mention that he's changed, like something, like he is something else now. She didn't go into elaboration on it, but she did at least plant that seed of like, he's not quite, how Dad was. So,
Yeah.
if you love Lux X Jinx, you're gonna love Valorant Town. Valorant Town?
Is that the name of a ship or something?
What is Valorant Town?
Isn't Valorant like a
It's an anime.
Fortnite like?
Oh right, no, this is the it's
a
that really
riff
cute,
animation.
I think, Chinese show that's all about some of the lead characters, and they're like teenagers,
Oh.
and like Lux and Jinx are like roommates.
Yeah, because
Roommates.
yeah, the entire thing is that Lux is trying to get away from Gira and her brother, who's very overbearing.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I remember seeing clips from it. It's really cute. It's just like slice of life shenanigans, is my understanding.
So
Yeah,
like a
it's
really
Star
cheap-
Guardian like slice of life shit.
Okay.
So Vi is like, just admitted some of your fantasies, even though it's like, Vi, have you not seen the giant torn metal door? I don't think, at the very least, Jinx saw something. All right, it might not be Vander. Fine, we can level on maybe that. She saw something, and you know what? You've got nothing else to do except get your ass kicked. So,
Pretty much.
and then she's like, "Or do you not want the kid to know how delusional you are?" And this just Jinx is like immediately taking the piss.
Right.
Used to be pretty cool before I kicked her butt, which started like, this back and forth between them, which is kind of, pretty in character. And what I like about this is that like there is a lot of bad blood here, but this also feels like siblings finally blowing off the steam. So like them arguing, "Oh, you threw him with the Pilties who murdered mom and dad." It's like, oh well, they never had to see the psycho their daughter turned into. Which honestly, Vi, you could have had stronger comebacks here. Frankly speaking, it's
No,
gonna
I mean, I think the point was to like, pot kettle the situation.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I think that there's a better line that like been like pot kettle situations. Like, oh, you joined the people, you joined the Pilties who killed mom and dad. Oh, we want to talk about people who killed our parents. You joined up with Silco. Oh, he didn't tell you what he did to Vander. Oh no, I'm sorry, that was both of you.
So it
That would have
was
been a little interesting, but I
Well,
can't
like, cause
see
that would be
it
like,
being-
really think about this for the entire series. Jinx, I don't think ever finds out that like Silco is kind of responsible, even though she was the one who like had the bomb. Like Silco was pretty much just as, if not even slightly more responsible for the death of Vander, Milo, Clagger.
Well, I was gonna
everything
say
that
no.
happened.
Like, even though Jinx was responsible for it in the actions she took, they
Yeah.
wouldn't have been nowhere near that circumstance were it not for Silco, and Silco was intent on killing them. Silco
and,
shares the bulk of the blame for their death.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that like I don't think she ever finds out that like Silco is responsible for killing Vander, and kind of I feel like this would be an excellent place to kind of unpack some of that baggage when she's out here pretty much accusing Vi of the same thing, joining up with the people who killed their parents. Well, she joined up with the guy who killed their second dad.
I was gonna say, if we're talking about like murders, Vi's easy thing is Jinx. You have a 20+ body count, and that's half of that was in the last month.
That's what we've seen. Just
Yeah,
like
exactly,
20,
yeah.
like she's killed. Like again in the opening fight scene of episode 4, she killed 5 firelights right in front of Echo, and those are like who knows how many other firelights she goes through just on a weekly basis.
Bombs the enforcers on the bridge.
And like any other enemy,
Sure,
it's amazing. Again, it's part of the reason I'm not entirely convinced that like she would be seen as a hero when like she has been the main enforcer for Silco and has been enemies with people both above and below.
I actually think she would still be seen as a hero.
Yeah.
Not
Fine,
to
decent
to
amount.
invoke
Yeah, sure.
politics in any way, but like knowing the current climate all over the world and how certain people are being treated in on both sides of the on the more common spectrums, like people who have committed horrible things can be turned into heroic figures.
You get away with a lot
of all the
shit at
things
certain
that people
point.
would say is unbelievable, I'm like, no, that's actually far more believable to me.
I'll agree to disagree.
I would
Same.
say that like the only flaw I would see here is just I think I said this before. It's just the fact that we didn't see too many varying perspectives within the Undercity about that.
Yeah, that would have been getting better.
which kind of sucks, given that that was a pretty big focus in season 1. Other than that, I can still find it generally believable that people would see Jinx, that at least a decent amount of people would see Jinx as a hero, especially given that she seems to be the most prominent figure seemingly fighting against Piltover now that they're cracking down on him.
What is interesting? You.
I was gonna say my response to that is that she did the one thing and then sat on her ass until Stillwater.
Yep. No, I'm not against that.
There is.
I think there are
Like
things...
if there was multiple things overall, then
well,
but
I was gonna say,
it
wasn't
just
just that. She also blew up the council.
I mean, I think they're like reading into like, not like, oh, she did the one thing and then she just like, like they're in reality, she did the one thing and then she just like shut down. But like maybe they're like, oh, she did the one, she did the one thing and now they're looking for her.
Actually, here's an interesting question. How many innocent people has she killed? Now, what I'm saying here is, how many civilians has Jinx been responsible for killing that we're aware of? Because she's killed enforcers, she's killed firelights, she's killed other goons,
Her friends.
but has she killed like civilians, non-combatants? Has she actually harmed anyone on that level before? And I don't know.
Milo and Clagger, maybe.
Okay, not counting the incidental murder at the very beginning of her arc there.
None that I'm none that we've seen.
So what I'm saying
there's
is,
a question of like who all would be in that burning building that she set ablaze to attract the other as like a distraction to get the
guards in there. Yeah.
Well,
maybe
besides
it
the
might
guards,
be
it's like the
empty.
building, she had to light the building on fire first to like lure the guards over there.
Yeah.
So I mean, you could guess, but like as far as we know, we don't know if there was anyone in there.
I would presume not, because that was during the celebration, and the idea I think was
that was during the celebration. That was a progress day. Yeah.
Unless we get a prequel comic, Celtic, it's 0. Yeah. So what I'm wondering is, there's a perspective here from the general populace that we're not privy to that I would be fascinated to learn more about.
Because we just don't know. It could be 0. I don't think it is. But like, yeah, you're right. We just don't know.
Sure.
For all we know, they're just generally unaware of her. It's like, oh, there's this crazy, like this, oh, she was a gangster. Okay. And now she's doing these things against the Pilties, and that people could build stories around that. Like I could totally see this spiraling out.
Well, I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, I would feel like
one-hit wonder effects.
I feel at the very least she would be known enough in the Undercity, but again, it's one of those kinds of things where like we don't get a whole lot of like opinions of general. I think the most, as far as like innocent civilians who we get any sort of inclination knows about Jinx, is like the little goblin lady who runs and even then this is just like through pure speculation, is that when Vi goes to that brothel to talk to the goblin lady to figure out where Powder might be, you get kind of like the implication from her mannerisms that she doesn't want to tell Vi the whole story about what happened to Powder. I'd have to go back to watch that scene again.
No, but like at the same time, she also, like, it very clearly, Goblin Hooker was very much in tune with the underground, in terms of like the actual crime level of things, I think.
Yeah, so there's really not like a whole lot as far as like civilian, because like there are other examples that I can point to. Like you have the Firelights who clearly recognize her graffiti. You have some of Silco's goons, the barkeep who was like startled just by noticing that she was there and like was really Chuck, or
his
his
name
name
wasn't
wasn't
Chuck,
Chuck,
like
but I
a
forget what
sort
his
of
name was.
Well, his name was Chuck.
Yeah.
We will all call him Chuck now.
Yeah, we'll call him Chuck now.
But I was gonna say, like, the so overall, we're not entirely sure. Actually, the more I think about it, the only civilians that we ever get the perspective of at this point were the kids and Vander and I am Vander is iffy on whether or not he's technically. I guess he is retired to civilian life.
I wouldn't call him a civilian purpose because he has the deal
He's
with
a leadership.
the former
He's more of a
sheriff.
leadership figure, but yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
The Hound of the Underground is not really a civilian name.
But what's his face? Echo's dad.
Starts with a B.
Yeah, it starts with a B.
Oh, Benzo.
Benzo. Yeah, Benzo. Like,
Benzo.
so basically, all the civilians we see get wrapped up in this shit really early on, and we don't really get another civilian's perspective on the world at large.
Yeah, I don't think that means that we can rule out that like Jinx is fairly well known as just a person who works for Silco, just because of like how many, because like word would spread fast from like all the combatants who had seen her. Imagine, but yeah, no, I won't entirely disagree with what you're saying because I can kind of see the point that you're making. We just don't have enough.
What I find more interesting is that Jinx has, to some degree, internalized "I'm a hero." That she's like doing this kind of rub salt in the wound to Vi. I don't know if this is just to do that, to just be like, yeah, I'm a hero, kind of being an annoying little sister. Or is she actually, has she internalized, no, I am a hero now? I don't quite get that fully.
When all she's done is like broken people out of Stillwater and then also the big explosion, or at least in like season 1 or season 2, sorry.
Oh, I busted half a Zon out of Stillwater while you were passed out in the bottom of a mug.
I mean,
well, the half of Zon that was in Stillwater made it out killed by Vander.
I don't think he killed that many people. We saw that like anyone that got out of the way, like when there was some shot after he'd come in episode 4, after he busted his way in. We get to see a little bit of the lobby, and like there were people that were staggering around still alive, and I don't think a single person from Zon. People got injured, but I don't think anyone from Zon died.
I would find
Also,
it like I can understand if like the series, I would find that very strange if like it was mainly or primarily enforcers and like no other prisoners who were escaping.
Well, because the enforcers were fighting.
Yeah, do you think that's part of, because remember you were asking about like, oh, what about Ambessa's mask? Like, you know, like why doesn't she have any injuries? And it's just like, well, do you think that's telling us that she didn't fight Vander? That like as soon as she got hit, she like hid,
played dead. That's what
that's what I said last week.
I was gonna say like that was what Twi said last week, is that she played dead, which I don't think is in character. I think more so maybe she got knocked out.
Yeah, she probably got knocked out or knocked off like far away, which granted, you know, if that happened.
She got flung into the ocean, which I think would have been hilarious to see. I'm sad.
I mean, like, okay, wait a second. Is it out of character? Like, she kills that old woman from the Black Rose. She set up her own, like, heroic entrance in the first episode. Like, is it actually not in character for her to like hide from someone who clearly outmatches her? Like, isn't this just characterization?
Strategic.
I find it weird, but say
Mm-hmm.
you like definitively say out of character, probably not. I personally would just say it's very weird considering how Noxus and her in particular is built up.
Well, yeah, but that, I mean, again, that could just be image. I mean, like, we're dealing with a lot of image here where, you know, Jinx is just accepting the image that Zon is putting on her.
Oh, and I actually do like that she's building up the image because, like, oh, I busted Zon, like half of Zon out of Piltover and Stillwater. No, you went there because Isha was there. Everyone else just happened to be there.
Oh yeah,
these are just people accepting.
This is okay. You know what? This is her lying to Vi by omission.
Yeah.
Which.
Yep. And also, I guess it's her probably trying too hard to, from her perspective, like doing away with Vi's notions of being just this crazy bitch who never did anything good for nobody, nothing but trouble, all this stuff. It's like, no, this is something about me that I am like proud of, that I can just sort of flaunt a little bit.
It goes back to one of the foundational scenes between these two, like Arc 1, Season 1, Episode 3, of just like, you're a Jinx. This is her proving. This is basically
I'm not a
her
Jinx.
lying.
I'm not the Jinx.
Lying by omission to like throw it back in Vi's face when she recognizes that Vi is not really having a good time right now.
Yeah, I can see that, and plus the indicator that like she's so conceited that she was the one who beat Vi when it was very clearly the other way around. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. But basically this ends up with like, I'm gonna beat your so can it or I'll beat your ass again. And this starts a nice little back and forth. Hey, you went last a minute without your ugly gadgets, and we finally get the what about those overdesigned bitch mittens you didn't even build yourself, which leads to Vi doing something incredibly risky. And I love the detail that everything flares up because of the sound when she drops the bitch mittens, which will be referred to now from here on out as bitch 100%. Mittens. And the best moment is that, like, you think I need these two? And there's slap. Jinx is just like, yeah, fuck you. I win.
One second.
It's just like immediately. It's like, they're siblings. You can tell. And immediately this gets into the roll around on the ground fight, where I don't get the implication they're actually trying to like kill each other. This feels like they're just trying to beat the shit out of each other emotionally.
They're sort of just lashing out.
I think this is a start to... It's something that I feel is a bit ham-fisted in that like Vi goes out of her way to like hit Isha, and then she eventually sees Isha with Jinx right there, and it's basically like her looking at both Jinx and Powder in the one thing, and that's okay, sure.
Hey, whoa,
that's the image you want.
Goes out of her way to slap Isha?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that statement?
Yeah. I normally just let children bite me.
She bit her, and she was already flaring up in the heat of the moment.
Does anyone want to say anything to Fat Man as the police arrive at his house? But yeah, please elaborate what you mean by... Just explain what you mean by that exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm trying my best to word it correctly, but Vi was able to like stop. She's a very good fighter, but she isn't she's able to like stop her instincts from following through an attack. And yeah, she bit her, and she she brings her hands back like on instinct, but she doesn't stop herself from like hitting the kid. And
I would argue. Oh god.
So the thing that I'm going for with this is that hitting Powder when she did back in like Arc 1, I'm pretty sure we can say this is like one of the like darkest moments that Vi can look back on overall, considering that.
Okay, I draw a huge distinction between emotionally being devastated and lashing out physically as a result, and a response to pain stimuli in the middle of a fight.
I would not call this moment one of the darkest moments. Like, yes,
no.
She hit a child.
In fairness to him,
not
he was
this moment.
he was referring back.
I was referring to Season 1.
Yeah.
Oh, Season 1.
Episode 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where he said that one was one of the darker moments where she did lash out at Powder. This is like,
yes,
I don't think really calls back to it, because she's not even really, I think, aware of Isha until the bite happens. Like, Isha's like just kind of crawling on her. It's like, it's like not there. It's like, I don't care. Like, I'm fighting my sister. And then, ow, my arm. Fuck. It's just like there. It's like, oh shit.
Like,
and she didn't even hit her. She like I know, and now she's gets a bloody nose from this. But like when you look at it,
it sure looks like she hits her.
She like there's drag to it because like the teeth are in her arm, so her arm drags up, and so it's basically like the back of her fist dragging across the nose when she does that. It's like it's still not soft. I'm not saying that by any means, but it is softer and less emotionally driven than what happened in season 1. This is much more just a ow, and then
just on instinct kind of thing.
Immediately she stops. Like immediately they both stop. Jinx shoves her away, and Vi lets her. Like this is a moment of like Vi realizes what happens and stops. I actually think this is a very effective, quick way to get everyone back on the same page. I think it's actually. I am surprised how well done this is, considering some of the issues I've had this season. This, I think, is actually well managed with their emotions. I just realized that Isha has tattoos. Jinx.
What?
She painted them on. It's paint.
I don't
Also,
think
I
that's
thought-
I don't know. I can totally see Jinx being the irresponsible parent and giving consent to that. Not that they would care down in the underground.
Well,
Also,
like, she already
I thought
painted-
she'd already had those.
She painted her hair without actually dyeing it. Do you think that she would be all concerned about her hair but not concerned about her skin?
Also,
Zero, no, it was just yours.
I thought she had already had those before before they got they met.
No?
No.
Why would she have identical tattoos to Jinx before they met?
Vi, you hit a child.
know.
Amazing mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, Vi. S-rank mission complete. So
she would fit right in a Tomino show.
I do love Jinx immediately going to her side, making sure she's okay. And the first question is, still got all your insides, which is good. You know, immediately. People, oh, there was some point out there that someone made about how this is actually Jinx being a really good parent, because it's not like she's immediately condemning Isha for doing what she did. She's just checking to make sure Isha's all right and letting her learn, which will actually come back to bite Jinx here in the future. Is that like it's I think kind of giving a nuanced perspective of like they had a very rigorous like don't do this, don't do that kind of what
is the Dark Old One speaking through Kwai's mic with the
I was about to say, did Darth Vader enter the chat?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Oh,
I heard a little bit
Maybe
of
it cut
something,
out
but I
on my
didn't
end.
hear everything.
Sorry, no,
you're fine. It's just something funny.
I'm sorry that my breathing sounds like an old one.
Jinx adopted Isha. Raymond, you rebuked the Grogu comparisons last week, but that's precisely what happened in The Mandalorian. You can adopt people. Adopting people does not belong to The Mandalorian. The complaint against Grogu is that Grogu is not a fucking character.
Well, to
Listen,
be fair,
Raymond,
you, son, you're adopted. Fucking Mandalorian did it first.
If you're not like, you got an orphan who gets adopted, that just means they're baby Yoda.
no,
Instantly.
listen, guys,
There were no orphans before
Disney,
the Mandalorians, guys.
listen, guys,
So-
Disney,
right now.
Someone needs to
listen,
warn
listen.
James Gunn because Disney's gonna come for him for the Superman
Oh my
legacy
God.
story.
Okay.
All right,
No,
Superman can't get
listen.
adopted by the Kents now.
Miller,
God.
Miller and
Listen,
Kratos.
listen.
I might have joked to you.
Yeah. No, he can get
guys,
adopted. It's just that they're copying off of Mandalorian.
Let's
Sorry,
keep
guys.
talking over Kaiser. Let's everyone just keep doing that.
No,
Yeah.
shut the fuck up. No, you're not doing that. Fucking, I was about to say, listen, Disney is gonna own everything at this point. You really think they're not gonna own the rights of adoption?
I mean, they already tried to copyright the name of a god so that they could have it for Loki.
Oh my God.
Wait, I
Copyright.
forgot they tried to fucking do that.
Wait, what?
Hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've heard of that.
No.
I
You guys didn't
forgot
know?
about that. No, I knew about. I forgot.
How the fuck? Norse mythology would be in the public domain, wouldn't it?
It doesn't matter though, because what they try to do is if they can try to get away with it, then they will get away with it. Unless
Yeah,
if
it's
somebody
not possible.
actively tries to stop them.
Okay, no, yes, Disney trademarked the name Loki for use in their business and commercial works. The name is associated with the Marvel Cinematic Universe character Loki in the Disney Plus series Loki. So they first trademarked the name Loki in 2011, around the time of the release of the original Thor movie. Disney also had trademarked Marvel Loki more recently. These trademarks are for Disney use, not for the Norse gods in general. Some fans, that's always like trademark. I'm generally in favor of protecting your creative, like your creative works. Like, but like you're getting into a weird area where it's like, how do you, like, generification? Like, how do you enforce that? Like generification is a thing that like the courts barely even know how to deal with at this point.
That's why we should generify everything so that they can't own it anymore.
Just make everything
If everything's generic, nothing.
Yeah. I mean,
everything
like,
is yellow and bold impact font.
Did we talk about this last week? I'm getting deja vu here.
We use the same joke, but in a different context. I'm pretty
Disney
sure.
also tried to own Cinco de Mayo.
What?
Was that because of Coco?
Was that because of Coco? No,
that wasn't even Cinco de Mayo.
They didn't copyright Loki, although they might have. They okay, copywriting the character of Loki, that's actually fun.
Yeah, copywriting I understand, but
it's trademarking Loki. That seems really fucking weird because, like, how do you distinguish what Loki you're talking about?
Yeah. Exactly.
If I were to make a series called Loki, what the fuck is to stop me?
Disney?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, if anything, I feel like the only reason why you wouldn't be able to is if it is specifically about their Loki, but that's not, like, again, that's out of the realm of trademark.
Trademark, that's copyright. It's like, I hope they didn't get away with it, jeez.
Yeah, trademark is also much more stringently enforced. You have to actively enforce it.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't understand what they're doing with that.
Lose it.
That's Disney's evil, man.
Fucking Disney.
Yeah.
That's literally my only comment. I know nothing about law.
Are you speaking in the third person now, huh?
Well, I know nothing knows nothing about a great many things, but I know nothing would like us to continue because we're getting into a particular part where we'll continue to talk a long time about, I'm sure.
So yeah, basically Jinx is being kind of a good, like, hands-off mother figure to Isha, as opposed to how they were raised with a much more stringent hand in Vander, which I find there is actually kind of an interesting through line here. It's like, who is a good fucking parent in this show? I suppose the Kiramans a little bit? I don't know, maybe?
Vi and Powder's parents before they died, probably.
We don't know.
Assume they were decent. You assume they were at least decent.
Maybe?
And
yeah, I mean, we saw them parenting in flashbacks. So
Jace's mom, to a point.
No, I'm sorry. No,
she was
Jace's
like,
mom
my
threw him
son's
under the
crazy.
fucking bus.
He's an idiot.
Like, I understand why she did it. Like, I'm torn
Well, she
because
did that so she did that specifically to stop him from going to jail.
no, she did that to stop him from being exiled from the city.
Yeah.
Which I'm sitting there, I'm like, I'm torn because, like, you also made him look like a lunatic. That's not.
And even fair, in that circumstance, what other freaking defense
he was
could
gonna
she
go
make?
jump off a building because, like, he couldn't, like, achieve his dream anymore. Like, now he's in the city of progress, but he can't do the thing that he came here to do.
Would you trust a man with a goon cave?
It only took us 2 hours, but we reinvoked the goon cave.
So, further, by the way, with this screenshot, if right here Jinx had said this is where I lost Warwick, that would fit a lot better personally.
Maybe she did, and like you just backtracked a little bit, like to like, oh, I lost him around here kind of thing. I don't. I mean, it's splitting hairs, if I'm being honest. But I get it. I get it.
It is. Yeah. It's definitely splitting hairs.
Like this cave.
Wait, what? It's splitting, but
splitting.
It's not splitting hairs.
Well, no, it is, but it's splitting. You're splitting hairs like this cave is.
I don't see how
the joke is dead.
Yes, yeah,
just like McAvoy, split and dead.
Dust Raven.
That wasn't what you say that like it was a like that. Never mind. Anyway, that was a reference. That was a reference joke. Anyway, so yeah, she basically lets Issa Isha choose which way to go, and
Isla Crown?
Isla Crown, apparently.
She's gonna get Ishakai'd.
And we get actually a very important line here where Vi's like, you don't really need my help, and Jinx like, you haven't needed it for a long time, because like it's like, I guess this is Vi also recognizing, you're, in not so many words, you're kind of right. You're not as much of a, like, you can take care of yourself now. Like, you actually can. And I'm recognizing that. And then Jinx replies, last time Vander needed us, we tried it alone. And nothing was ever the same. Not quite correct.
Not correct at all. Not correct at all, actually.
Well, I was going to say,
she should have said, like, last time we tried this, you left me out.
Yeah, that would be better.
Because we tried it alone.
Because let's be honest, at least from Vi's perspective, if Powder hadn't done anything, they probably would have gotten out.
Well, I think,
most definitely. Because literally just before she blew up the bomb, you already had Milo get Vander out of the chair, and at the same time
was breaking down the wall.
Yeah, everything, it was all coming up Millhouse.
And like, you could have like Vander take Vi's place as like the lone route, punch a few people out, they jump out, they start running, and they have a decent chance of at least getting away from the building before shit goes south. Further. But
all things considered, I'm wondering if the alternate universe, when we finally get to that conversation, if it would have been better if they had it more so about the end of episode 3, and basically Powder hadn't gone, and they had just gotten, like, they had succeeded in getting Vander out of there. I don't know, maybe I'll have to roll that over in my head. That would be interesting.
Same, actually. That sounds like a good thing.
But I like the idea, like, I understand what she's getting at here is that they both worked independently and ended up fucking each other over. Or more so, Jinx ended up fucking over everyone.
Well, this is where I was going to put the but like where I was going to say, from Jinx's perspective, she would have the idea of like, we tried it alone and it was never the same, because she did try, and one of the best scenes of voice acting from younger Jinx where she's just screaming, I only wanted to help. She did.
Yep.
And by the way, she was 10 when she voice acted for that.
Yeah. They chose a good talent.
Holy shit.
They tried it alone. We're forgetting that Milo and Kaiser existed. Well, I think the implication is that, like, they were starting to integrate Powder into the team. To some extent, that was kind of like the first mission they actually went out together for was the one where they discovered those things, those hex crystals. I think the implication was that, like, they were starting to bring her into the fold on their shenanigans, and obviously Powder would see it.
Well.
Powder would see it. You did it without me. Like, I think there's like Powder saying that to Vi, and I think she holds Vi a lot closer to her than she did Milo and Kaiser. I mean, remember, Powder did not like Milo. Milo and Powder did not like each other at all.
Well, let's be perfectly frank. One of the biggest, like, as seen from the meta and told by the showrunners, the reason Milo's design is what it is so that it can appear as, like, remember when Jinx sees Vi and Caitlyn on the bridge and there's a giant Milo just fucking horrifying shit.
Yeah.
Really
so
devilish goblin hair.
Yep.
Yeah. So I can absolutely see this from Jinx's point of view. And now she's like, maybe it's a do-over. And we're seeing, I think, Jinx is like, we have a chance to build something back again. And it's like, from someone who has been so deep in the shit for so long, this is like drowning. I mean, honestly, that's what we saw at the beginning. And like, she's seeing the surface for the first time in years.
Right.
I could see why Jinx is approaching things the way she is here.
That's a good way to put it, because, the drowning.
Yeah, and to be fair, Silco's the one that pushed her into the water this entire time. Silco has been the one that quote-unquote drowned her. said, "Let the old you
Yeah.
die and learn to live in the pilt." And it's like, no, I want to breathe.
Yeah.
And then we get the line that'll be called back to, "He's your father too." And it's like kind of a bit of a moment of respect there. It's like, you're just as involved as I am. You deserve this.
Right.
And so Vi silently follows along. I think it was pointed out, Vi only has 15 or 17 lines this episode. Vi is actually very stoic this episode.
Which understandable.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Meanwhile, they just kept him in the same cell. Jesus Singed.
I mean,
Yeah.
a good.
Why would you change it?
Exactly. It's a perfectly good cell.
Well, the last time
plenty
he was in here, he
around.
managed to summon a helmet. So,
Well, that was my next question. Like, do they have is he in restraint still?
I don't think so.
We'd have to move forward in the scene overall because I don't think
we
see restraints.
I don't think we see his arms.
Mm.
But basically, he's like, "I knew you'd return," and he's overconfident. And he's like, it's always the same look when one covets a weapon. And she talks about the different battles she's fought and the weird things she's seen, and she's never seen an adversary of such strength or more savage. And he's like, "No beast is more savage than man."
Mm-hmm.
And he gives the knight, and he's like, "I trust you have terms." And she basically lays out, "Work for me, and you'll have everything you need. My enemies will be yours. My weapons will, your weapons will be mine. In return, I will supply your needs." It's like, I do like that she front loads. Yeah, here's all the bad shit, but here's now the positives.
I'm sorry, I can't. I saw Eric. Darius has entered the chat with like, "There's no beast more savage than man."
As someone who is only aware by reputation from these conversations, I will take your word for it.
Think gladiatorial monster in like just wants to see violence, carnage, and his day job is killing Godzilla level kaiju.
I'm looking at his design.
Just for the-
you
just-
don't say.
Just for the thrill of it.
He looks like I don't know. He looks like the kind of guy who would like long walks on the beach. I don't know what you're talking about.
Weirdly enough, his brother is super fucking chill.
See, that's a contrast, you know?
And the weirdest part is his brother actually has the most warlike faces because he's a guy in full plate with a battle axe as big as he is.
What's his brother's name?
They both start with
Draven.
Draven, yeah.
Yeah, he does look really chill. He looks like that guy from that
The joke
anime I need to watch.
The joke that a lot of people made when God of War Ragnarok came out is that Draven is like, when Thor like, "You seem like a calm and reasonable person. Are you a calm and reasonable person?" The answer is yes, actually.
God, that line is so fucking good. Just like,
I love it.
I want to play.
when the situation calls for calm.
I really want to play God of War.
I really want Twi to play it. I'm just torn whether or not to have her play the earlier ones first.
I play Nordic.
Why? Because
Nordic gives the most context.
I was going to say, I think that the Nordic series does a really good job interpreting Norse mythology in an interesting and fun way. I think you appreciate it.
Okay.
It does. There are certain things that I know you will have problems with.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I would have you play the Greek ones, but they're much more immature in terms of how they handle a lot of the retelling of Greek mythology. It's a different type of storytelling, more so.
So you're saying
I know.
So you're saying the game where the main character randomly breaks open a wall into a brothel and has sex with two naked women that happen to be there is a little bit more immature?
Yes.
What was so immature about him going into the throat of a monster?
It would make that one YouTuber
guy to die.
It would make that one YouTuber be so nervous about his mother breaking into the room. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a different time, okay?
Wait, why are you saying that like it was anyway? But no, I was gonna say, like, I just know that the Norse games, they don't, unlike a lot of properties that try to be more adult and mature, they don't discard the older games. They actually use them as a building stone for the Norse storyline, and I find that not only admirable but very, very impressive in how they managed to do it. So
Yeah.
it's like
From what I
that's
heard,
why
they
like
did
I would
really
have
well.
that happen, but like they're really hard to find a way to play without like.
Well, yeah, because like considering what they're working with, like, yeah, you would think that most people.
Well,
want
the
something to be
lovely
away
thing that they have is that they have a bunch of nods to different stories overall. Like Twilight, you will actually like this. There's a particular character, I won't say who. He says that in his youthful days, he went around calling himself Puck.
Ah.
But yeah, and so she's like, "Oh, you'll be treated as an esteemed advisor, but I demand absolute loyalty." Which, quite frankly, from this, just spoiler alert, he never breaks. He keeps his end of the bargain this entire time.
Well, yeah, that's what I kind of like about Singed is that like he is very much a no kind of guy. He is like, I have my own goals. He just seems like the kind of guy who makes alliances purely just for like his own kind of gains. Doesn't necessarily mean that like he will work against someone else. Just whatever allows him to get his research done and do what he does. He clearly doesn't care about Silco. He clearly doesn't care about Ambessa. He only cares about it to the extent that like it gets the stuff done, and like if being loyal requires that, then he'll do it.
He's there's a particular quote that I like of, I can't remember exactly who said it, but he's playing a game of he's placing pieces on a chessboard that only he can see.
Ooh, that's a good line.
That sounds familiar.
Vander, nobody wins in war. Singed, skill issue.
And to be fair, it works.
He's
because
right.
His motivation is fundamentally really, really simple.
Well, okay, it's simple on the broad scope. It's inordinately complicated on the granular scale.
Let's be 100%
like,
honest. Let's be frank. Only in a like sci-fi fantasy show would someone think I'm going to make a werewolf attack dog in order to resurrect my daughter.
Yeah.
Where is
Okay.
the A, B, and C of this?
Okay, all right. Now,
Fantasy show.
now, hear me out. Me and Fat Man, we have a project. He's more into the werewolf part of it. I'm more into the resurrection part of it.
Fucking furry.
That's what you do with them.
Yeah.
Listen. Why?
It actually look. The werewolf was a compromise. At first, it was going to be a dragon.
Question.
Okay.
No. No, wait.
Yeah,
No,
of
guys. I want to point something out with this particular conversation. Singe's blood is in Warwick. Does that make it self-cessed?
Oh my god!
No, it doesn't become self.
Question.
Okay. What if you gave your wife a blood
Well,
transfusion?
okay. To be fair, me and Fat Man hadn't decided whether or not it was going to be my blood or his that go into it. So, that hadn't come up as a discussion point. Now that you have, I'm thinking very deeply about the rest of this project and where it's going.
Fantastic.
The thing with blood is that it'll get out of your
Take this
system.
seriously.
He's just dying.
What I do?
Could you
I was
imagine?
gonna
if you-
say, I know nothing. If we're allowed to like get into the nitty gritty of this, let Twy get into the nitty gritty of our scientific musings.
Okay, so under that, Dr. Twilight, what is your finding?
Well, blood is actually a very temporary thing. So like you can put blood into a body, but it's not going to stay there forever. It is going to be pissed out eventually. It'll be there, but it will not change your DNA, not to a very significant degree. And if it is enough blood to change your DNA to some sort of degree, it's going to be on a very superficial level. So you will not like become self-cessed in any kind of way.
So you're saying we need to be quick with this.
Yeah.
But wait, actually, this raises a very important question. Okay, a very important question, unironically. On some level, Did Singed consider making his daughter a wolf girl?
Oh shit! He had the option. It was right there.
Well,
I mean,
Well,
like, if
They live in a fantasy. Well, we already saw the cute Lynx girl. You could have made it happen, man.
Well, I mean, there's
Well, no-
already fox girls, and there's already actually already are wolf girls in Runeterra. So technically,
yeah, I know the fox girl you're talking about.
Maybe he's
Well-
speciesist.
Well, remember in season 1 when he was running tests on the axolotl? He was like,
Yeah.
nah, I'm try wolf next.
well, I mean,
what did
my
he
understanding, like,
he
don't
looks at the, he looks at the axolotl and says, "Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing."
Remember that one time in the
Listen.
Jacked podcast where we talked about the logistics of incest, self-cessed
Listen,
werewolf
Singed
sex?
play Nekopara, and that changed everything. Okay?
and like, well, here's the thing too is like the Singed still has like the axolotl thing. I'm pretty sure. I want to say someone. I want to say someone actually said that like the reason why he had it in the first place is that it to generate shimmer. That's where it comes from.
Yeah.
apparently.
Possible, but the only thing that I have in my mind right now is that one review of Nekopara where it says a negative review, "This game is shit, 12,000 hours on it."
Oh, yeah, I saw that meme.
My
Holy
favorite genre of review.
Well, I mean, ironically,
No,
that
listen, they're
describes
thorough.
League of Legends. So,
I mean, hey, doesn't that describe my like exact relationship with Ruby? The show is
Yes.
shit.
Our exact
It's 12,000 hours.
our exact
yeah,
relationship.
you're describing
Russia
everyone
on
in
you.
this room right now.
I'm pulling a Russia on you, fat man. Our relationship with Ruby.
Zero me with Destiny.
Okay, so
Anyway.
moving on.
We're talking over a really important scene that's like really.
Yeah, it's actually a great
That's
characterizing
right.
moment too for Singed, where he's like, it isn't a monster. He wasn't a monster. He was a man once, well respected at that. And it's like he's going into like he's a victim of great tragedy. It's like, holy shit, this guy is like so nuanced in like his views on
This
things.
is why Singed is my MVP of this season. Like, holy fuck.
Yeah, he went from
Oh,
being
yeah,
like sort of a
100%.
character that's just sort of there and like kind of a sneaky mad scientist type to being
Yeah.
one of the most well fleshed out characters in the show.
Well, that was Sorry, I'll let you. I keep interrupting.
Well, I
I'm
was
so
going to move
sorry.
on to the next scene. You-
I was in fairness, I never realized this until like after a rewatch because someone I had heard from other people, Singe's original character concept from League of Legends originally, and like it was actually kind of fascinating to see the change that they made because apparently in the original one he straight up a evil psychotic mad scientist. And I don't know a whole lot of the details, but like for instance, the way that Warwick was originally created by him was that he literally just took like an innocent man and just made him evil because he wanted to like make someone evil just cause. And like I was like, oh, they actually took him and made something kind of like interesting with him.
That's why I find it so interesting because there's a lot of people in my chat and stuff in my last video and they're like, well, I just really like simplistic villains and I just want them to be evil for the sake of evil. And then we're talking about talking about how Singed is so much more interesting now that he's not just a mwahaha villain.
I'm on the case of you can have simplistic villains and complicated ones, just write them well. But going back to Singed, the thing with Warwick originally, and I could be completely wrong with this in my memorization of the lore, he wanted to prove that like it's very Saturday morning cartoon villainy, and like he wanted to prove that love, compassion, the better parts of human nature wouldn't be able to win out against something that is like purely bestial. That being said, it was a bet between him and someone else, I think. The only issue is that Singed in the lore, hinged the bet in making basically Warwick a fucking member of the Khorne Legion from Warhammer 40k, where the mechanisms on the back of Warwick's body are supposed to keep him bestial and keep him like in always pain, always like angry and everything.
I have a lot of problems with that just on a evolutionary and biological level. So
again,
don't let me go off on that.
It's
I
early
mean, I can.
2000. No, it's early 2000s League lore. There's a
Yeah.
lot of shit that changed.
No, it doesn't matter because this shit has been going on in film and media in general for literal
really?
fucking decades. I am so tired of it. I am so
Yeah.
goddamn tired
Well,
of it. It is boring.
I
It is
think
dull.
Zero-
It is so
Oh, it's
overused.
Zero has, I think, a good point, which is evil for the sake of evil really needs to be charismatically portrayed to work well. They need to be damned entertaining,
Yeah.
and I think it's
Yeah.
true. I
No,
also
that's
think
absolutely
there
correct.
needs
It's
to be
why-
a support there. Like, someone doesn't just wake up in the morning and decide I'm going to be,
I
a
choose
genocidal
violence.
maniac that's out to destroy everything that people
Yeah.
love and care about. You got to get to that point, and getting to that point can be interesting, and then seeing, like, from there, you can build a more interesting nuance to the character if you want to, or you could have someone that's like, I mean, I kind of see if you went in a different direction with season 2, I could see Jinx being like at the end of season 1, she's lost everything. She's just out to cause suffering. She's lashing out at the world. She's evil for evil's sake. I could have seen that approach with her.
Yeah, both
Right.
Adam and Eric, like for Dio and Frieza, both of them have reasons for why they are evil for the sake of evil, but they do have reasons for being the assholes they are.
I was gonna-
Joker,
They are.
I was gonna say, you don't just wake
relatively
up and decide to be a genocidal maniac. Blake has to break up with you.
Specifically Blake. Specifically someone named Blake.
okay, fair enough then. Fair enough.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Like, too, I even think that just and like, because I don't know a whole lot about like Sauron's backstory from the Silmarillion. I still need to like probably read that. But like even then, I feel like someone like Sauron is good as an antagonist, just as like an oppositional force.
Sauron.
One minute. I need to correct someone here. Cameron Bailey. Every single Pokemon team is evil for the sake of evil and are great. No. No. That's actually the opposite. Like, all right, Team Rocket, they're a mob organization. That's a completely different type. Like, they just want power and control. That's not evil for the sake of evil. That's just power. That's like, and then you get Team Magma and Team Aqua that have fundamental differences. They're eco-terrorists.
Yeah.
Have a different view of things. Then you
Free
got
the
Team
rings.
Galactic, who I think they want to rewrite the universe because there's like they have the Final Fantasy thing where there's so much suffering in the world. We want to rewrite the world.
A perfect world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then there's then
like a gross undersimplification or oversimplification of Pokemon.
oh sorry
Yeah.
who was Team? Was it Team
I
Plasma?
stopped,
Flare.
I stopped at the black
Plasma.
and white.
What was Black and White?
That was Team Galactic.
Oh, that was Galactic. Sorry, I'm thinking
No,
Team
was
Plasma.
Black and White Galactic or Plasma?
Plasma.
What?
Plasma
I
was
can't remember. It's
4.
been years.
Gen 4 was Plasma. Team 5 was Galactic.
Yes.
And then you get Team Flare, who they're okay. I'm gonna be honest. Team Flare kind of fucking sucks. They're
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
They
I
fucking
don't-
do.
I've got nothing on that.
they just like style. Okay, look, they're French. That's their villainy. All right.
Oh God.
If any team in Pokemon could be evil for the sake of evil, it would probably be Team Flare, and that is like probably the only one.
Yeah.
Oh,
And that's
Plasma is
not a
black and white.
compliment,
Okay.
By the way.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
no,
you.
Galactic was Sinnoh, and Sinnoh was Gen 4.
Right.
Oh, cool.
That makes
Yeah.
sense because they have the celestial beings. And then
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
and then
Plasma
Gen
is Gen
7 was
5.
Alola, right? So that was Team Skull, who their whole thing was they were just actually just punks. They're actually kind of
Yeah,
good
they
people.
were punk
Are
rock.
those the guys who, like,
And then the
walk
real
around
villains
and
were
walk-
the company, which is like going to be a recurring theme. The company who I guess want to experiment with an alternate dimension shit. And then his conversation is missing the judgmental Critter. We don't need Critter for this. You're just wrong fundamentally.
Yeah.
and then you've got Gen 8, Sword and Shield, where the villains are, again, kind of just, they tried to repeat the success with Team Skull, where they had Marnie's fan base of Team Yell, who honestly were really fucking annoying. And then you've got the company again, who are all about trying to solve an energy crisis by becoming kind of insane. And then finally, you've got the team from Gen 9, Scarlet and Violet, who are basically a bunch of delinquent kids from the school who just want to like, they're all friendless and they just want a group of friends, and ironically end up forming an organization of friends that's like half the population on the island, or in the continent. It's like,
Damn.
I don't quite like their goals are a little weird. Because they don't realize that they've actually formed a huge friends group. And then like the real villain, quote unquote, are the professors at the very end who are actually sentient robots who are like
spoilers.
Oh, really? Oh, neat.
I haven't played the game that far yet.
I thought they showed you. I thought Kelsey showed you the end of the ending cutscenes.
I've not played any.
I didn't
Pokemon.
understand it, and I left my brain right away.
Oh god damn it! I'm sorry.
Gen 9 was that trillion polygon mud that crashes your Switch.
Regardless, what I'm trying to say is, with the exception of what they with the exception of Gen 6 and Team Flare, and even then they tried something there. All of them have a nuance to them. Even the most simple one are mobsters who are not on the face of it evil. They're doing crime.
Selfish.
As for your original bringing things up, Pete, with Sauron, yeah, Sauron's pretty simple overall in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. His overarching arc is that he's basically a angel. No, he isn't actually. That's Melkor, his former master. But moving on from that, the general idea for Sauron is that he is a maker angel who is obsessed with order.
He's a perfectionist. He's the worst.
He's corrupted order. The actual Satan corrupted him into what Tolkien describes as wholly evil as imaginable, because in Sauron's world there is no will but his. That's the his entire purpose was corrupted and changed by the literal Satan of the overarching Middle Earth.
Izanagi says, isn't Plasma the one where they try to liberate Pokemon, but they were manipulated by N or something? No, N was being manipulated by Getsis?
His father.
His dad, I think.
I think his name is Getsis. Yeah.
Getsis, yeah.
But like you are right in the sense that they're the ones who are trying to liberate Pokemon, but getting manipulated by someone.
They were Pokemon PETA, but like evil.
Manipulation.
So they were Pokemon PETA.
Manipulation was involved.
Yes.
Yeah.
Much
I haven't finished Black and White. Those are the only games I have played, but anyways. I don't really care too much about spoilers,
that was a long tangent, but the point of the matter is, you're wrong. The Pokemon villains are actually relatively well nuanced across the board, even if their delivery isn't always great.
You can
make their villains good, simplistic, complex. Just make them cool. Give them a decent voice and give them good fucking dialogue. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
An incredible tolerance for pain. So we're back describing more of like Vander. Basically. An incredible tolerance for pain. With him, I was able to make strides impossible with any other specimen. So it's like Vander himself was special. Like he actually had like particular elements of himself that allowed him to become Warwick.
It's a case of probably a deeper overarching subtext with like the Arcane world overall, because like as grounded as season 1 was, season 2 does fully recognize that this is part of Runeterra, and there are people that are just built different. Like they pop up here and there, and they have like particularly magical or special things about them, and that special thing just happened to be in Vander, whose body just happened to fall in Singe's hands. It's it's a series of coincidences that I am weirdly perfectly fine with.
Well, I think it fits because it's not shown as a complete boon for him in this case. Like, that's especially because he died early on in season 1 anyway. So it's not like,
and the way he died already showed like we could have already implied that he was, because he hyped himself up on not just one shot of Shimmer, but like dozens of. He overdosed hard on Shimmer to get the results he did, and he seemed to have some level of control after that.
Marka Ragnos, they have semblances. Weirdly enough, that's kind of true. There are people that are able to. No, there are people that are able, like mages and such. They're able to like manifest their magics in different ways.
Yeah, but that's just like I was gonna say Ruby does not own that concept.
What I mean is I thought you were talking about the specific way semblances function.
No, not that. The best way to describe people in Arcane is that you have like normal humans, and most of the champions are the like mutant humans, the above humans, the like people who are built different. There's
So
like most of
D&D,
yeah,
player
D&D
protagonists.
fighters basically.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
because a huge chunk of the cast of League of Legends in the world and the lore, they do some pretty incredible things, but they are the majority. Magic is the rare case. Manifesting magic is rare. Being superhumanly
Right,
strong is actually pretty common.
I mean, to be fair, in a crazy world like that, you could probably just hand wave that being all like, oh, evolutionary.
Well,
you know, kinda need a
so
little-
there are. I might be wrong on this, and this might be different lore. Runeterra does have its own version of the Infinity Gems.
Oh my fucking
Oh.
god.
I'm not even joking.
They
Built
got their own
everything.
chaos.
I mean, I absolutely could see it because like that would be something
The-
that an early 2000s video game would steal from comic
I
books.
think
Yes.
I think the original like lore for Piltover is they basically had the Infinity Stone for like innovation.
Mm,
Huh.
that's a
So
damn
you're
good
sure they
one.
were cheating
I'll be right. I'll be right back.
in the mountain that Zon and Piltover built on. They had that Infinity Stone, I think. Yeah, the
So
War
they-
Runes. Thank you.
So they were cheating, is what you're saying.
Noxus has 3 world runes. They're cheating.
Fucking hell!
Okay.
Can I just say I kind of hate Noxus.
Okay, so Noxus has 3. Demacia has 3. They're the main characters. Everyone else is sideshow. Okay.
So they chose Pilt. Actually, that makes them choosing Piltover for the story kind of amazing.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'll put this in perspective. Like we all, you remember my comment about a like mid-level mage that Victor
Yes.
would eventually become when he does third impact.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lux is a high-level mage, and she basically does magical girl shit in Demacia, and the difference in power between them is like comparing a campfire to the sun.
Holy shit.
Okay, now
So,
in
for
fairness, we
context-
don't know
for
how that's
context-
going to reassess itself after. the
Yeah, that
Arcane
is true.
fix.
That is true. But for context, Lux is so magically powerful. She activated Demacia's anti-magic like Titan, for lack of a better term. If you've ever seen pictures of this like giant stone Goliath, that's an
Oh,
anti-magic. That's an anti-magic thing that is supposed to activate in response to a lot of magic happening, spells being fired, and all that stuff. Lux activated it by standing next to it
Fuck,
and doing
damn.
nothing.
Okay, man.
Celtic Phoenix is
And by the way,
racist towards Noxus. If I'm being completely honest, the more I hear about Noxus, the more obnoxious it sounds. It just
It is very.
from a writer's perspective, it's like, no, my action figure is more powerful than yours. No, mine is more
Weird-
It
okay,
sounds a
so-
lot like that to me.
Weirdly enough, the worst is Demacia, if we're being completely honest. But
fuck.
Noxus has a lot more lore on
Okay,
it for the
but
overarching
counterpoint,
shit.
Lux is cute as fuck. And that's
I'm not
I'm
denying-
dying on that
I'm
hill.
not denying that. I'm not denying
Okay,
that.
buddy.
But okay,
Alright,
again, for
man.
the like Titan thing, the response that it's supposed to attack in is if 2 armies of mages are fighting each other.
Yeah, that's kind of hilariously overpowered.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
no,
I feel
again,
like I would
there
really
are-
love to see a Demacia story over seeing a Noxus story, but we're probably getting a Noxus story first.
we'll probably get an Noxus story. I mean,
We're definitely
There's-
getting
there's-
They
that
confirmed
story.
3 cities, and
Like-
well, they confirmed 3 shows are currently in the works. One
No,
for
no, no,
Noxus,
no, no, no,
one
no,
for
no, no. They said that they had
No,
3
actually.
different shows they could go for, but I think they said
Mhm.
there's only one in
Oh.
development.
Okay.
I think, and that's Noxus, considering everything that we see, like with different comics and different like overarching.
I mean, the
specials
end of
that
the
they go-
season directly leads into
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, that
So-
too.
But yeah, so
Oh.
we get more. Basically, we're flashing back to the battle on the bridge. The mind could not recover, which is saying he's kind of lost in there. This is implying that he got hit in the face with a Molotov, or that he hit someone else in the face with a Molotov.
I don't think so. I mean, unless
I-
it also means that like Silco ran at him or
I think it's
maybe.
the way that I looked at this in particular is that it's a bunch of different like emotions coloring like high octane memories that are like split, and this is just visualization of the man being lost in the violence and the like destruction that the beast forces
Is
on
this
him.
Silco?
Yeah.
Yeah.
think that is, yeah, that's supposed to be like him
Oh
remembering.
yeah, no, that's Silco. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, eventually you could eventually see his hair and everything. So,
The man
and then
lost
it
forever
goes
in
straight-
the bowels of the beast.
and then it goes straight into the
Compelled only by the scent of blood, which goes back to her earlier question.
Mhm.
Wait, when did this happen? I guess this was during.
That's
Oh,
real.
that's in
That- that's
Fortnite.
present day.
I assume that's a memory of Stillwater.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
of
that's
him busting through.
absolutely-
Yeah. And then him calming down in the tunnel that Jinx lost him in.
Right.
God, the visual storytelling here is just crazy good.
Yeah, okay, this actually helps a little bit of what happened. It still doesn't show us how he got out, but we show kind of what happened afterwards, where I presume she was standing there and he kind of saw Vi and then he just kind of ran off. He got lost in the memories of what's her face?
Vi's mother.
Right.
So Vi's and like you see the this is what I'm talking about, the like emotions coloring the memories of, like, he sees like Silco like post injury, post everything, when this is supposed to be the memory where they toast to Vi nearly being born.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But, like, everything's being colored.
Was it Bedrock and Blisters? Or Blisters and
Yep.
Bedrock?
Blisters and Bedrock.
That's the name of the episode.
Roll credits!
Roll
That's the thing, guys.
And then so we cut back to the least interesting part of the episode, which is
Oh,
This
fuck
place.
me.
yeah, okay, let's just I kind of want to get the more I think about this scene, I'm just like, okay. Can we...
It's literally just here to like wake up her powers. Like there's really not a
Yeah,
whole
you're getting
nervous
you're
side
getting
that's, like-
you're getting magic. You're gonna be a champion later, doll. Moving on.
yeah.
Felisa and Connell.
There's nothing else here I want to say besides just maybe references to a possible later stories, but nothing that necessarily pertains to this one beyond just this is how she gets her powers.
Yeah, basically what we learned here is like them discussing. We'll just try to summarize this because there's not much else here. Basically, Kino says, "Oh, there was a story that I was looking into of Ambessa going to a town and falling in love." And Mel's like, "That's not our mother." And she's like, "Apparently you don't know her well enough, but there was a child." And it's like, and that's what they're looking for. And like, Mel puts a lot of this together. She starts like drawing runes, like she starts feeling out magic, starts opening a puzzle in here, which kind of goes nowhere other than like implying that there's some, like, in the long term, does this imply that there's like a puzzle that they couldn't solve, or is this just a test to reveal that she is the one they're looking for?
I thought it was a ladder.
I figured it was the latter, and my League knowledge points to the latter. There's a big theme, and I might be misremembering. Like, again, everything that I say, grain of salt, please take.
You meant a ladder like the second thing. I'm like, oh no, it's like the little handholds are coming out. So
Of course. The ladder, it's perfect. But a big thing in the League of Legends lore is, like, when learning magic and stuff, it's a lot of mental, like, arithmetic learning. There's an unknowingness slash and like uncontrollable nature to the arcane, but learning magic is very it's sort of like academic in nature, and like you have to basically like push your mind in order to like connect to the arcane, if that makes sense.
That kind of goes back to what what Heimerdinger, not Heimerdinger, mainly Jace and Echo were talking about earlier with, like, hey, using hex tech and runes and stuff. It's like, you know, a language.
Yeah.
That
Someone says
feels like a function.
It would have been so easy that Jinx's mega death rocket at the council activated her magic powers and discovered she. I mean, it did technically.
Yeah.
It did.
Yeah,
It
but,
did.
like,
if you go back
like-
to that scene, I mean, I'm pretty sure we talked about this.
Yeah.
If you go back to that scene and look at it, there's like a big old like circle
That's-
that doesn't have any cracks
Yeah.
or soot on the
But
floor.
I think what
That's
you're
not the
implying
only
is like
reason-
if only she wound up here through that, and like we basically just cut out the Black Rose as the middleman, and it's like I could kind of see that. I would have actually like instead of doing that, I would have more kept the beginning roughly the same, and more so Mel's story was her periodically coming to this place in like her dreams or falling into a coma, like it's her body waking it up, and like she is constantly trying to figure out what this place
That's
is being
actually-
brought to is.
That's actually something that happens. I can't remember which story. It happens to Lux, actually. She dreams that she's floating around the cosmos, and she like picks out stars and builds her own like little nebulas. And then when she wakes up, a little bit more magic power leaks out.
That sounds like Lux, but it could be anyone,
Interesting.
honestly. Because apparently,
Well,
this is Mel, and she's apparently a light mage, which is the exact same as Lux. So it's like, okay, I guess.
Okay, so that's where I get into a bit of legal lore of just like, oh, this person is a light mage. What does that mean? Fuck if I know. They usually.
It means their magic power is colored gold.
She's
I
a
guess.
shield mage.
It means they make the best flashlights.
Okay, like there's
there's like the welter mage, there's the feather mage, there's the fly mage. Then on the other end, you got the ultra heavy mage. It's
You got one for each Pokemon type.
that is actually this next frame. It kind of like annoys me. It just like it's kind of obvious to everybody that Kino is not exactly who he says he is when he just like suddenly just.
Yeah, and also like the thing that gets me about that is, one, you didn't need to do that. Two, like is Mel, I guess, experiences in sort of a dreamlike state, but like we don't see any indication of that or any kind of feeling of that from her. So it feels like this place is incredibly well grounded from an illusion perspective. I just said that because he put child in
illusion child? What?
Sorry,
I think you're seeing too many children.
There's there are the bite children. There are the illusion children.
The dead children.
There are the children featuring Dante from Devil May Cry.
No, Fat Man, you can't say bad things about the bite children. They come in 8-bit. They come in 16-bit. They come in 32.
Oh god damn it!
I need my 64-bit children.
So basically, Mel starts to figure out what's going on, and she figures out that this. Oh, we're cutting away from that, and then we'll figure that out. But basically, she's being told, there was a child, and you're probably her. Great.
Cool.
So we cut back to Singed. He's doing work. He's I know we say he's doing work, but he's just getting lunch.
So real talk, when he was opening up that lizard thing, the first thing that came to my head was, you ever seen those like fucked up, like cutting open Pokemon to cook them up?
Yes.
I've seen the Chikorita one.
Yeah, the Chikorita one.
That's what I was thinking, honestly.
But yeah.
Damn, now I'm hungry.
What the fuck lives in Runeterra, man? What is this?
Well, I mean, this apparently is that's going to survive the destruction of Piltover, because I'm pretty sure this is what Jace is eating wherever he goes.
I think so, yes, actually.
But this, I guess, is where he gets Shimmer from, interestingly. It looks like he's like doing... this will let you locate your beast.
Well, he's doing different things to like Shimmer is probably a concoction of like dozens of different like natural things. It's like how we got the refined tobacco out of the leaves that we found it from.
Also, this is such an inefficient way to like put things in a container. Like you drop a big drop onto a swell.
It makes me think of those memes where like someone's trying to pour into like a small bottle. They hand them like a funnel and you like do this, but they put the funnel on upside down.
The mustard, like
yes.
Yeah.
That.
They put the guy like comes over and he's like no, and he flips the cap upside down.
So Caitlin comes walking in, and okay, let's ask: is this just Singe's like base down in the fissures?
I'm guessing.
My guess is that it's considering the fact that they later from this room go into where he's keeping his daughter. One would assume he doesn't exactly move that very often.
Yeah.
So they're just down here.
How complex it is.
How I could describe of like why they're down here, Caitlin probably got word that Ambessa took Singed away and then asked where Ambessa was and then just followed her here considering she is Commander. Well, that too, but at the same time,
but like
it's
weird seeing them in this location so suddenly. It's a weird.
It
like,
is
okay. I guess you're here now, kind of thing.
It comes back all the way to that pacing thing of just like okay, little rushed, but
it's fine,
on, I guess.
Yeah, this is no harm in this. It's just like, I'm not used to seeing. I'm not used to seeing Vampire Kate in the middle of a dark cavern, which weirdly you think would fit more. But
Singed wants to save the kids. Well, you have to understand, Singed can't want to save the kids because if they follow literally any of his other lore, he has to. Well, I'm sorry, Fat Man. He does try to genocide the furries.
Oh no!
Oh my god, he is racist against them. I was right. Fucking called it.
He has a whole thing, like the Runeterra version of Japan. He has a whole thing where he gasses the fuck out of that place.
Oh my god! Please tell me that's like a follow up. We just hear it like in the Demacia or the Noxia story. We just hear it like, oh yeah, by the way, Fantasy Japan just got gas attack. Oh fuck. No. That's a bad idea actually.
No. When I say gas attack, attacked. I mean gas nuked.
Oh my
I don't care. Do you know why that's a bad thing? Do
Yes,
you
I know
remember
why it's
what
a bad
happened
thing.
in Tokyo? The sarin gas attacks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's literally. I think they.
So
said it's
okay,
basically a
he
historical
not
one.
only nukes Fantasy Japan, but he also gasses Fantasy Japan.
I
So
was
he's
about to say,
combining
so, like, he
both
does both of
horrors.
them.
Like Singed literally
Double whammy.
looked at an entire island of fox people, specifically the fox girls, and just said fuck them.
No.
Yeah, listen, guys.
As opposed
not
to
in the
me,
way you
Fatman,
think.
and everyone else, it
But,
says fuck him.
I'm about to say, but
Exactly.
you know what? Maybe it's like, is it like a judge? Is it like a Judge Frollo thing where it's all like, if he couldn't have him, no one can.
Oh my god, if they
no,
go that
he
route
was-
with that storyline, that would be amazing.
Oh god.
I
Yeah,
think
no.
in the old
Somebody
lore-
like do it like a remix of Hellfire, except it's like nuke gas.
Hell furry, hell
I think-
furry.
I think the reason in lore was that he was trying to get access to Fantasy Japan's Great Rune
Oh.
or World Rune I should say.
Anyway, Kate walks
regardless.
into this room and basically says, "Oh, I did some digging into the city's mysteries, and one of them caught my attention on you, or caught my attention in general. Curious episode of a revered academy alchemist, where unparalleled by all accounts, and no mention of his crime. And basically, we're leading up to the reveal that this is Dr. Revik. Oh, one minute. We gotta say hello to Deckard. He's here.
Oh
somewhere.
yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, I gotta say
Hi,
hello.
Deckard.
Yeah, it's like, is this a child's head you have here?
Yeah, that's
No.
Deckard.
He's a
Yeah.
teenager. Different.
Yeah,
You won't be
that totally
biting
makes me
anyone
better.
ever again.
I think honestly, like
Uh,
I kind of love it in the sense that he, like, you can see that he's opened up the scalp to look at the brain to, like, sort of test what Shimmer does to the brain.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
yeah, because like
Yeah.
now he's got a body to test with. Now that it's deceased, it's no longer like Silco doesn't need a corpse. It's kind of like it's such. It adds to like Singed's
You know what?
character.
I'm just going to
feel.
say it. I'm just going to say it. I want to know what the average Tuesday looks like for Singed.
I really, legitimately, I want to see his research notes. Like, what were you
Oddly,
working
yeah.
on?
Get him on the podcast.
Give him a podcast.
Dude,
For
if
the Singed-
if
the
I
Singed
could,
experience.
if I could, I would get the voice actor to come on the podcast in character, and we just talk for like 3 hours in a Joe Rogan type way about
Yes.
like so you tell me that like Shimmer's actually good for you. Yes, there's actually quite a few health benefits that come with Shimmer.
And
That
by the
means
way,
we
this
Make it a hot ones.
this statement, by the way, that Singed is Dr. Revik is another thing that got some of the League fan base in a bit of a tizzy because well, you have to understand, Singed was not Oriana's father originally. Initially,
right.
yeah,
I
he was
forgot
he
about
was
that.
he was another scientist that worked with Heimerdinger and Jace, but he was very much a background character to eventually be Oriana.
Yeah, so I mean, I see like that's actually quite interesting. Like it's just making more use of characters that weren't really fleshed out and turning them into
And-
someone else. I
yeah,
think that's
and
interesting.
tying
And
into
the
each
best part
other.
about it is that revealing his previous name, it's the first time that like Singed has an actual reaction to something that Caitlyn says. And then
True.
she says, "You're a monster." And then there's a really great shot of Singed sort of just like, yeah, kinda.
All right.
It is just like,
Yeah,
again,
tell
the
me something I
expressions,
don't know.
yeah, the expressions fan-fucking-tastic. Like,
Yeah.
just like right there, like just him, like that short, like
Breath.
Yeah,
Yeah,
short
he has
breath.
a moment of like, it's like he's like kind of relieved. I think it's like, oh my god, someone said my name.
how long has it been?
Yeah, how long has it been since I've been
Yeah.
recognized? And like his explanation for everything, and I do wonder what the fuck he did that got him exiled. Someone theorized that he was messing with magic before Jace did, which is potentially true.
Yeah, I was
What
gonna
does
say,
his Tuesdays look like?
That's the leading theory, the one that I kind of agree with, because Oriana lore-wise, previous lore-wise, does have a Hextech heart. So
that's
I think
kinda cool.
yeah, exactly. There's also an enforcer with a Hextech core that's basically like just a giant golem. She's really nice actually. But
They should have made
two
that
things.
like they should have used her to be Loris. Anyway.
Yeah, that
She's
actually would be neat. But two things here for this. Like considering the fact that like Hextech is directly tied to magic in this version of the lore, him trying to get a Hextech heart for Oriana to getting him kicked out by Heimerdinger perfectly fits. Also, the fact that the key to Oriana's chamber is the locket that he keeps with him all the fucking time. No notes.
So good.
Perfection. Also, by the way,
That's
originally
great.
Blitzcrank was supposed to be in Arcane Season 2. They moved my boy.
Apparently, I know a lot of people were miffed about
Well, I was
that.
wondering. Sorry, Raymond, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just saying a lot of people were miffed about like Blitzcrank not making any appearance whatsoever because Victor apparently built him. So it's like
Yeah, there is.
Oh, I thought it was Jace.
No, it was Victor. Victor went out of his way.
Oh, hello.
/ Guardian for Zon
okay,
after a like terror attack, but well, Blitzcrank is currently in limbo right now, considering well Victor's dead.
Yeah.
Right.
I saw like the key here also operates on a similar like transforming principle as Caitlyn's key, which I just find just a nice like consistency of technology.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
kind of
like
interesting they're both in the same room here. Actually, there's a lot of overlap there because the key that she got was from her mother, and the key that he has is about his daughter. So it's like,
also
see them parallels.
it's also a possible
so
case
good.
that considering his station, he might have been like the head of a minor house as well. So he has like that sort of like aesthetic in his technology as well.
there's also something interesting. God, this room is very pretty. It's the only one he did.
Oh God, I love it.
Yes.
But what I like here is that when Caitlyn learns about this, I hadn't really considered this, but this is important for her. Because a lot of her rage over like Jinx and the like is because she loved her mother. It's like a lot of her rage is informed by love. And she's like, you did all these horrible things. Why? For love. And I think that's actually really fucking important for her to hear. It's like, I don't think it quite lands mechanically. I think there's some work that needs to be done in order for it to connect properly. But I see the thread here, and I very much like it.
I was going to say there is an aspect of that that I won't speak on now, but it will come up much later that I think will be very interesting to bring up, and I want to see y'all's thoughts on that.
Yeah.
So I guess there's a pin for me.
No, that's a pin that we can add for later. But there's a particular line from Singed that I really do like, but I might be like misremembering completely. But doesn't he say that like this is Oriana, the two of you could have been friends?
Yes.
And that is a direct thing. Oriana and Kate are very, very good friends in the lore.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh man,
because
we'll add to the pin count. I was going to ask, do we have any pins to remove that we've already come up with?
The pins to remove, not yet. Most pins are going to be removed in episode 6.
Okay,
got it.
But if we're talking about like Oriana and Caitlyn, they sort of represent the sort of like high class, high society, feminine side of Piltover in the lore. So they like talk to each other a lot. Like Caitlyn is like the sheriff and everything, and Oriana is a dancer, but they are both like in those high tier circles, if that makes sense.
It would have been great. Gotcha. It would be great if like now after the fact we learned that like she meets mechanical Oriana. I don't know how this would happen, but like they become friends afterwards. It'd be kind of cute.
You can assume that they probably
is Oriana like a good kid? Like is she like a like when even after being transformed?
Is she good? Is she eating her vegetables?
Is Oriana a good character? She is one of the very few purely lawful, good, helpful people in the entirety of Runeterra lore. Like
that is like, hilarious considering who
she is a fuck. She is like Lux in that she is just a pure good star child.
That makes me wonder all the more what's going to happen with Singed and like what they're going to do with the two of them in a later series.
Or the thing is, they could just leave it here.
Well, that's the thing that a lot of people have asked about, because like Singed is responsible for the backstories of unironically 10+ champions. And and 6 of them are not from Piltover. It's Zon. Like
Dr. Mambo.
Mumbo partially, but among others, like
Okay, well, it's possible. It's possible because we don't know between him getting kicked from the academy. For all
yeah,
we
exactly.
know,
It's a
he
timeline
had
shit.
plenty of time to go wandering around the planet making mistakes.
Yeah.
Bro was jungling.
Listen, it's all for the sake of progress.
Now, admittedly, we didn't get a clear enough answer. He's like, oh, I'm trying to cure the affliction we all suffer. And it's like, is it going to be death? And he's just like, it's death. And it's like,
Yeah,
can we be more
it's-
specific, please?
I imagine a world
She
where
has
you no
death
longer need to
disease,
fear it.
Raymond.
Death
Isn't that
disease.
good enough?
Oh god, that actually reminds me. You remind me because Oriana is deeply tied to the world runes. Like, there's a fun thing in League lore where the world runes basically choose a champion to be their avatar.
Oh.
Let's see.
And what?
Sorry, Adam Zelke says in OG lore, Oriana had to have her biological parts slowly all replaced one by one with her robot parts due to the gray slowly killing her. Okay,
Thank you.
That's great.
Oh,
and then
yeah,
Isa says, "Geez, League lore sounds awesome. More shows of this in this world sound nice."
Well, that's
Isa,
the,
we're
big
also going
thing.
over how terrible it can be. We
Hey-
just talked about how
hey,
Noxus is obnoxious.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, Zero, you'll like this. Echo is actually one of the avatars for innovation.
Nice.
I believe. The other avatar, I think, is Victor.
Makes
Because
sense.
we'll have to understand the world runes are both sides of their coins. Echo is innovation for the sake of progress, for like creation. Innovation for
Jace is
Victor
more
is for destruction, for like reconstitution and everything else like that.
Right.
You see, I could
Again-
see that,
Glorious
like, you could
evolution.
really play some interesting angles with all that in terms of
Yeah.
like, okay, well, are they really? Like, because Victor is trying to say progress, but he's destroying shit, and then you could say that, oh well, no, the Echo's doing destructive shit, but he's for progress, or like vice versa. Like, I think there's a lot of you can interpret in that stuff.
Well, yeah, exactly. There's a lot of interpretations. The thing about at least League Echo is, again, the guy invented near perfect time travel in a weekend.
Yeah.
So
As you do.
exactly.
As you do.
Yeah, even the world runes love Echo. Yeah, because Echo's great.
like when you think about them as like in terms of like the runes being a sentient thing, and they like he's just a really good conversationalist. That's basically what he is.
That being said, well, I say those things, but we return back to it. There's a lot of rune champions that are in Noxus.
Yeah, and then Mel is like, she's starting to do the like thinky thing where all the overlays, and she's seen patterns. She's beginning to believe, and she's like starting to do the mechanism and trying to get them out of there. Which I don't even know if she knows is going to get them out of there. For all we know, it's activating the self-destruct, and she's about to kill them both.
She's
It's
playing
that
a
meme-
Rubik's Cube.
It's that meme from The Hangover.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
exactly.
But like it's with all these runes.
Yeah.
And
And
then
then
we
we
get
have-
much more clear implication that Kino isn't real.
Which
It's really annoying that
Kino
like
is not
it just
Kino.
gives itself up like right away.
Mm.
It does
That
Dr.
you pret-
Facilier by kind of zooming up behind her.
yeah, this comes back to just taste, and I really don't like just how on the nose it is.
I'm torn because everything else in this is delivered so well. It's like
Yeah.
everything else, but like they make it so obvious so early on that this is not her brother. So by the time she figures out, it's like, yeah, we've been waiting on this for the last hour. Even though it's only
Honey,
been
we-
like 20 minutes.
Exactly, like the characters have caught up to something that the audience guessed from honestly frame one.
Yeah, and like there are ways
I
to
guess
play
it's
that,
less
but it
annoying
didn't feel.
personally. I guess it's less annoying personally for me, just simply because of like, okay, at least it happened within the same episode. instead
Yeah,
of
it's
dragging
not
out
the
for,
most
like, 2.
egregious version of it, but it still
But-
felt like, damn, you took a while to pick up on. The
So
whole
you didn't
teleporting
pull
thing.
a full Ruby show, but you pulled a quarter one. Okay.
I do like the tear when she realizes it. That's a great like, damn, my brother really is dead. And then, boom, I'm going to now basically break your head like a coconut.
And then I'll be 100% honest, I have absolutely no idea what this is.
It's her flipping through her disguises and just being like, hi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember? Like I noticed this when I was rewatching season 1. that like when they like introduced Ambessa through a backstory, she killed that girl.
Yeah, that was the princess she killed. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Which-
also the necklace that I want to say Kino was wearing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it was
Yeah.
Kino's. I think it was deliberately put there by LeBlanc, and it's also the same necklace that she gives her later.
Yeah, it's highly implied that this is just one of LeBlanc's bodies that
Well,
she's
wait.
using to.
Does it imply then that girl that she killed was a member of the Black Rose? Like
I don't think that was a member of the Black Rose. I think it was just like the princess of a land that they were conquering.
I
Well, I mean, it's
don't
possible, but I
believe
don't know.
it's a member of the Black Rose. The reason why I say that is that like those repercussions as we see to killing a member of the Black Rose, as like Ambessa directly states, even though she is a general. So if she had killed a member of the Black Rose that early on, her problems would be a bit more, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly, but
it's
you get an
I mean,
idea.
if that's not a member, then it's like, that even further compounds the like, what's the point of it all?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would feel like there's more meaning to that necklace, or there could be. I don't know. I just feel like it's interesting that it does get passed down like that. And then they basically just, the charade's up, we're gonna wrap you in chains, and it's like, hey, your mother.
Yeah. Fight or flight.
Yeah, LeBlanc.
Sink or swim, or I guess.
LeBlanc is using one of her bodies in order to just like force the magical energy out of Mel through like pushing her mind and her body through like different stresses, which is how magic is activated in Runeterra lore overall. So
Yep.
Yeah, go for it.
And then she burns it away, and we won't learn what that is until much later, because that's the end of her in this episode, I'm pretty sure.
In this act.
In his act, yeah.
Yes, I think so. She shows up again at like episode 7.
Yeah.
Also,
Eight.
by
Episode 8.
the way, to further compound shit with your hatred of Noxus, by the way, Celtic, LeBlanc is a multi-body hopper.
Well, we figured that out.
Yeah, I'm not actually against that so much. Like, okay. And quite frankly, LeBlanc is like a smarter type of enemy. She doesn't seem to be. She has some brute force aspects to her here, but like overall, she seems much more sneaky and cunning, and like it's interesting in that way. It's not, she kills all these types of gods through sheer power and bullshit. It's like, no, she's sneaky and smart, and she outwits people, and then just gets into traps.
Well, it's what I actually we haven't gotten into it yet, but when Ambessa explains the 3 like aspects of Noxus, a thing that would actually be just pure gold for League fans is that every time when she says like wisdom show Swain, power show Darius, and guile show like an image of LeBlanc, because they're like that's the 3 trinity.
Yeah, I imagine that's what they were invoking.
That's probably what they're invoking, but it was like if they did that in like flashes, oh god, like that would have been such a great like I don't want to say
I actually
I
would
don't want to
disagree
say
because
I would say it's fan service. I would say fan service. Honestly,
I would say it's
personally.
fan service because like as someone who doesn't know any League lore, if we got hints of that, it'd be like, is that going to be relevant now in the Arcane storyline? I'm actually appreciative they didn't do something like that.
Darius's brother is sacrifice.
Hey, hey guys. Sorry to interrupt, and I hate to be a downer when it comes to this. I actually have to go.
It's a coincidence that you say that.
Oh really?
No,
I'm not even joking.
Not again! No!
No, I can stick around. I'll stick around for like a little bit longer just because like I was trying to like find a good place to bring it up. I'll stick around for a little bit. It's literally just I gotta get up early I'll explain it to you guys later. I don't really want to.
Well, I mean, like, to be fair, it is hard to get a word in when I know nothing and Raymond are just fighting each other to speak the most words.
I mean, that's not the reason why I'm leaving. It's work, but I mean, I can stick around for like a little.
Yeah, for me, I actually need to go. Something important kind of just came up.
All right, man. Well, thanks
thanks
for being here. Do you want to sign off with anything in particular?
Oh yeah. Everyone. Well, I made a video the other day. Me and my co-host.
He did.
Yeah.
It's great. It's a great video.
Yeah.
Everyone should watch it.
You were there, Pete. You know. But like, yeah, me and CBF collabed, making a video talking about why Ruby's plan in Volume 8 was bad. It was a really great, really fun video. Probably the only one that really like specifically was breaking down about that. There's a lot of discussion in the comments, so if y'all want to be a part of it, join in, support me, all that other stuff. Other than that, got nothing else. So I'll see y'all next time. I hope you have a good time.
Heck yeah.
All right.
Pleasure
See you,
talking to you
Kaiser.
as always, my man.
Yeah, see you, Kaiser.
All right, see you.
All right, now I gotta freaking untangle everyone.
And another thing that we can also praise, because I'm not just the Debbie Downer book, the visualization of what?
Oh, almost forgot because I don't want to feel like an asshole for doing this. By the way, subscribe to CBF's channel. He does a lot of good shit too. There
Oh
you go.
yeah. Oh sweet.
Well, if CBF wants to promote, he can come on here himself. All right, you can find it.
Yeah, do it,
I mean,
CBF.
he would like to, probably. Yeah.
Probably. All right,
double
get
dog
out of
it.
here, man. Get out of here.
All right,
Ooh,
see ya.
Bye.
No, the thing that I wanted to say for it was like we see the visualization of what it's like to be Warwick when he's like hyped up on all these emotions and like the color grading. I'm sorry, like I assume I'm not really good with an artist eye, but I assume I could be completely wrong with this. Twilight, did you love these sequences? Because these just like look like they're great for an artist eye.
Yeah.
I was gonna say actually one thing that
I thought you had more to
interesting
say, okay.
anecdote that came up when just today as I was scrolling through YouTube Shorts, people were talking about how back in the day in like Vietnam, when they used night vision, it would be in like red and blue. And what they discovered is that red and blue have a bad habit of causing hallucinations when viewed in purely like red spectrum, like when humans view that stuff. So basically people would start seeing fucking demons in Vietnam and panic out. And like you would have like tail gunners or like helicopter gunners that would just start panicking and firing out into the forest because they saw fucking demons, and that's why they swapped over to green light for their night vision.
Okay.
Interesting. That would actually be something that I would like to experience. That would be.
You
very...
want to experience the red demons?
Yes.
Sounds like a cool, honestly, it sounds like a
Oh.
cool idea for a horror.
No. That's where I'm going after. Like Twilight has gone on and
What?
on, and we've talked about like you don't like horror stuff, but this I want to see demons.
Well, demons aren't really scary to me because I don't think that they actually exist.
Okay,
so
but
they-
here's
We
the
all
thing.
have demons.
You see, what people like, the reason before people figured out that it was a psychological thing, the running theory was that because it's seeing a different spectrum of light, it's letting you see the unseen, and so people thought it was real. I'm waiting. You
Fucking-
try it out, Twy. It'd be hilarious. You suddenly something touches you, and you're like, oh, I'm no longer atheist. Oh no!
She
Immediately
looks at
grab
the-
a crucifix.
No, she sees everything in the red tinge, immediately sees your avatar Celtic, and then just suddenly everything just goes in like an ego death, just like blah.
Okay, so yeah,
I do it. I do it, and I look at your face, and nothing changes.
I mean, accurate.
No, I completely understand. Don't worry, the fifth circle is always welcome to you.
Mm-hmm.
But no, so we're seeing again from Warwick's perspective. He sees a bloody handprint, which was left by Isha, and it's sending him into a blood rage. And then we cut over to where Isha is, which is down this hall where she finds a door. And in this door... Oh, what?
I was going to say, considering we see that in particular, do we... how would we feel about the fact that, like, we see this one particular thing of blood and that sends him into a frenzy when, like, he is effectively under Zon, and there's possibly a lot of people bleeding, and he just now gets into his frenzy?
It could just be he's wandering around. This is the first blood, like the wandering around these caves, and this is the first fresh blood he's found wandering around the caves.
Well, that's true, but as we gone back to Pete's thing, that's the question, and I can bring it back up. Like he can sense like Singed's blood from the like place it was to like Stillwater and all that craziness. So we know he has like a pretty decent range for Singed's blood.
What we
correctly.
discussed
Are people bleeding in this exact moment?
I mean, it's a big
Other than
city,
Asia.
and like, there's a lot going on.
Oh wow,
an
it is
entire
1
city,
degree
yeah.
Fahrenheit outside. Uh-oh.
It's only 1 degree
Yeah.
Fahrenheit for you? Wow, really?
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
really hot right now. It's currently -10 for me, but whatever.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah.
Oh,
Holy
my
shit.
God.
It's cold here, man.
But I was gonna
whatever.
say,
Oh, it's
the way I described it.
-7 where I am. So
Damn.
Oh, welcome, frozen buddy.
But I was gonna say
It
the
is 1 degree here,
nice.
Nice.
Fun. Damn.
Celsius. So
You are number
30
one.
33 degrees Fahrenheit for me.
But I was gonna say what we determined last time was it's like a shark in a pool of blood where it takes time for it to filter down, and I think in particular he wouldn't be like it's like a particulate amount condensed in a place, and I think just singed bleeding was an activation thing for him. Like I do think singed blood is particular to follow and make him lead. Meanwhile, if he's just down here, other people's blood, because like otherwise he would have activated a lot earlier to other people bleeding all over, and I have to imagine there's like just a range and a density about the air particulates. I have a lot of pseudoscience bullshit in my head for this.
It's a lot of pseudoscience bullshit, but it's one of those things of just like how much blood does like Singe need to like spill in order to activate Warwick? Like imagine that he's just like walking down Zon one day, just getting his groceries, but he trips and falls down the stairs a bit, and then suddenly he summons Warwick.
Yeah, it's just like it's like
Like,
fuck.
down, boy. No.
It's one of those weird like how does this work things that
Because you could also factor in magic potentially if he knows about it.
Well, he did write that rune on his hand.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
that.
what I was leading up to is just that like this has been brought up a lot, particularly in. I'm sorry, I'm going to say the name of the cesspool, but Reddit happened to talks about this a lot. But like, I am someone of just like, okay, this is one of those like, hey, it is sort of pseudoscience magic, and again, this is Singed. If anyone is going to pseudoscience the like
The fuck out of
magic of
things.
if anyone other than say Victor, like it would be him. So, but what was really brought up is just like the blood from Isha's handprint sends him to a frenzy. So like, in a decently sized city, did none of the possible blood that was there like trigger him? Which I assume all of us can agree is like that's a bit of a stretch,
Yeah.
Mm.
considering we don't know how far down this is in particular.
I don't care.
Oh wow, okay.
Well,
Fucking got him.
on point, so we can easily band-aid. I know nothing's hurt pride there. Where they stumble upon is an old like mining office, which goes to the mine shafts. It could be like a waylay station.
My guess is that it's a waylay station because there are like particular spots for mine operators to be in. It's specifically like the old the reason for like the canary in the coal mine is that they had these different stations. This is where they would put the particular canaries, and there would be someone on watch to like look at said canary.
Yeah. And we learned that thanks conveniently to the V and the S, that these are basically where Silco and Vander used to work as miners.
Well, you see the cast iron gauntlets that Vander uses. Like,
well, yeah,
thrown
but that's
away
just
down
general
there.
mining equipment.
Yeah, exactly. But
Yeah.
it's still something.
We also see like the glasses that I believe both of them end up using. Like they both have the same glasses. We see that they're down here.
Yeah. With what we know of the note, there was probably whiskey in that particular glass that is long since
Dried up.
like dried up and everything, considering it was next to the note.
Vi's walking around barehanded, and she's like, "It's a message from Vander to Silco," and she walks away from it kind of angrily, which I could kind of see. She doesn't want to hear about Silco. But then we get basically a flashback through words with Vander speaking over it, and basically trying to apologize to Silco for what happened at the bridge. Which implies that Vander like was the one that really snapped on Silco. Not like Silco necessarily did something, but something like that, Felicia died and Vander lost his own head. Which I think is an interesting quirk to things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, at least before season 2, my read of it was always that
Silco was going
the
too
fight
far.
at the bridge. Yeah, Silco was going too far. Vander wanted to back down. He peace. Silco was like no, and Vander, had to remove him from the picture because otherwise he could rile up people and make things even worse.
It was a fundamental disagreement to what they both saw as the end point. Eventually it's going to say if Silco had found this, maybe things would be different. And this is actually probably going to be another long topic because I'm kind of the agreement that no, it wouldn't have made a difference because we've already gone through earlier in this family and forgiveness and everything there. But there's a lot of shit that you can forgive overall. But the thing with Vander and Silco is a fundamental difference of values of Silco's if you're not getting on that bridge, fuck you.
Well, that was also another his whole drowning speech. That I think that's the main thing. Never mind the fact. And Silco's whole drowning speech pretty much specifies a lot of his motives, almost pretty clearly that he would not change his mind after that moment.
I don't think that it ultimately matters in this scene. It is the tragedy of the what if scenario.
But the problem is that I don't think the what if would ever happen.
And
it doesn't matter.
The thing that
that makes it more tragic.
It makes it more tragic. And the thing that really puts into perspective is that with this note, there's something I'd like to bring up for. I think it comes into episode 6, but it should be way late here. Silco was directly connected to Vi and Powder's mother, but when Vi stood between Silco's goals and Vander during episode 3 of season 1, his first reaction to seeing the child of his friend was killer.
I think we'll get to that because I think we're going to have the Felicia scene soon.
Yeah.
Is it not tomorrow? Sorry, not tomorrow. Tomorrow. What the fuck am I talking about? Tomorrow.
Tomorrow is us not being on stream.
No, next episode with the memories being taken out of Warwick. That's what I thought.
No,
but
I'm pretty sure it's here.
Okay.
I rewatched this episode before the stream, so it's here.
Yeah.
Okay,
my only issue is just the implication of things. The Jinx explicitly saying things could have been different.
Well, no, because this could also be big fan of Metal Gear here, misunderstanding your parental figure and not quite understanding them on some level. I think is perfectly fine for a child to have, even if he spelled it out directly to her. The idea, especially, it might more reflect upon what Jinx is thinking, because I think she's more reflecting upon her relationship with Vi in light of everything that's happened. And I think this letter is basically her being Vander wanted to patch things up. Maybe Silco would have. Maybe things would have been better. Maybe. And maybe that applies to me and Vi as well. I think
feel
it's more about Jinx and Vi in this circumstance than it really is about Vander and Silco.
No, it is. My issue is that by drawing a thematic comparison between their relationship and the relationship of these other two people that absolutely, would not be mended, and really only just having it brought up on the basis that she's wrong. I feel unless the intention is specifically to be their relationship also wouldn't be mended the same way that Vander's and Silco's, but I don't think that's really what they end up going for in the end.
This is what I mean by the what if being the tragedy of it, because it doesn't matter ultimately if in a different universe he saw the letter but he still said no, fuck that. It's the fact that he didn't, and that there was a possibility of it that makes it tragic.
I can actually get more specific, but I'll let I Know Nothing go first.
I'll probably go into the same thing that you were going to, Raymond. It's a setup for the what we'll eventually see with Silco and Vander's relationship being a lot more mended in the different universe that Echo goes to.
No, actually, I was not going that direction. I was actually going more the direction of the fact of the matter is Silco never found this letter. The two never met again until Silco started enacting his plan.
Yeah, season episode 2,
at the end of episode 2, start of episode 3, they did not meet again until that moment. And that was the tragedy, is that Vander tried, Silco didn't even know that. They didn't have another meeting where they could sit down and talk like Vi and Jinx do. Vi and Jinx have an opportunity in front of themselves to actually talk through and work through their problems with one another. They have an opportunity to actually mend the wounds between them, unlike the situation between Vander and Silco, where Silco never opened that door whatsoever, and the two never met again. I think that's the more important element of this, is that basically Jinx and Vi, by virtue of the fact that they are standing in the same room together, not trying to kill each other, I think they're a reflection of they're on the right path that Silco and Vander never managed to get on.
It's the way that I look at it, actually, to continue on with that, actually, because that is a great point, but Ryan also brought something up here. It's the difference in the like overarching struggles between Vander and Silco, and then Vi and Jinx. Vi and Jinx's like hate and animosity towards each other, it's very deeply personal, but Vander and Silco, it's very deeply ideological.
That too.
So
yes.
like it's a difference in the like structure of their breakup. There are parallels, yes, but this one, despite being a lot more hands-on overall, has a chance to be mended. The other one really doesn't.
Yeah, I agree pretty much wholeheartedly with that. And with that, I actually gotta go. I'm sorry that this happened like the second time. I'll give you guys an explanation later. I just don't want to.
Okay.
The French got him.
Now you are alone with the rest of us.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right.
All right.
See you guys later.
Anything you want to promote? Anything?
Oh yeah. Yep. I do gaming streams every Saturday afternoon, Eastern Standard Time. Next week we'll probably be going back to Outer Wilds. I am working on a video. It's just really long and it's taking a lot of editing. I am thinking about possibly working on an Arcane project later. Yeah.
Awesome.
I actually might want to talk with you about that. I know nothing, but just trying to like get the general structure of it out of.
Yeah,
out of the way.
I'd
But
be
anyway.
interested in that too. Go ahead.
More than willing to help with whatever you have, my man.
Yeah, for sure. I'll reach out to both of you guys. All right.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Stay
Have a good one,
platinum.
man. Now I gotta fucking.
I find
you're back
it-
in this.
I find it very interesting that it's just stuck, that the conversation is kind of stuck on the notion of, but he wouldn't have. It's like,
It's a. Oh, sorry.
it's just like the annoyance of you're not like not you necessarily, but like the idea of not being able to look at a hypothetical scenario and see the tragedy in it.
Also, you said you had problems with episode 7 too. Are your problems with episode 7 also going to be that he wouldn't have done this?
It's partially with that, but actually a majority of it has to do with Heimerdinger and the multiverse machine.
Okay. I could imagine that going to be a problem.
Yeah, but again, the thing that I came into thinking a good chunk of that is like, oh, there's no way that could happen. At the same time, though, it's one of the cases of the universe of like, one, this is for episode 7, it's a multiverse. So like a lot more things could have changed. We just didn't see them, and that like there's a lot of wiggle room in that case.
Yeah, there's a lot of unknowns in that episode, but we'll get back to that when we get back to that, because now it's important is that it seems that, well, Vi is leaving the room.
Daddy's home.
Well, yeah, I think is it because they start hearing Vander? Is that right?
They hear shaking in the tunnels / Vander coming towards them, I think.
Right. Hey, freaking Isha, wipe that blood off your face. Freaking hell.
You can just...
You have bandages on your wrists. Just rub them on. It's right there.
You have other clothes that you can use.
There's some jackets in the back there. Hell, take the jackets. Those look nice. Like heavy.
Those do look like nice. They do look like mining jackets, so.
But they start wandering. No, I guess they're still just wandering more. And I guess,
yeah, it's not until they get into this next room that like Vi is the one that turns around, I think.
No, it's Isha that notices it. I think we're going to need a bigger box. If anyone gets that reference, I'll give you a hint.
No,
Taco
actually.
Bell.
No.
No? Damn.
No.
I'm
sorry.
The Godzilla ad from Taco Bell back in the 1990s.
Oh.
Yeah. When the Taco Bell Chihuahua was still around.
Damn.
He was trying to catch. He was like, "Here, lizard, 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 lizard." And he has this little cardboard box next to him, and he sees Godzilla. And he's like, "I think I'm going to need a bigger box."
Is that for like the
1998 Godzilla? Yes.
Thank you. I don't think I've actually seen that.
But yeah, okay. So basically, they start hearing Vander coming, and Vi's like, "Oh, we gotta get the fuck out of here." And Jinx is like, "It's him. It's Vander." And Vi's like, no, it's not." And Jinx is like, yeah, it is. Something's got him riled up. And, like, this is where it's, like, you get the first major conflict of, would Vi believe that this is Vander?
I'm firmly on the side of it's a bit of a leap, but at the same time, you do have Jinx going out of her way in the scene to, like, really push it. The thing that really, again, this is a giant werewolf trying to maul you.
Yeah, and then of course Vi is immediately protecting them and pushes them aside, which I think is a nice touch. It goes towards, I think Vi, even with all the animosity, still thinks of the people she cares about first, and immediately,
Eric.
What?
Eric, Vi, I was denied critical
need to know information.
Like, you see this right here. I also, by the way, can I say like balls of steel on Isha for like having this, by the way, and still being willing to stand in front and protect Warwick later, because Jesus fuck, if this happened to me when I was a kid, I'd be scared of that.
Dude, there would not be like a dry section in that fucking cave. It would just be flooded with piss.
But also, what a fucking screenshot, by the way.
Yeah, no, the imagery in this fight is incredible. We will, however, have to get into an issue that I have with this fight, which is it is very much just pure spectacle. And we've had issue like that before. I think it's its maximum here, where they cut black and white or black to color constantly. And they montage through the fight, and we get different clips of different positions they're in without any transition between them. Which I'm torn on, because stylistically it's fucking awesome, but like on a level of how the fuck are you surviving this? It's very questionable.
I can see Vi holding her own, especially with the Atlas gauntlets. The issue is that I come with again with what you said, like, but how though? Like, you are fighting against effectively a Dark Souls boss, and you're doing a no-hit run on
it's faster than Jinx.
Yeah.
Or borderline faster than Jinx. And not only that, but you got a clear uppercut that split its head in two, and then we see it sloop back together and come down to attack you in a flash. It's
that there's eventually going to be a bit where like Warwick hits Vi, she flies over and she cracks the like stone behind her.
Well, I think this is the scene, I think.
This is this scene, but not this particular moment.
Okay, because she cracked open the live stream here.
Get Zero out of the way. He's gonna like start throwing out some stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the details are cool. We get to see the inside of a skeleton and rib cage, and it's just
he's
like
coming in for the top rope.
Yeah, a lot of montage. Like we go from her in front of him blocking a blow to her on his back trying to tear his jaw off. Like, how did that happen? And then she's suddenly on top of him, like this. Like, what? We're just like cutting back and forth here constantly. And then Jinx pulls her gun, and wait, Hark. What? Who's this
Herald Angels? The Herald Angels sing "Glory to the Newborn King," or what? What the heck?
We'll pause it for copyright.
I was gonna say, hold yourself back.
Hark.
What?
Let me try that again. Yeah, I got nothing.
I
What?
Jinx, what you doing?
She's suddenly breaking into a Christmas Carol.
Yeah, exactly. Harold Angel singing all that shit.
How violent is this show? I'm not interested in graphic visuals. So ultimately, it actually doesn't get too graphic, I wouldn't say, but like it has impact, which is, I think, the more thing you'd be worried about. Like,
I mean, you've seen some of the you've seen some of the worst that it gets in this episode with Mel's friend being like the exposed brain in Sin's office, the fucking Mel's friend getting destroyed by chains.
Yeah. Wait, the
Vander's head splitting in two and coming back together. Like, you've honestly seen the worst of the graphic content in this episode.
Yeah. Oh, like right here. This is the hit in particular that I was talking about.
Oh yeah. Ooh. Oh, that right there is what I complained about in my My Hero script about Made of Iron. That is absolutely that is a you are down for the
dead.
Count.
She's
like
dead.
I'm not gonna say dead, but that is definitely you're not waking up for a while. You're not going to be able to move if at all ever again.
It's entirely a Made of Iron thing, and you know what? We can go back to the thing that we talked about in episode 3. If she activated the shield, it would be perfectly fine.
And you know what? Good setting, because it's mining equipment. It would have been good to activate the shield there. Gotta recommend a Paranoia Agent. I'm so thankful that it's more trippy and suggestive than just showing the ugly stuff. Look, again, I'm not distressed. There's a big difference when you put a lot of points in Constitution. Interesting.
Okay, yeah, you can put a lot of points into Constitution, but it's still level 20 fighters can still die of fall damage.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
is there fall damage?
In D&D, but I'm just giving it. I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example. Sorry, but
this isn't D&D. This is League.
Well, that's
in
what we're
terms of
joking
League.
About. That's what the joke
That's what but as for League, as far as we know, Vi, while tough, is impacting a stone pillar with her back and cracking the stone.
Let's put it this way. They've never quite cracked, ironically, how to do like health damage. Like, here's a good example. Technically speaking, a dagger does 1d4 plus strength damage. Let's say +1. In reality, if you sneak into someone's bedroom and slit their throat, they are dead. It doesn't matter how much ephemeral damage you do. But in D&D, you deal 1d4 plus 1 damage. You could roll a 2 total, and that person is walking out of bed to fight you. Like that. There is a rule. There are rules for this that they've tried to account for, such as massive damage, where you take a percentile of your damage. Well, the sneak attack is 1, but even that's not perfect for this example.
Yeah, but I'm just giving an example.
But like, then you have like massive damage, where if you take half of your health in damage, you just automatically die. Like, look. The equation to try and formalize damage to a person and death in a video game or a tabletop game is so imprecise and difficult to manage that you can't equate it to real life. It's good to joke about here, but if you're actually seriously arguing that, no.
But
anyway, we see that Warwick is struggling because he's seeing wait, Jinx, did you just point the gun at her? Because you're pointing over... What the fuck?
I think... Yes, actually.
Is she just using it as a light source?
She might, actually.
Oh my god, Jinx, that is not how you do it.
Okay, to be fair, as we talked about in episode 2, this is the chick that keeps her like finger in the trigger at all times.
True,
so.
She does not have gun safety.
It's a mark of affection. She pointed the gun at Isha in her first episode.
Yeah,
True.
and this is the big moment where Vi accepts that this is Vander and really puts her like full trust that this is like Jinx telling the complete truth, and it's not like either a psychotic episode or something crazy. She opens her arms, and that is charging her.
Yeah, this is it is interesting because like when she calls out, but also Jinx saw that moment of like he is breaking. The breaking is happening. But then we get a flashback for Vander to Felicia and Silco at the bar with him.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to take this? I'm going to use the restroom, but do you want to take a little bit of the description or your criticisms or whatever here?
Well, the description between it is obviously these are very close friends. They are the premier figures for what will eventually be Zon to create, because they're like either leaders in the mining guild or what have you for the overall, and they've like really worked to get the start of what this will be the last drop. So they're just talking. She's choosing a particular song, Felicia, and then she walks over and basically says that she's pregnant. And a very particular praise that I can give this is that as soon as she says that she's pregnant, Vander immediately switches the whiskey out for water or some other drink, and they continue on.
I'd be worried if that was the color of the water they were handing me.
I don't
take my chances with the whiskey.
I can't remember exactly what it was, but I know that he switches
it's
up
orange
the drink.
juice.
Okay, thank you. Orange juice, yes. But he switches it out, and it's basically she says, for the sake of this child, you two are going to have to make this Zon thing work. And we see a lot of staples for what eventually will be like Vander's main child in Vi and Silco's main child in Jinx, in that Jinx eventually has Silco's old hairstyle, as we can see.
I should clarify here. It's not just any drink that he swaps out for. It's actually a particular like orange juice that we have seen before, because it's the drink that he gives to Powder.
Oh.
If you notice it, like it's the drink that Powder always orders too. So this is like kind of a family lineage thing that ends up happening. Which I think is a nice touch.
Like it wasn't really part of the plan that she was going to get pregnant, and they're all obviously super close friends, and then eventually after declaring that like these two need to be the ones to like make Zon happen and everything because they are the de facto leaders of everything, Vander effectively names Violet/Vi overall, and which brings up a thing where like they're both Silco and Vander are on the hook for these kids, and this is something that I feel like we should talk about with like Act 1 of Season 1, where again, Silco sees the child of someone he was a quote-unquote on the hook for, someone who gave their life for the cause on the bridge. He looks at her and says, kill her.
Yeah, I'm frustrated for this for a number of reasons. One, I don't like that Vander named Vi.
Violet?
I actually,
really?
I mentioned it in my reaction with Fat Man, but it's something, and he put it really well. It's one of those things that shrinks the world.
Why?
Well,
I had always gotten the implication from Season 1. I don't recall them talking too much about, like, there wasn't so much emphasis put on their biological parents. It was always Vander who was their father. It was always that. And it always felt to me like they saw him more as their actual parent than their actual biological parents. I always thought their parents were more a formality of the story. I hadn't seen any kind of importance in them, and I didn't think that Vander was necessarily super close to them. I didn't think they were like this close, more accurately. I thought he was maybe on friendly terms. They were part of the same team. They were part of the same union or what have you. They knew each other and they were close, but I always thought that him picking up Vi and Powder was an on-the-spot thing in the wake of this disaster, this disastrous charge. It was him seeing what was left of his side and him picking up the pieces and being like, I'm going to be a better person now, or I'm going to do what I can for these kids. It wasn't any obligation to their parents. It was him acting on his own moral compass. And I
Raymond learns the concept of godparents and he says bad writing.
No. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that like it feels to me like it's taking away something that I thought was neat about his character that I had presumed based on what we knew. And this new information lessens what I had, the framework that I had built up around him in my mind.
Yeah, like he's just like, he's like the leader of Zon, and this would be like his nature. It's like it's in his nature to look after the riffraff basically, but like with this pre-existing condition or like a relationship. Pre-existing condition. Yeah. You knew my mom. That's a pre-existing condition.
Yeah, it's
this pre-existing relationship. It's like it kind of like lessens like what we thought in season 1 was like part of Vander's
they feel
nature
more
that made
special
him
as
suited
children
to
now
be-
too, compared to
I
Milo
don't-
and Kaiser as well.
I don't think that lessens his character. It just like he would do that regardless, but considering the fact that these are the children of his friend, why wouldn't he take responsibility for them?
Well,
I think that's a bit of a ridiculous thing to say, that it somehow like lessens his character because he knew their parents. That's quite silly.
I'm saying it takes away from an aspect that I thought he had, as opposed to what he. I'm not saying he's less of a
Okay,
character.
you're angry that your headcanon isn't true.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, in a way, yeah, but like it was based upon information provided to me by the show. I hadn't ever gotten implication that he was particularly close to their parents. The way he talked about them back in episode 2 or 3, I think it was episode 2, it didn't seem like they were particularly close. It was more about him talking about the abstract nature of the war that all of them were fighting on the same side of. It sounded more like soldiers who were in the bunker together as opposed to lifelong friends. And so, like, that's a frustration I have. It makes me question more about, okay, so do Milo and Kaiser, did they have close family connections to Vander at some point then? Is that part of their backstory? Is that not relevant in some way, shape, or form? And, like, it also then goes down to, it sort of feels like the story is preordaining Vander as Vi and Powder's parent by him naming Vi, as opposed to, like, now here's the question, did Silco name Powder?
And bringing that up in particular, Silco's, it might be, I can't remember which episode it was for season 1, but where Savika nearly betrays him and kills the other Chem Baron. His whole speech is just like, what kept us together, loyalty and everything. Like, I still believe in loyalty. That's like a huge thing for him in that his final moments for that. You could take that in different ways, but at the same time, again, I'm going to go back to season 1, episode 3 of, like, this is the child of someone who died for the cause and who
was it episode 9? Really?
Oh, was it? Oh, really? Dang. Neat. Regardless, big thing for Silco's character, child of someone he hears directly named in front of him, he's on the hook for, looks out, kill him.
Yeah.
And another thing for it, why did he not recognize Powder when he found her at the end of episode 3?
It goes to that. Like, here's a bigger question. Why didn't he ever try to reach out to them? He was on the hook for them from someone he cared about. Like, unless maybe the implication is that, but that then season 2 also kind of contradicts that, because Vander only snaps after Felicia dies. But would that imply that Felicia maybe was the one that started to have a... I mean, that's also possible, but we're really extrapolating headcanon where, like, what to make this make sense is that Felicia is the one that ends up starting the betrayal process. She's the one that turns their back because presumably her and Connell care too much about their kids and they don't want them wrapped up in the war. Raises the questions why Vi and Powder are on that bridge to begin with, but
let's not talk about that.
Let's not get into that.
That's bad parenting.
Yeah, but like the idea is like, all right, so then maybe her and Connell start to have second thoughts, and it starts to infect Vander. They die, and Silco knows about all that and is pissed about it, and so he's pissed at them too and goes back on them. But they're never mentioned at all, and that they went back on him as well. It's just Vander that he focuses on. There's no interaction or familiarity, like, in positive or negative towards the kids. It's just that they are Vander's children. So it's like, this feels like there was a plot point that they wanted to tell here that was crammed in retroactively that doesn't quite fit. It's frustrating in that way.
My bit always goes back to, like, the episode 3, like that particular moment of just again, kill the kid.
So yeah, that's. I'm not saying it's a bad scene because I love the interactions in this scene. It's just that there's something here that's not grinding here against me.
It doesn't gel with what we knew / what was shown in season 1. Yes, some of that was headcanon, but there's a lot of explicit stuff that like these things don't mix as well as they should have.
Yeah, and I don't agree.
And like for me, it's less, or it's it's partly about Vander, but it's about like like Silco taking in like Vander's kid after killing him, but it's just like, oh wait, no, he's just like the like
he's the
Godfather number 2.
Yeah, he's honoring the promise as opposed to I'm going
to
take in this kid that I see a lot of myself in, and on top of that, also like kind of in a way pervert Vander.
This is like my final revenge against this guy I killed. I'm gonna take his kid.
I mean, it could still be that because
it could.
Like I don't think that him taking in powder was a completely selfless thing because of his friend. I think that it could have been multiple things. It could have been perhaps in some ways a little bit of him remembering that this is the daughter of one of his friends, but probably more so than that, this child has been more raised by Vander and fuck Vander.
No, like I don't deny that's a major faction of it. I'm just saying like now there's a complicating factor is like how did Silco feel about Felicia at the end? Because now we don't know any of that. We never get his thoughts on it.
It comes out this entire scene. It's really nice, and I think we can all agree that the interactions are fantastic, as well as the like art direction and like the promises. And again, the switching out for the alcohol for the orange juice, a little touch like that is just really nice.
The
it's
dancing
like really cool.
Felicia has matching up later with what we'll see with Jinx.
Yeah,
sorry,
and
Powder.
it's Powder. It's a case of like it grinds against a few things here and there.
Wait, who's saying that Manfred von Karma is a better evil villain, evil dad? I'm sorry. Look, I love Manfred von Karma, and though he is probably more consistent in the long run, Silco is way more compelling. If I'm being completely honest,
from Ace Attorney,
yeah.
Yeah,
because
I wouldn't. then Silco.
Okay, I'm gonna. In fairness, there is more you haven't seen of Manfred. You've only seen him from the first game, but there are flashbacks of him.
Can I say something actually?
Sure.
When you typed in Manfred, I typed that into Google and it gave me a city in Oregon.
Manfred, Oregon, raising our children since 1995. I was under the impression that Silco took power just because he saw himself in her. Yeah, that's largely what I saw. So now it's like there's a lot now. It's not that it directly ruins anything, but it just raises a lot of questions completely out of nowhere about Silco's motivations in like retrospect. That's more so what is frustrating about this. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's this scene. Was there anything else we wanted to talk about?
My next comment for the entire show as a whole is bowling pins.
What?
So when a bowling ball is rushing towards you really, really fast, and it's about to hit a bowling pin, what happens to the bowling pin?
Gets knocked over.
Yeah,
the same thing that happens to
everything else.
So, I'm setting up a bad analogy for something that was brought up to me, but I want to continue to play devil's advocate as the.
Is it Vi should have been
bulldozed? That's been brought up to me, and I kind of see it at the same time magic, but also. I want to say it. This is my single favorite song in the entirety of the Arcane series.
Oh, really?
I love this song so much.
If bowling balls had legs and could stop themselves, then maybe the analogy would be better.
I guess when he was at full tilt.
So the question I had in this scene is, What happened to the glowy walls?
Maybe it's
Why are you using a
maybe
lighter?
it's-
Just clap.
And
dude,
startle
have you-
the werewolf.
Have you ever had a dog
Okay, counterpoint.
accidentally played the song "Happy" by Pharrell, and my dog freaked the fuck out. Oh, where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? You're clapping.
I'm pretty sure Jinx calls out to them.
Have you ever called out to a dog?
Phantom! Phantom! God damn it! Oh, she doesn't. Okay, so she does see them. All right. So yeah, I was just wondering about that, but I guess it's a fair enough. You don't want to clap when there's still potentially a blood raving beast around here and you're trying to protect your daughter.
Yeah, no.
But we see hugs. Yay!
Yay!
And this is where I'm pretty sure the episode ends because Vi is like,
Yep.
he's your dad too.
They all come in for a hug. The song continues, and then Isha joins in.
I kind of hate how much of an afterthought Isha feels like in this hug.
I think it's a bit afterthoughty. The thing that is getting to me is like, wow, we have really rushed straight towards the family reunion in not that much of time, honestly.
Well, I was gonna say, like, for the rushing, I generally think it's okay. I generally think they pull it off. Let me put it this way. I am amazed how well this comes together in as fast time as they put it. Like, it actually, I think, does a pretty damned good job. Could it be better? Do I want to see this arc stretched out more? Do I think I want to see a lot more character work in terms of, like, these characters working through their problems with one another and either talking through things or fighting through things or what have you? Yes, I do want that. Yes, I go back to, this would actually have been the end of season 2 for me. If I had a choice.
I thought you were gonna say I wish that this was a slice of life.
No. We saved that for when Jinx gets to Demacia and hangs out with Lux.
Hey.
But no, I would have liked either this would be the end of season 2 or maybe the end of season 3 if you want to be crazy enough. Like with like maybe because I heard somewhere they were supposed to have a 5-season story.
Okay, so I've
a
honestly
legend?
looked pretty deep into that. That gets repeated a lot, but I haven't found a single like credible source
I was
from
gonna say
the
that
like
was
from
something that
Netflix.
Yeah.
From Netflix
Yeah,
or
no.
the showrunners where they directly said that they were having 5 seasons.
No, they directly said that there was only supposed to be 2 seasons. Nobody knows where the 5-season thing came from. That just seems to have come out of some anonymous person's ass.
Well,
Yeah,
that said,
it's,
it probably came out in terms of like, it feels like there was supposed to be more seasons, and I don't doubt them for that.
I am on the train that I would have liked 3 seasons to stretch season 2 out to 2 seasons, but 5 seasons?
Well, I'm not of that boat either. That was the rumor that was going around. I think 3 seasons they could have pulled it off even stronger.
Yeah, exactly.
4 seasons, maybe. 5 seasons, I think would have been like you would have had to add a lot. I don't know where the breaks would be because like I could easily see each act in this season being a season on its own if you did it in a different. Admittedly, things would have to be shuffled around, but like you get what I'm kind of going for.
No, I gotcha. And also a comment that I have to say from someone very close. Isn't it really nice that Vander Warwick dad has a nice nightlight built in for him so that he can hug his kids? Liz said that, and I feel like I had to make that comment.
Oh, that's right. No, this isn't the end of the episode. Okay, the best part of the episode.
The end of the episode is something that I feel we should really wait to talk about overall because as much as I like the shock value of it overall, it's very clearly meant to be like, oh, you don't know everything here. Why is Jace doing this? What is happening here? Like, and all this like craziness, like we have no context for everything, and it like suddenly this happens, and it's very much a cliffhanger ending.
Okay, well, counterpoint. In the end, I think it still makes sense, right? Like, are we saying that it doesn't make sense ultimately?
him killing
Sallow
here, I'm iffy on it overall. The thing that I have like questions about overall is Jace shooting Victor in episode 6, considering what we talk about in eventually talk about in episode 8.
Okay. Because like one of the details I really liked here is that he immediately, I think, sees the head pattern with the fingers in Sallow. And I think he recognizes what reminds him. Yeah, right there.
Them some greasy fingerprints.
Yep. For some mechanized peoples. So
He just
seen...
shines a black light over him.
Oh my God, Sallow! Too much time in the goon cave.
No, guys. Like Jace when he's walking through the village that Victor has in I think it was episode 6. He goes like, "By the way, Victor, your village looks filthy." Victor, oh, he has absolutely no idea. If I had a black light, this entire village would look like Jackson Pollock painting.
But basically, Jace gets back, meets Sallow, who is now part of the Horde. So his plot line is effectively tied to Victor now. And we're getting Victor speaking through him, which isn't horrifying whatsoever.
Nope, not at all. Also, I'm gonna have stupid thing to say. Something that my brother agreed to share, but it's because of Jace that he now has this haircut, that facial hair, because of his significant other loves Jace. Sorry,
what?
Weird comment.
Oh,
my IRL brother has the same like 5 o'clock.
He grew
specifically
the
because his significant other loves Jace's design and forced him to grow out a beard.
Oh, forced him. Okay. I was gonna say, like, if he did that as like a nice treat for them, that's fine. But like, no, that forced. Okay, that's a little more terrifying.
Every masterpiece has its imitation.
100%.
So yeah, basically this winds down to Victor and Jace not on the best of terms. Victor's like, "Hey, look, I've done some great things." And Jace is like, "We need to destroy Hextech." And Victor's like, "No, we're making breakthroughs. I want to share it with you." He's like, "I thought you were done with Hextech." And it's like, Jace, admittedly, he could have forgotten at this point, considering how fucked Jace is. You kind of let him walk with the hex core in his chest.
It's this entire thing is a weird conversation. I'm sorry. It's weird conversation with what we learn about eventually in episode 8. Do we think that the transfer from like one universe to the next has sort of like messed with Jace's head and like caused memories to like relapse overall?
I think honestly, yeah. I think Jace has gone crazy. I think he's like lost track of everything. I think he's been stuck in a hole for months.
It's almost like he was stuck in a hole for months.
Yeah,
it was, but it's this is after he no longer is in the hole and he finished his game of getting over it.
Well, yeah, but then he was chased by robots, and then he learned that he died, and that this is actually the future, and now he has to go back in time and prevent himself from dying. And
again, there's a lot of stuff back in here, but I'll save it till episode 6 when Victor. Oh, sorry, not Victor. I'm pulling a Celtic and mixing up Victor and Jason.
Not so easy now, is it, bitch?
But when Jace shoots Victor in episode 6 is something I'd like to bring up. But as for now, with how the episode is structured, it's very clear that we don't have all the information. Jace has gone through a fuckload of shit, and him acting like this is up to... Sorry, not up to. It's very much a case of, what happened in the Arcane? What happened to him overall to make him like instantly go against everything with Hextech and all that stuff? It's a very effective cliffhanger, if that makes sense.
Yes. It is like basically Victor's like, "Oh, you've been touched by the Arcane, so yeah, your mind suffered." Yeah,
I think actually that's probably mentioned that his memories are a bit wonky, and that's causing what
Problems.
eventually will be a very unique outburst.
Yeah. And then Sallow's just like, I'm going to turn my back on you because I'm a very trusting and calm person now. And Jace is like, I'm going to tell you explicitly, I can't let you leave. And Sallow's like, I'm just going to continue on my way because you're still such a sane individual. Boom.
I don't think that's like, I mean, yeah, I get it. It's funny, but like, he knows, like, he trusts. He trusts.
How dare you? How dare you?
Bonk, bonk, bonk. We need like the hollow bonking sound.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I have a full GIF of that. Do you want me to find that for you and
Oh,
send it?
nice.
It's fine.
I agree. I don't think that this
Yeah.
is actually unreasonable for both of them and both
Yeah.
of their perspectives, because not only does Sallow have no reason to distrust Jace at this point, but
Yeah.
also he's been mechified and turned into a singular entity.
Yeah, he
being-
trusts Victor to put him back together if anything does happen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people going like, oh, but with what happens in episode 8, why would Jace do this? But like, I always point to, guys, his entire thing is actually with Victor. He's acting completely in character in stopping the future, as well as keeping his promise to. Can I call him Victor Prime? I want to call him Victor Prime.
No, he's Jace, remember?
He must keep a promise to Jace Prime, and like he says, as like he can't let him leave, and with what we eventually see, yeah, he can't. So he's doing everything like in character. There's no issue here. A lot of people I've seen, again on Reddit, but like this is like out of character for Jace, considering what we eventually learn. No, this is completely in character. I think we can all agree that.
Yeah. I
Go
love it. It's a good cliffhanger. Like of all the ways to like if you're going to do a shock return, this is one of the better ways to do it. It's I think pretty well done.
Bro hit him with a heavy attack, and that guy did not buy any health items.
I was gonna say I'm surprised the floor is intact after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that was.
But yeah,
Also, I
that was
guess-
episode 5.
But-
I guess confirmation that time flows in the same manner no matter what world you're from. So they've been gone for like literal several months.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Also, how many pins are we removing?
You can remove 2 pins, and then for episode 6, we'll eventually remove like 6.
Okay, so we're at 9 pins, one of which is Kaiser's.
Beats. Oh, Kaiser. Why
Well,
did
Kaiser has
Okay,
one. I'm
I'm-
pretty sure Pete might have one. Everyone has a pin.
I don't have a pin.
I
I'm
don't have a pin
pinless.
either.
You're pinless?
Yes.
That
I
you
am-
must-
You should
I
come
am
in. You should come in with
smooth.
an avatar of Pinhead from Hellraiser. You
I
know,
mean, I have to bring
that
back-
famous film series made by David Lynch.
Oh yeah, of course.
I am smooth. I am perfection, and I will not trigger people's trypophobia.
Must be smooth. Must be slippery. Must be.
Yeah, the Victor bot was trying to walk out with the arcane fuel for Victor Prime, and Jace isn't having that. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, but yeah, that was episode 5, which overall I liked. There are of course I think problems that cropped up. I cannot shake, and I understand why people thought there was going to be way more seasons. I still got the implication that there was going to be more than 2. I do not for a second believe that it was going to be less than 3. I highly suspect that it's Netflix and its weird like policy of you're only allowed like 2 seasons or 3 seasons before we drop you, because a lot of Netflix shows get forced into that corner.
I know. I mean, no, really. Like Netflix is so weird about canceling shows. Like they have a really generous like copyright policy where if they cancel your show, they return the rights to you. After I think 5 years. So
That's cool.
they like cancel shows like willy-nilly if people aren't like signing up specifically to watch it. But like if people are signing up to watch it, that's how you get like 7-8 seasons of Big Mouth and like the Dragon Prince. Like
Ew.
the other one that is going to continue for a while is Emily in Paris. If you guys heard Friendly Space Ninja, he has several really great videos about them. But every episode is basically just a giant advertisement for a different huge brand, and that show is just gonna that show like there was an entire like 15-minute long. Okay, no, but there was an entire 15-minute long section in one episode that was just a big ad for like the French airlines.
But yeah,
Actually, Mark said it best. Actually, episode 5 is a setup episode, a good setup episode, but still,
yes,
which I can agree with, and
with the
it
exception
probably...
of the family reunion, which I think is a major bullet point.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that's
It's a setup episode, except for like the majority of the episode, which was...
I wouldn't call the family reunion a setup. That's a resolution to everything that was
Well,
set up
kind of a setup for everything going very poorly. In
I was gonna say
episode
a
6.
resolution can lead into more setup. Like it can happen.
Yeah.
God, it's almost like things that happen can be set up for things that are going to happen in the future.
Yeah.
Okay.
What a concept!
Like, are you saying it's a setup episode as a negative, or are you just saying like they've?
I'm quoting Mark Ragnos from chat.
Oh, okay.
I agree that it is a majority setup episode for things overall, and I'm trying to formulate my thoughts of making a joke about no, I'm not breathing, and 2, God, I'm trying not to laugh at the goddamn.
Okay, I'll stop.
Okay, so right here is where the "we'll be right back" hits.
I heard that Christian Link planned Arcane to have 2 seasons, but 3 seasons would have been better. Well, that's the thing is, I had only we'd never heard about it being 2 seasons until until the middle of this past year, and it's been in development for 3 years. Like we'd only heard that there was going to be a second season. We'd never heard that it was going to be, ever canceled after that or stopped or whatever. And it's weird to me that they wouldn't have mentioned that from the get-go that it's only going to have 2 seasons. Like you feel like you would know halfway through development that we're going to only have 2 seasons of this.
I think there's so much misinformation and craziness with the 5 season, the 2 season, the multiple seasons, the multiple show, that the only way that we'd know one way or the other is until the full creators gave their reasoning. And if they say that they were going to have 2 seasons, then they were going to have 2 seasons. I'm actually determined to find out where this 5-season plan rumor started.
It was probably just some craze fan. I mean, that's usually how that kind of stuff starts. That said, though, I would love to hear behind the scenes when it comes down to the writing process. I know that those things exist, but maybe
it's the same person that started the rumor that Owl House was initially planned to have 5 seasons.
I didn't know that was actually a thing.
No, it was a similar thing because
it was only ever planned to have 3.
Yeah, it was somebody who fucking was like, oh no, I have insider information that I can't show you, that it was initially planned to have 5 seasons, and it was like, why can't you show us? Please,
receipts, please. Receipt, please.
Yeah, because multiple times the showrunners said 3, so it's like, oh, I accept that.
The big thing that I actually heard about Arcane was that the animation studio wanted to go on to different projects because they've been working on Arcane for a long time. But
I mean, it makes sense. They're really good at their jobs.
Yeah.
One thing I'm going to load up because I think it would be fun to watch together is that I can get where is the frickin' topic window? There it is. All right, properties is Smaller Souls video on episode 5 which I think you will all enjoy. It's very fun. If I can just find where it is in here. There it is, Arcane. First impressions done there, and then I can stream it over here on Discord. If I can load that up. Share screen. Where is it? First impressions. Go live. So let me make sure everything is nicely formatted here. Yeah. I'll just scoot it up.
Where is your goddamn stream? There it is.
There we go. All right. Let's do this. Small Soul's been doing these excellent first impression series, and I really love them. And I want to share them with you guys because I think they're really fun and insightful because he's very much into the filmmaking aspects of things.
How many microphone tests does it take to change a light bulb? Asked Smaller Soul, wondering why the waveform is so small. The gain is up. Oh, it's the wrong mic. It's coming through my laptop. Whoopsie.
Okay.
This episode is dripping with atmosphere. The opening... What?
Have you seen her? Have you seen the woman?
Can you be more specific? Violet is a member of the female species, and while she doesn't wear aviators like I predicted, isn't lacking for shade. I was informed about one thing going into episode 5, and it was that Vi, allegedly, gets hot. And yeah, after seeing her myself, I can't say I disagree with that assessment. I said the thing, Sai, you can stop sending the letters. This has gotta be my favorite cold open so far. Everything about Vi's behavior is pure escapism, where negative thoughts are met with the kindness one shows a stuck vending machine, and any that prevail through the head trauma get pacified by a cocktail of whiskey and adrenaline. As usual, Factitia's use of montage is second to none, and the way they sync it to the music is certified fresh. It also reminded me of Cyberpunk. The harsh lighting, the samurai jacket, punching the mirror, laying on the bed in the wrong direction before they fix it in a patch. Oh my god, Loris being the designated driver is the sweetest thing, and while it is true that Vi is woman, she did make him sad, which incurs a penalty of -1 position on the tier list. Don't look at me, I don't make the rules. But another thing about this opening pervades the rest of the episode. The lack of dialogue, particularly where Vi is concerned, since she only has 15 speaking lines total, and certainly tries to keep emotions on the down low.
bring some of this
Yet I
up
never
for you.
feel like I'm missing anything
Yeah.
because the micro expressions are impeccable. Besides, who needs dialogue when your stare
always
is potent
have
enough so as
been.
to require ID? But I'll get back
Hey,
to Vi.
probably
Mel's
never
story
won't
kind of still
be.
feels like it's getting warmed up, but it's no less intriguing for it. And between emulating the likeness
Long
of Mel's
face.
brother and compressing people more than the JPEG standard, the Black Rose has been comfortably established as a threat. As I understand it, Ambessa had a kid with someone powerful, and said child was born a silver-eyed warrior or something. She's been trying at every turn to keep her distance from Mel, and says
She's safer as our enemy.
so maybe everything Ambessa's done up to this point has been an attempt to keep her daughter's true nature hidden from the Black Rose, and by extension, keep her safe. Okay, so stupid question. Is the Black Rose Ambessa's ex?
Keep their name out of your mouth.
Is that what's happening? Are they mad because she took off with the kid and the 4x4? Probably not. They do refer to Mel as sister. I honestly have no clue. Tossing this one in the not enough info bucket for now. Moving on. Okay, so Salah. Still no word on Echo and Heimerdinger, but at least Jace managed to find his way back home. It's difficult to tell if it's something he did or just a side effect of Salo removing these cylinder things. The gemstone he was wearing on his wrist is embedded in his skin now, so maybe he used that? I don't know. He looks like he's been on a journey, and I'd very much like to see the place he ended up. Although, on that front, I suppose I should be careful what I wish for. And while we don't see Victor, he does manage to squeeze his way into the episode.
Would you want to speak with him?
Oh, there's this. Oh, hey, Jake, what's up?
How are you
How long
doing?
has it been? No, sorry, you go.
I thought you were done with Hextech.
Oh, dude, yeah, dude, we're on distribution now.
I've given Hextech to the people.
I'm sorry, it's really loud here. Just swing by my place.
I quite like how much of Victor's storyline has been inferred or outright off-screen. It's like his activities have gone unchecked, and when
I
people
take
start
credit
to
for
notice the
him including that.
repercussions
He
of
was
what
gonna
he's
cut
been
it. I
doing,
told
it's
him to
going to be
keep
too
it.
late to stop
Oh,
it. But once
thank
Chase shows
you.
up, I imagine there's going to be an action set piece trippy enough to make that one scene from episode 3 look like a walk in the park. Caitlin gets to make use of her bachelor's degree in Sherlock for the first time since season 1, but Ambessa proves she's the smartest person in the room once again by just paying attention to her subject and offering them what they want. There's a shot in here that's almost identical to one in Sallow's room. Caitlyn's out of focus, driving with the military equivalent of a plastic steering wheel, while Ambessa does the real work. And yeah, threats of imprisonment in a cell probably won't faze a guy who locked himself in one. Speaking of which, good things do indeed come to those that wait, because Singed, within the span of 2 episodes, has risen from a place of utter obscurity to the S tier, right above Vi, because she was mean to Lore. Granted, I'm biased. I got a soft spot for the sociopathic scientist gleefully teetering on the edge of human morals, but it's the addition of his compassionate side that elevates him for me. I never saw him as someone who valued the lives of others, but the way he addresses Vander as a
victim of great tragedy
is deeply compelling. I figured his motivation was apolitical, but for some reason I didn't consider the idea that he lost someone. All the pieces were there. His research is focused on resisting death. He speaks to Isha in a somewhat parental tone, keeps a music box close at hand, says this in season 1.
I too once had a daughter.
Really, everything. The angelic imagery of his daughter suspended in the vat is gorgeous. Everything we'd seen of the workspaces and machines Singed has created has been harsh and sickly, but the rounded shapes and warmer tones of this bedroom are striking. Speaking of segues, yo, check out these bioluminescent spores, you guys. They react to your claps. I wrote something like this in a short story that never got finished, and I can't find the document anymore. Is it too late to ask for royalties?
I hate that.
I love these things. They give an in-universe excuse for a suspenseful black screen and look seriously cool.
Well, why don't they light up when they're yelling at each other?
They look cool. Shut up. And the sound of the claps. How do you design sounds like these?
The claps probably are
really, the beating heart of this
high-pitched
episode
enough,
is the
but
pairing of
talking
Vi
isn't.
and Jinx. While I was writing my
wanna see
episode
them
3
bristle
video,
and,
I actually
like,
wrote down a
light it up
prediction that they would
this
work
video.
together, but then removed it at the last minute because I genuinely didn't see it happening. I felt like Jinx had committed too many atrocities to be forgiven or cooperated with again, but it was this very thought process that led me to remember the Arcane documentary Bridging the Rift, where showrunner Christian shares the question at the heart of the show's story.
Does a person like Jinx deserve a second chance? Can a monster ever be forgiven?
Bits and pieces of this idea have been sprinkled throughout the entire show, but now it's front and center. From my perspective, Jinx's actions are unforgivable, but I believe everything she does. In much the same way, Vi's willingness to work with her makes perfect sense to me. The fact that she feels responsible for the monster Jinx became would make her far more willing to absolve her of wrongdoing than others. But is this the right thing to do? Well, here's Christian providing his stance on the issue.
I don't know.
Like many other characters in this series, Jinx and Vi are victims of circumstance, and while Arcane doesn't demand you agree with any of their choices, it at least wants you to understand how those choices come to be. There's also a lot of commentary about the lengths one goes to for those that they love, the same sort of dilemma that made me love The Last of Us, which if you know, you know. Then of course there's the flashback, which is, in a word, fabulous. At first I thought Felicia was voiced by Ella Purnell, but nope, Jeannie Torrado just sounds remarkably like Jinx here. Now this might sound strange, but this scene just felt like a conversation between adults. Can't really think of another way to describe it. It's just so natural. Vander swapping out Felicia's wine with a non-alcoholic drink after he learns she's pregnant, the same drink he makes powder in season 1, does more to establish his care for others than any line of dialogue. And a fresh-faced Silco is an uncanny sight. But seeing these two so close and optimistic makes me all the more fascinated by the contents of Vander's
weird that he's
letter.
not, like,
I can't say
dripping
whether or not
something
they'll
into his eye.
expand this further, but in a way I'm hoping that they don't, because the question as to what Vander did to Silco and why he thought it was for the greater good is one that's almost more captivating to me unanswered. Perhaps a good follow-up question to what Christian said is, can a monster forgive itself? I don't think it's a coincidence that a reminder of Vander's biggest regret is in such close proximity to the image of him as a literal beast, and the visual of Vi and Jinx embracing him in spite of all that he is might be one of the most poignant the show's presented. Perhaps Jinx is beyond forgiveness. Vander can barely speak, but even if things do get worse, at least they got to have a moment where they laid down their weapons and came together as a family again. If anyone asks what makes Arcane so special to me, this is one of the biggest reasons. These lovely sequences dripping with subtext where the music punctuates the visuals in just the right way so as to make me feel feelings in the feelings center of my dome. Not quite to the point of tears this time around, but let me tell you, we're getting close. Can you go to 3 minutes 42 real quick? Was that scene too fast? No. Wait, go to Mel real quick. Okay, maybe her story was like a bit disconnected from everyone else. Although it's building towards something, so maybe I'll wait. Dave, what do you think?
Well, hell, I'm damned if I can find anything wrong with it.
Why are you calling me Hal? Last time I mentioned how a rewatch of the episode helped me enjoy it, but this one required no such thing. I was into it right away. It's a strong contender for my favorite episode for sure, and given these paths seem to be destined to intersect, I can safely assume that episode 6 is gonna be a doozy. Although I am curious about how Hex Tech is gonna slot into this. We've already caught a glimpse of how these stories could interact with the weapons glitching out, but otherwise these guys are off in their own little narrative bubble. Maybe when everyone else is at the climactic point of their respective conflicts, Victor's gonna press the morph reality button and reset the status quo. Though I draw the line at time travel. Alternate reality where characters' positions are all shuffled around and everything looks funny, that's fine, but know that if you step into a TARDIS, you will feel the wrath of my rolled up newspaper. No sense in wondering, I guess. On to the next one.
That's gonna be
And
interesting.
just in case you didn't know, Discord has a temporary link function. Thanks for teaching me, Sai.
Hey, how much subscribers does this guy have? Because he needs more.
He has 5,000. He has done editing for me. He partially edited the
absolute.
Yeah, Smaller Soul, everyone. Smaller Soul. Go check out his videos. They are excellent. The man's editing is impeccable. Is the reason why I've tried to poach him. I mean, hire him as an editor for other things. He's actively. He's on like 3 different Ruby fan. He's on Evermorrow. He's on Dust Queen, and he's helping me with Stellar Sentinels. So this man has been around the block a bit when it comes down to this kind of stuff, and his editing is just excellent. He's hilarious too. So
yeah, I was actually very impressed with how much he made me laugh, because I find that's a very difficult thing.
No, we're on the distribution.
No, the simple editing with the bonk, like god tier. Holy shit! That was
so. Anyway, Salah.
Oh,
but
God,
yeah,
I'm subscribing right now.
Yeah.
Like that man has my.
You know,
that
will.
Man has my subscription.
I'll put it in the chat for you guys. Everyone, the link to this video is in the chat. All of his videos on Arcane are excellent. All of his he's the guy that did the re-edit of Volume 5.
Oh.
Yeah, he did an entire re-edit of Volume 5. I highly recommend checking that out. It's really impressive.
That's right. I forgot. Because you were just
he did
talking about that a lot.
He did an experimental Oscar character short where he re-edited the Oscar character short to actually feel like the Oscar character scenes in Volume 4 to be its own short. It's actually really good in that way.
Nice.
Yep. Highly recommend it. Check it out. He did some like Volume 9 breakdowns, I think. Anyway, I cannot praise him enough. Go check him out. Go subscribe. Highly recommend it. Anyway, we're at the end of the stream, so is there anything anyone wants to promote?
No, but I will request that next Saturday, you kick my ass so that I can start streaming again.
You mean this coming Saturday or the Saturday after next?
This coming Saturday, because
I'll make a reminder.
Forgetting.
I'm making a reminder too.
And Friday, I also need to get my ass kicked because I've had this event set up for almost 2 months, and I keep also forgetting about that.
Remind Twi about event.
I just need reminders for things because I get distracted. I'm really bad at this.
You and me both.
Yep. PM. Not AM, PM. I don't need a reminder. Fucking 2 a.m.
Oh my God, man.
1 hour before, half an hour before. Add. There we go.
Done.
Wait. Did that get added to the right place? Fucking.
Uh-oh.
Yes. Okay, good.
It's the reminder part of your app.
It's my fucking calendar. That's what I'm adding up.
Oh.
Okay, so, hopefully she'll be streaming then.
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
Either you gentlemen want to add anything?
Hey, Chad, if you actually want me to read what you're saying, go to my streams on Monday.
I can say literally nothing because that's peak. I'm out.
Okay, I'll round it out. Bad Fan Fiction Night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here at the channel. Check it out. We're going to be continuing the Ruby OC fan fiction with the 6 toes.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, I was worried that I was gonna miss one, but then you guys didn't do it. Last,
yeah, no, we had to go. I was busy. Our mock trial team lost the competition, so all 3 teams. I was like, oh man, that's.
Aww.
But yeah, then let's see. I might stream at some point. I've got a new camera setup that I'm actually really happy with. I might stream at some point Gunpla work, but I don't, just like a nice casual chill stream as I do some model kit work, which is always fun. I don't know when that would be. It'd just be kind of sporadic, so keep an eye on the channel for that. Of course, next week we might be covering something different than Arcane for a little bit. Give it a nice breather on the topic.
Yes, thank you.
You can tell Twy not exactly happy with being stuck on Arcane so long. So
I'm tired. It's
remember when we thought we were gonna do 1 arc per stream?
Yep. Yeah.
Those were the days.
And then finally, I've fully recorded and started. I've got it in the editing bay. My Hero video. It is like 6 hours of audio I need to cut down. Oh god.
And well, to everyone. Get excited for that. That is a fantastic video if the script is anything to go by.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get some editing cred in there, and I'm talking to 14 people. There are 14 people in here. With the 14 people, do they care? Do they care? Do you guys really care? Does anyone care? If everyone cared and nobody died, anyway. All right. Well, thank you all so much. I hope you all had a fun stream. I had a fun stream. I hope you all go subscribe to my buddy Smaller Soul, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Goodbye.